morning. Do you want to hang out with me? Would you like to have a good time? Would you like to kill 4.5? Hey, after last night, cross your fingers, hopefully 4.5 hours with us. We had a swing and a miss last night for the first time in a while.
Yeah.
And we'll see if we can bounce back. The next 100 that we go over in the next few shows will go towards patching the leaky boat from Tuesday night. But, it's happened before. It'll happen again. Act like you've been there. Act like you're going back. You can't hit it every goddamn day. And the fact that we do for months and months and months on end is amazing. And thank you guys very much. Now, that falls on the morning show audience. 350. It's going to be a full goal today. But we'll see if we can all band together and knock it out as a team. Thank you guys very much. There's all the links in the chat. How's everybody doing?
Good.
It's Wednesday, it's burnout day for Steel Toe, but it's like it's burnout in the way of like a phoenix, you know? Burnout, rise again on Thursday. We got a part-time job Thursday and Friday.
Yeah.
Kind of nice.
Thursday and Friday are easy.
Oh God. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, a fucking suck hole. Thursday and Friday, fantastic. Relaxation, children, couple of shows to do. That's it. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, that's where we, as the kids say, get our steps in. Cynically Insane says they must need money. April's tits are way out today. April's been feeling her tits lately. Nothing wrong with that.
I have them.
Yeah, she does indeed have them, and this is proof
I have them.
that April has tits. What can you do?
I don't know. I guess I could put them away.
You can put a burqa on.
Do you want that?
You could wear a sweater. You could wear a sweater and glasses every day. Yeah, but then they go with slutty, like, conservative librarian.
Oh, look at those tight sweaters she wears.
Right, those sweaters are getting a little tight. I think she's wearing them a size smaller for a reason. I think those tight sweaters are becoming a bit of a gimmick.
And it is true, whenever a girl throws on glasses, suddenly we're the slutty librarian.
Because all guys see when they see a girl wearing glasses, especially if they're the bigger kind of glasses like you have, they go, I wonder what those would look like with cum on them.
Do those come with windshield wipers?
Yeah, can you just streak the cum right off your glasses? We have limited imaginations. We see glasses, we just go, cum. Glasses, cum. A girl can't put glasses on to help her vision. That's what contacts are for. She's only wearing those glasses because she wants me to ejaculate on them.
Maybe I should just get some of those really cheap big ones and just wear them over my contacts.
The Mia Khalifa glasses?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's all guys see. Who looks at... You know how you know a guy's gay?
How?
A guy looks at glasses and he doesn't think, bet you I could shoot a load on those.
I could aim that high.
Takes precision, too. I mean, women just are like, oh, guys are gross, guys are gross, guys are gross. I mean, maybe guys are gross. That could be true. But also... it's something to shoot for, literally and figuratively. We see glasses and we get motivated.
Oh yeah, that's where tramp stamps came from. It was something to aim for.
Well, I mean, you guys kind of motivated us for that. I love it when back in the 90s, early 2000s, when girls would get tramp stamps and they would act like it was some kind of expression of like something important or valuable to them. And I'm like, no, it's an expression of a need for calm doggy style.
Tell me what like tropical flowers or barbed wire means to you.
Barbed wire was the big one. Butterflies, flowers, all of those were big tramp stamps. Most popular tramp stamps. Now you got a lot of like moms with graduated high school kids in their 40s that now have tramp stamps. And you're just like, what do you like? When you go to a beach or you go to some kind of pool event, or even if you wear a shirt that comes up a little bit, you're in your 40s. Your kids are in college. How do you explain the tramp stamp to people if it comes up?
I think if I were that person, I'd have to turn it into something else. Like it's not a tramp stamp anymore. It's got to be like a full back piece or something because I can't have a tramp stamp.
May I make some suggestions? Maybe morph it into a back tattoo face of George Takei. That way, you've turned it into something, and also the cum element is still there. Get it? Because he's gay.
No, I got it, thanks.
Okay. Sulu, like the old flesh pipe.
Why not just get a big Kevin Brennan?
Oh, there you go. Then you'd have to explain to people who Kevin Brennan is.
You do wipe it off with a rag later.
Yeah, that's the fun thing about like this little podcast universe is the people who get too stuck in it don't realize that if you ever said what it's not like radio. Radio, you tell people what you listen to. Everybody knows what it is. They know that show exists. Whether they listen to it or not, they know it exists. The problem with the internet is, you have listener levels in the thousands in a platform that hosts billions. So anything in the thousands, like our 30 to 40,000 doesn't really pile up to anything.
No.
And we have more unique viewers than Kevin does because Kevin just goes live. Our channel's up all day. So we have more listeners throughout the course of the day than he does. And we're nobodies. Kevin has more people live, and if you tried to tell anyone you know about it, they would go, what the fuck are you talking about? And do we need to put you on one of those Bam Margera holds? I don't know.
We need help.
Like, to the outside world that doesn't listen to this show, we might as well be homeless people that you listen to.
Oh.
They
babble a lot.
It's true. Like, when I was on radio, there was a local area, a 50-mile radius that knew who the fuck you were. On the internet, it's all spread out. Now, in a 50-mile radius, people still know who we are. It's a little different because a lot of them are here from the show and they remember us from radio and all that.
I can't go grocery shopping.
It's fucking difficult. But, yeah, if you're on the internet, it's just... Even Ethan Klein. Like, Ethan Klein is huge. He's massive. He's got a great...
Size-wise.
Yes, and his show's doing decent, too. And he's got... what's nice about Ethan is he had this massive, huge super audience, and then he lost some of it, but he settled into still a very big audience.
Oh, he did.
And, but if you go to the outside world and you say Ethan Klein, this is what's, again, fascinating about the internet and why you got to get off it. If you go and tell someone about Ethan Klein, they go, you might as well be speaking Chinese. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I'd guess it was my banker.
Yeah.
It's my investor guy.
Ethan Klein. Oh, that's the company that you have your IRA with?
If I get in trouble, he's my bail bonds guy.
Yeah, Mr. Klein. Cynically Insane with $5 says, for even lower cut shirts. Oh, look at that. The lower cut shirts are bailing us out. Ian Hawk with $4.99 says, for a towel to clean those glasses. Wait, mine or the cum glasses? I don't know. Do my glasses still have cum on them? I hope not. You know what?
It gets stuck in the nose piece.
Ian Hawk, I don't need your $5. I'll put the $5 to the goal. I don't need a towel. I'm old school.
Now, does Aaron scare you guys, you people? Without glasses? I want to know.
By the way, today mustache could go. I will cut it so you can take a picture.
Yes.
It may go.
Okay.
Today. I think I may be done with my facial hair.
You want to feel fresh?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd like to feel. I'm also looking at it start to get crazy and goofy, and I'm like, I have to trim it today. Do I trim it or do I just take it off? And I'm like, why don't I just take it off?
Yesterday, I was talking to a guy at Midland Armory, actually. It was Tracy's son, and he was talking about how when that shit gets too long, you start, like, accidentally chewing on it.
Right.
He didn't seem bothered, though.
I don't like that. I don't like chewing on my hair. I feel like I'm a 10-year-old girl. You know when you just take your hair like this and you...
Oh, especially right out of the shower when it's wet.
Oh, you people are pigs.
Okay, what's worse? Watching somebody chew on their hair or chew on their sweatshirt strings?
Oh God, they're both
right.
They're both signs of severe mental illness.
It's not
I don't
good.
know. But see, Ian Hawk, I'm gonna put that towards the goal today because I can clean my own. I can clean the cum off my own glasses.
Yes, he will stain
Thank you
his
very
shirts.
much. Yes, I will. Well, that's where it belongs anyway. You got a good woman to wash the grayscale off your shirts.
Oh.
That's why I clean cum off my glasses with my gray shirts. Nobody knows.
I don't know. Gavin McInnes taught me that you're supposed to use something blue.
Dabba dee dabba die. For jizz or for your glasses?
Jizz.
Oh, okay.
Glasses.
I don't know.
Come on.
He also shoved a butt plug up his asshole. So
I mean, know that.
He knows all about cum and butts
Just
and
a good
everything
time.
else. Ryobi says, expressing a like for anal, slutty library, a.k.a. smart girl glasses. There you go. Because girls can't just be smart. They have to want cum on their face. The smart thing has to be a ruse. It can't be what they really want.
Are there really any smart girls? I ask you.
I mean, if you grade on a curve, it's like tennis. Yeah, there's great female tennis players if they only play with females.
Right. They don't stack up next to the men folk.
There's really smart girls out there if they compete with only women in smart stuff. Hobo Chili Recipe says, my wife has a tattoo of Harvey Fierstein on her back. Oh, my God, I have to call my lawyer. Stevie J says, tastefully became entirely black with the magic of a full body tattoo. Oh, God. And then you get the eyeball dyes.
Oh, and now I'm accused of blackface.
Oh, God, it's just terrible.
Don't you hate that when you're doing the blackout tattoo and it doesn't stop?
No, I just hate when I do blackface and people point it out. I wish they would stop. Sometimes I just want to sing Old Kentucky Home on a karaoke night and I want to commit to the bit and people get upset.
I just tried to start with my hang down to attract the ladies and it got out of hand.
Michael B says, never got on the Ethan train. Yeah, he's Ethan. He wouldn't
get on a train either.
Yes. No. Only personal transportation for he and his kind. I mean, the train, it's kind of like our dog Gordy. He knows there's nothing in that bathroom that's going to hurt him, but he's terrified of bathrooms and he will not go in them.
Well, have you smelt what you leave in there?
But that's not even bathrooms I use in the house. He won't go in them.
You'll be gassed if you go in a bathroom.
Same reason that Ethan Klein won't go on a train is the same reason the dog won't go in the bathroom.
He's terrified.
He knows there's nothing wrong, but he's not willing to risk it because there's no reason. Somebody says, if it wasn't for you going from radio to here, I wouldn't be here. I don't watch anything else on YouTube other than you. See, yeah.
Thanks.
Sean Raz says, off or do it like the guy in the picture I post on the Towboys page. Look, I'm going to shave it in a way that allows April to take a certain picture. So I behave. So I behave and stay in line.
Yeah.
But
it's blackmail.
But I think it's going to come off today. Ian Hawk says, I'll only defend the BAM I remember back in high school. Yeah. I mean, but let's get something straight. That BAM is the same BAM as this BAM. He was just younger and had more energy.
Less money.
And the drugs hadn't like ripped his appearance apart yet. Like it was still the same guy. Yeah. But I'm ruining people's day.
He was more fun.
Well, yeah.
Probably didn't have a kid to fuck up either.
Yeah, when you don't have kids, and you're a drugged out mess, you're a little more fun.
People do look at you differently when you're a total screw up but don't have kids yet versus when you're a screw up with kids. I think you're a worse person with the kids, right?
Yeah, because there's more to lose.
Clearly.
Yeah. Cockdiff says, every time the goatee was looking good, you fucked with it, Aaron. I'm sorry. I didn't know that this was causing problems.
Do you remember shaving it too short? Oh,
yeah.
Just looks patchy and weird.
Yeah, it just looks fun. I just think it shows that I'm not cut out for it, and that's okay.
You're not the guy.
Although Lip Ripper points out Aaron's full beard is sitting next to him. That's a good point. Jack Floyd says Ethan is a dumb fuck. Nothing entertaining about him. I didn't comment anything on his entertainment ability or anything like that. Simply his audience size.
He looks remarkably similar to Aaron now.
No, he doesn't.
That'll make you shave.
He looks I know. I want to go right now. I want to go upstairs. I want to shave this thing off. I don't want to look like Ethan Klein.
You don't want to go in that bathroom.
The last statue says the goatee was murdered. There's one guy who listens to us who it was so fucking creepy yesterday. I go into the chat before the evening show starts.
Okay.
And he said, the first thing he wrote was, and I was listening to an Opie and Anthony Scorch compilation. I've been listening to that lately. And this guy wrote, "Looky, looky, Miss Cookie," which is a Scorch reference from the O&A days. And I'm like, that's creepier than when Google knows what you're watching and looking at and puts ads in front of you for shit.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Is a listener making a Scorch reference. So now, this morning in the chat before the show started, me and that same guy, we did color and number of the day, which is a Scorch thing. Right. Working man's brown, 26. Yeah, I'm on the PFG TV stuff right now, Delco Lou. Well, it's really, really funny.
What have I been listening to with you?
Gay porn.
No, we've had the Scorch bits on too. Is it the same?
Yeah, same video. Okay. It's an 11 and a half hour
video. Oh, it's 11
video.
Hours.
It's 11 and a half hours, so I can just turn it on. I can be at the gym. I can play PGA. I can do whatever. And I can be listening to Scorch.
I was running through the Patrice bits with them.
That's a good one, too.
That's a few hours.
All right, boys and girls, 3:40 away from knocking it out today. Thank you very much for getting us started already. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Let's knock that out and wash the taste of last night out of our mouth and get ready to dig in for a successful summer, shall we? We're also about 85 subs away. We got that nice little Simpcast boost, and now we've stagnated as far as the subs go. I might have to branch out with the clips a little bit and grab some different hashtags. Maybe our Lizzo, the Lizzo shit from Monday. Ooh, maybe me shitting on the Whatever podcast. That could grab a few people. We haven't gone that route before.
Yes, make people angry.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how you do it. That's how you grow. I'm a good heat seeker, as they say.
That's true.
Gary Crouch says, are you going to start the Steel Toe Militia? The Kingdom of Steel Toe. Somebody says, in Bam's prime, I don't think drugs were a big problem other than boozing all the time. He would get pissed at Novak for being fucked up on drugs all the time. Drugs came later on all of his shows. Oh,
he became the thing he hated.
Yeah, he became, his friend died, and he became the thing that he hated. The Naked Militia, Kingdom of Nakedness, Scorch. He's actually doing morning radio in Wisconsin right now, I think.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Cool.
I think Scorch morning radio. I think he's on like the X. Yeah, 92.9 the X.
Oh, that's sweet.
In Wisconsin. Scorch from the Opie and Anthony days. What market is this in though? Where in Wisconsin? 92.9 here, 92.9 the X location. Eau Claire, Wisconsin. All right, I want to look up the ratings for Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
Dude, that's really close to us, isn't it?
Yeah, I want to see how 92.9 the X is doing. There we go. Ratings, Nielsen, latest ratings. Of course, I'll log into my All Access account. Search Eau Claire. Please tell me it's a rated market. Yes, number 230. I was in a market bigger than Eau Claire, Wisconsin. The X, what would that be?
Uh-oh.
I don't know what the X is. What are their call letters? Uh-oh. I don't see the call letters. Oh, wait. Is it right there? 92.9 the X, blah, blah, blah. Is it a real station? WECL. Yes. Okay, WECL. Okay, Scorch. Oh, my God. Their ratings have taken a shit in the last couple of years. Uh-oh. They were at an 8.7 in the fall of 2020. They're at a 5.4 now. What happened? Please tell me that Scorch didn't start in 2021. Please
That'd be terrible.
Yeah,
like he needed O&A to be cool, too.
He came into the business at third place in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And now he's down in like eighth place in Eau Claire. Poor Scorch. God damn. No, Scorch is not ratings point. Let's take a listen to Scorch. Let's see how he's doing. Scorch in the Morning X on 92.9 in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Show me Scorch.
At Children's Minnesota, we raise the standards for children's
Minnesota.
health.
They're close.
That's right. Eau Claire's right over the border.
Right there. Yeah, I like that. They're in Wisconsin playing Minnesota ads.
Yeah, let's all right, we'll play some Scorch. We'll get through his commercial break and we'll listen. We'll hear what Scorch has got. Matthew Quall says no one listens to radio anymore. I can't say that. All the stats say like 90% of people 12 years old and older listen to radio at least once a week. So
you know what I think that is,
there's that stat, if you will.
I mean, stores have them on, sometimes like workplaces.
No, because I don't think people would say that. I think they would have to be listening to the radio. I don't think people, when they walk into a store, go, oh, that counts as me listening to the radio. So
kids like 12 to 18 are probably hearing it on a school bus.
Yeah, but I don't think they would count that. I'm really desperate to hear Scorch get off this commercial break.
Oh,
here we go.
Especially my youngest one. Oh, he was so cute. But all three of them, I have like their first.
Turn the music off.
Happy Mother's Day or Happy Mommy's Day or whatever. The first one that they drew
Hot Talk on a Rock Station.
The first
I'm
time
a mom.
They could sign their name. and they put it on their paper. Remember, and crayon on the
shut up, bitch. We got to get the
paper?
color and number of the day.
I've got all those.
Did you have the hand in the plaster of Paris?
No.
Wow.
It's fucking
you know what I'm talking about, though? Every
Yes,
school did
no,
that.
I didn't. I
Yeah.
think I still have Madeline's. Adam and Theo. I don't
Turn
think
the
we did
music
that,
off
but
and talk to
I
each
have
other.
the
Turn the
first
woman
macaroni necklace
Yeah. Good.
that I got from Adam.
Yeah.
And Theo's.
This is a
was
private
a lot of
conversation. You
of
two
writing.
can go back
He
to
liked
break.
writing.
Macaroni
He didn't like
necklace.
school, but he liked writing. So
Let me give you one more. We're talking about behaviors that middle-aged people need to stop.
Oh, this should be good.
This one here.
Doing
covering
morning
your
radio.
windows with anything other than drapes or blinds.
yeah. There's no reason why these people will put a sheet up in their window, especially a single guy.
Okay, no.
I know.
Why?
But
I need a goddamn it, guys. I listen to this shit and I just think to myself, I need to get back on the air.
This feels like a fall from grace.
I
compared to the clips we-
need to beat these people. I need to. It sounds so easy. I listen to shit like this and I go, I try way too fucking hard. I feel that way sometimes when I watch, no offense, Kevin Brennan. I'm like, I try way too hard to put a show together. People are fucking stupid and they like dumb shit like this. Why am I trying so hard? I think it's my optimistic belief in the human race.
All you have to do is get on the air and talk about all the projects your children have made you.
Yeah. Hey, they made a macaroni necklace, and I put some sheets up for drapes. What else do middle-aged people need to stop doing?
Drapes. No more drapes.
Hiring, that would be funny if you went into like a good-natured show like that, and they're like, hey, what are some of the things middle-aged people need to stop doing? I don't know, booking trans people to read to kids in libraries? Scorch is like, hey, we're not talking about that.
Stop talking about the butt stuff and be about the butt stuff.
Hey, we're not talking about sodomy on the Squirt Show.
I didn't say sodomy.
Sodomy, sodo you.
I couldn't do it.
What are some of the things that people need to stop doing and if they're middle-aged? I don't know. Having tramp stamps. Oh, I should get those laser removed. Mr. Approachable says, I listen to the radio in the morning every time chat or internet drama comes up. Duly noted, sir. We will stop immediately. I don't need you going to the radio. Lab Glass says his voice drapes my asshole. There you go. Hung Solo says, brought my son with trucking today. Now that you took care of birds and bees this morning, would you take care of teaching him racism too? Okay. Son, Hung Solo, Mini Solo, Little Solo, whatever it is.
Solo Junior.
Racism is a thing where you take the bad qualities of a people of a certain race or color or creed or whatever.
A group.
And a group of people. And you attribute it to everybody in that group. So say you see a group of, I don't know, I'll pick a race of people, black people, smash up a jewelry store and steal a bunch of watches. And then you meet a black person and you're like, oh, he must smash up jewelry stores and steal a lot of watches because that's just what those people do. That is racism.
Are you telling Hung Solo Jr. that stereotypes exist for a reason?
No. I'm saying that is what racism is. That's simply all I'm saying. He wanted me to teach his son about racism. I just wanted to let him know that's what it is. There you go. And I've been told that that's wrong.
I'm also taking notice that Hung Solo is in fact there for his child.
That's wonderful. Yes,
and
that's
he's
wonderful
working.
to see.
So, I mean, that's a good thing, right? Times two.
This is what I was waiting for. Hulkamasha Baby says it's also correct. God damn it.
Whoa.
Don Lemonzade's bad example. Black people be robbing. See, now that's racism. See, Hung Solo, they're teaching the kids, the people in the chat are teaching your kid what racism is.
Maybe they meant Robin like the superhero assistant.
Oh, yeah, they're all
tights.
helping Batman.
Right.
That's what black people be helping Batman. That's what
That's
it
the
is.
type of Robin he's talking about.
See, Hung Solo, you can't get these kind of lessons if you're in the public school system. You get them here on Steel Toe. It's perfect. Johnny Chopstick says, I'm a good driver. Hobo Chili Recipe, he says, you see, Hung Solos, 13% of the population, ...
Hey, now.
What? 340 away from today's goal. I am a little shell-shocked as we missed by 100 last night, so I'm gonna try and keep my nervousness to a minimum today. But let's knock that out today and do overtime, and hopefully our whole show isn't dying and crumbling to the ground. We talked yesterday about PGA and LIV merging.
Yes.
The two golf giants. So anytime they use merger and they don't say takeover, I'm an idiot, so I get confused. And I'm like, okay, who's buying who? Who's winning in this thing? Like, a lot of times when both companies want to save face, they'll say merger. I think the great example of a merger recently is WWE with the company that owns UFC.
Sure.
You know, it was like, hey, the people who own UFC want what WWE has. WWE wants to hand over the keys a little bit and cash out on their 50% of their stock and make a whole fuck ton of money and give up some of the control of their company. Everybody wins. But the company that owns UFC is kind of taking over WWE to an extent.
But they don't call it a takeover.
But they don't call it a takeover, right? You have this LIV PGA Tour thing, and from everything I've seen, LIV is very excited about it, and the PGA Tour is kind of huffing and kicking a rock down the road during this whole thing. So I'm guessing that LIV won. And you and I were talking about how Phil Mickelson got, what was it, $200 million to switch from PGA Tour to LIV. Now, LIV is owned by the Saudis, and they threw around that oil money, not to hire the best golfers necessarily, but to hire the biggest names.
And that's before winnings.
Exactly. So you and I were thinking, wow, if they offered Phil Mickelson $200 million, what did they offer Tiger that he turned down? What did they offer this guy that he turned down?
Had to be big.
Pat McAfee tweeted it out yesterday. Apparently, Tiger turned down $800 million from LIV.
That is twice my guess.
Yeah, to go golf there. Rory McIlroy turned down $500 million.
Wow.
To go golf with LIV. Again,
just for them to merge anyways?
Just for them to merge anyways. So technically, if you want to golf now, you have to golf for LIV, and you don't get the $500 or $800 million.
How goddamn salty are you if you lost out on that?
I'm telling you, that's why a lot of these PGA golfers are like, fuck this is stupid, this sucks. Because I'm sure a lot of them turned down a shitload of money to go to LIV and went, nope, I'm PGA till I DIE, fuck LIV, fuck the Saudi oil money, I don't want it. And now they're going to work for them anyway.
Without the money.
Without the hundreds of millions of dollars.
I think if this teaches us anything, it says to go for the money no matter what and never stand up for anything.
Yes. Loyalty is bullshit.
Loyalty's bullshit.
If you're loyal, you're a stupid asshole. And you should always, as Bobby Boucher's daddy once said, to hell with school dopey, take the money.
Boy, can you imagine what $800 million buys you?
I mean, if you're Tiger, does it buy, how much does he have? He's still
Can't buy you love.
No, he's been
Not
very
for Tiger.
He's been very bad at that. Yeah, he's worth $1.1 billion, but still,
Damn.
$1.9 billion would be nice.
God, between golf and endorsements, $1.1 billion is pretty great.
Yeah, Dario
Wow.
Delfino says Patrice actually said this before he passed away. Exactly. Having morality and dignity and ethics in like show business or sports is stupid. Go with the money, get what you can.
Get that bag.
Get that bag, as the kids say. And when it comes to this LIV and PGA Tour thing, now all these guys either have to go golf for them for free after they turn down a shitload of money, or they have to quit golf.
Quit.
Yeah, they have to stop golfing forever. Oh, what a hell of a choice you have to make. And Phil Mickelson is just sitting back, lighting cigars with $100 bills going, ha, 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 ha. This
Right.
fucking rules.
He's fine. I don't know what he's worth, but he's going to be fine.
Yeah, people are, this is perfect. Don Lemonades nailed it. He says, yeah, but the Saudis are ethically compromised.
That's what the money is for.
Yeah, just...
The money will dry your tears.
Right. If you have a moral conundrum with taking hundreds of millions of people or hundreds of millions of dollars from the people who probably funded and supported 9/11, then,
Excuse me?
once you deposit that check, that'll all go away. You'll wash those feelings. And
Forget it.
Also, it was like 22 years ago. I mean, we started buying Japanese cars right after World War II.
Yeah, can't we give people a chance again?
To attack us again. Right. It's okay. Our government never blamed Saudi Arabia.
A solid second chance is always good.
It's just that more than half of those hijackers came from Saudi Arabia, but we won't
Forced.
talk about it.
Probably forced.
Swinging Sticks and Buzzing the Green says PGA players are all about tradition and loyalty. Boo! Live players are about mediocre golf and partying nonstop. Yay!
That is something the Saudis like. They like partying.
Yeah, they sure do. Not for their women, though. They will stay the fuck home and put that beer down.
That's right. Men get to pretty much do whatever they want.
And butt fuck each other on top of it.
Oh.
The new age of golfers like Liv. The older golfers in PGA are about tradition. I support Liv. Look at that. All of us swinging dicks like Liv. You know?
Are you in that camp?
Oh, yeah, I'm a swinging dick. I love Liv. Liv is great. That Saudi oil money, fuck it. That's like, in terms of like the evil shit the Saudis do, having a golf company is like 947th on the list. They murder journalists. They get involved in wars. They manipulate things with their oil money. You guys thought I was talking about Israel till I mentioned oil money. And Israel does it with American taxpayer dollars. And, Liv is like one of the most innocent things that they do.
Oh, yeah. The Saudis have our president on his knees.
Yeah, sure.
For oil prices.
I mean, so does tricky carpeting on a stage. So I don't think that's that impressive.
Somebody claimed that there was a sandbag he tripped over, but then there was a lot of people saying there was nothing up there.
That's really racist to call the people who run Liv sandbags. We're trying to teach Hung Solo's kid about racism today, and here you go with the racial slurs. Joe Biden's tripping over sandbags. They're called Saudis.
Look, sandbags can save people. Have you seen hurricanes?
Flex says, gift 2 subs every day and no shout out. What the fuck? I haven't gotten to the super chat part yet, buddy. I'm sorry. Flex with $2 says, didn't call my gifts last time. I remember calling your gifts last night, sir.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, but I always shout you out.
I'm sorry.
Here's what you got to do. Take your ear and put it really close to your speaker so you can hear when I shout out your thing. Do you have it really close to the speaker? Flex, get it really nice and tight.
Oh, careful.
Okay? Really nice and tight to the speaker, okay? Oh. Thank you so much for your support!
I knew it. I just knew it, you know?
I hope that's
sufficient. I think you got it across.
He's very supportive, and I wanted to make sure that he knows that we appreciate him. That's all.
Oh, he said, hold on, he wasn't ready.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You just screamed for no reason.
Ross Dog's Broken Spirit says, I donated $900 in nary a mention. Would we be rattling a can and having a full goal today if you had thrown in $900, sir? I ask you. We lost by 100 yesterday. We're at 340 right now at 630. We're fucking golden, sir.
We could use that $900.
Yeah, that $900 would be bueno, my friend. But honestly. Everybody throw in $5-10 today. Let's knock this thing out and don't give me a fucking heart attack like last night. Sound good? We're going to promise you a great show. Let's check in with the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams. The last time we checked in on Eric Adams, he was flailing and panicking on what to do with the migrants that are showing up in New York City.
Oh, yeah.
It's been really fun to watch. You know, watching New York City is like watching the phases of the mummy curse play out in real time.
You're not wrong.
Like when they all spit out their drinks because the waters ran like blood, and then the moon became like sackcloth, and then locusts came in, and then the mummy was like, I think we're at locusts with New York City.
It's terrifying, right? They're everywhere.
Yeah, I'm not calling Mexicans locusts.
Oh, I see. And now I thought you were because they're all over things.
No. It was more it's metaphorical.
It works both ways.
Yeah. So I think they've had the rivers running red like blood with all the stabbings and the shootings and the letting, nobody goes to jail anymore in New York City. They just stab and shoot and let them out and stab and shoot and let them out. So now the migrants coming in, that's the wave of locusts. I think after this, Emotep comes in and just tries to finish the whole thing off. So Eric Adams had a great idea yesterday. His great idea yesterday was, we're going to house migrants in your personal homes, which I kind of like.
I liked it too. I like it more than shutting down a public facility that people pay for.
No. I like the idea of going to these people and making them put their money where their mouth is. I think you should start with the wealthy liberal areas of New York City. And we should go to them and say, hey, you on this thing you signed for registering to vote, one of the big issues that you were concerned with was immigration. You wanted to make sure that nobody was illegal and everybody was welcome in the United States. So we figured we had you for a shoo-in to house migrants in your personal home. So open up the doors. We're going to give you, here's Miguel and Constantina, and they're going to be living with you for a while.
If you voted for this shit,
you should have to house,
welcome your new roommates.
You should have to house a migrant if this is something you were very passionate about.
Yes.
And he's going, but now the thing is, he's going to pay people to do this. It's not like it's not like the government's going to go door to door and go, we got 3 migrants here. Can we just shove them in your house real quick? Thank you so much.
Can you imagine how weird that'd be at first?
Well, housing migrants?
Yeah, you just have people in your house that probably don't speak English.
At first,
probably not caught up on the hygiene stuff yet.
Yeah, at first it would bother me. Like for 3 months, I'd still be like, "Oh, that's right. I've got fucking migrants living in my house." I have no problem saying no, but I'm not a hypocrite because I don't think they should be here in the first place.
Aaron would put them out in the shed out back, so you don't have to look at them.
I would say take them somewhere else. I don't even want them on the property.
These are not people, for God's sake.
No, I would not say that they are not people. I would just say they are not people I need to be concerned with. That's all.
Oh, but you see, you can just clip part of that out, and it's just.
But you can't go out and say, "Oh, I care about these people, and there's no such thing as an illegal, and they're wonderful, and this and that." And then when they come to you and go, "Hey, we need to pay you to keep a few of these people in an open room you have," and you're like, "No, that's too much. Now you're invading on my comfort and my no shit. Stop it."
They'd probably also say something to the effect of like, "Well, I have an open room all the time, and I didn't take in any Americans that needed a room, so why should I take in?"
I ain't taking in the fucking heroin addict that lives down the road from me. I ain't taking in a migrant either.
And that guy could have been fun.
Yeah, so the new idea that Eric Adams has is, and I got to give him credit for this, this is putting your money where your mouth is. He's talking about putting illegals in Gracie Mansion.
Oh, my God.
Which is the mayor's residence in New York City.
Mm-hmm. There's got to be plenty of rooms there.
I mean, I'll tell you this about Eric Adams. Every time I want to hate him, every time I want to say, oh, this guy is in way over his head and he's so inept, which he is both of those things. He does something where I'm like, okay, unlike de Blasio and the others, he at least tries every once in a while. Like he'll pay lip service to crime and he'll be like, we need to cut this shit out. What the hell is going on? We need to stop shooting and robbing and killing and raping and beating and all that stuff. And then, like, naturally, the city won't do anything about it.
Not really.
But he'll at least talk about it.
He'll appoint a rat czar to clean up your streets.
Yeah.
Too.
The migrant thing, it's like, okay, he clearly has no idea what to do.
No.
He's sputtering for answers, but at least he's throwing shit against the wall, He's not just staring at it and going, oh, diversity is our strength. There's no such thing as an illegal. These people need our help. At least Adams is running around in circles going, what the fuck are we going to do?
Jeez.
That's a positive. Right? At least he's running around going, can we put a couple in your basement? Meanwhile, the rest of the country is like, I don't know, just fucking let them sit there on the street in a Coleman tent. I don't give a shit.
How dirty are the sewers? Can we clean them up any? There's a lot of space down there.
Do you guys think if that rat czar does a good job, we could house Mexicans in the sewer like the Nevada homeless?
Plot twist, the rat czar appoints the migrants to help get rid of the rats as a job.
Bingo.
You're all employed now.
We've got
First
it all.
Job.
We've got this thing all figured out. Thank you, Hobo Chili Recipe, for the $4.99. He says, for April's burqa, cover up, you soiled woman.
I'm sorry, sir.
That's also going to put us at $3.35 today. Flex with a gifted membership. Thank you, buddy. It goes to Timothy Coln. Also, we have Hung Solo with $10. He says, Batman and Superman are lovers. Who is the bottom? And if they had a butt baby, who would it be? That one's easy. Green Arrow. And
Super butt.
Who is the bottom? I think No, Superman would have to be
Superman's
the bottom because his Superman cock would kill Batman.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
He has a super cock?
He has a super cock. So I'm going to say that Batman has to be the top. And they're saying if they had a butt baby, King of All Diffs says it would be Lizzo. That's
No.
it's very fascinating. All right, there you go, guys. I'm cheerleading today. That's a run. We're on a little bit of a run now. Let's keep that let's keep that run going. That's why we're falling short every day. I can't say my words properly.
Guys, let's knock this shit out nice and early today.
3:30. Let's hammer it out. You see those three that jumped in? Three more. You know what? Let's turn this show into a pyramid scheme. You get 3 friends, then they get 3 friends. 3:30 away. Let's nail it today. I'm a carnival barker. This is me doing my carny best. And the show's off to a funny start today, so you know you're supporting something good. Oh, we're also going to shit on Elliot Page later.
I saw photos of her on Twitter. I didn't read what happened.
Nice tits, right?
Oh, the best.
Dude, that's one of the most horrifying things.
It's actually kind of scary because...
You know the tit picture I'm talking about,
I
right?
do. That's the picture I saw, yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Dude, that, to me, those scars, I look at those and I go, that's mental illness.
You see, now Elliot would say, no, those are my beauty marks. Those are me becoming who I really am.
Okay. Let's let the way you speak and the way you act in the future dictate which one of us has a better point. I am totally confident in just shutting the fuck up and letting you prove me wrong.
I say, who has the better cock?
That's really what this is about.
That's really what is important.
But so Elliot Page, we're going to get to this later because I still want to make fun of New York a little bit.
Yeah.
Elliot Page pulled a Jussie Smollet. They're talking about
a hate crime?
They're talking about a hate crime that never fucking happened.
Wow.
Never fucking happened.
You know why? Because Elliot Page is so far removed from the public eye now since they became Elliot Page that they needed relevance again.
Oh, by the way, Elliot Page is coming out with a book this week.
Oh,
so
what is wrong with people?
Isn't that amazing that attack happened at the same time she needs to promote a book? That's fucking crazy. I heard they yelled, "Don't fuck with Kumia," as they attacked Elliot Page.
Did.
Yeah. We'll save all of our great jokes for when we talk about the story.
I heard it was Cheetos from Stoney.
That's exactly who it was.
Them damn bikers.
Fired Ginger with $5 says, "Where are my 2 friends? Oh, wait, I don't have any." Well, you got to find a couple, and then we'll knock this thing out. 325 away. Lip Ripper with $25 via Super Chat. See,
thanks,
I told
guys.
you. I told you. We get on these little runs, we're going to be just fine. I see how MLC does it.
You're all helping. Thank you. At this rate, we could be done with this shit by 8.
We'll be done in an hour. Lip Ripper says, "Effing love you guys. Thank you very much." 305 away from nailing it today. Mark Stevens says, they attacked Elliot Page and says, "This is FAGA country." No, fuck America good again. It's an acronym.
Okay.
MAGA, FAGA, GAGA, LAGA.
Why did I feel like Elliot Page did not live in America? I thought they were over in the UK or something.
Because Elliot Page is clearly from fucking Jupiter. That's why.
Where she got more stupider?
She got more stupider, and then she stopped at Mars to get more candy bars. Thank you to Steven with $40 over on PayPal. I told you guys, if I carnival barked the shit out of it today, we'd get there. 270 away from today's goal. I bet you by the end of the week, we even wipe out that 100 from last night. I'm telling you.
I think we can.
Like I said, we're in full carnival barker mode. You know what? People complain about the e-begging. I feel like when I go into full-on carnival barker mode, the show content gets better too.
It's spicy.
The New York thing is funnier, everything. It gets my blood pumping. I'm a creature of begging at this point. So they tell 2 friends and they tell 2 friends, and all of a sudden we're down to 270. And right now we're on what's called a roll,
it's like,
boys and girls.
Ooh, it's like that STD tower, like that fucking pyramid graph. It's like, okay, 2 people fuck, and one of them had gonorrhea, right? Now they both have gonorrhea. And then they go and fuck people. Now they all have gonorrhea. And they all go fuck people.
Ladies and gentlemen, look for April's new documentary on monkeypox, because she basically just laid out the premise.
Do you remember that in sex ed class where they showed you like your silly little teacher would write on the whiteboard like little lines and X's of like, oh, this is how fast an STD spreads.
Oh, no, that's not how they taught STDs. No, that's not how they taught STDs when I went to school.
They just gave it to you?
No, they just told us, stay away from gays and blacks. They all have AIDS. And I was like, that is not right. That is wrong. That is not how we talk. I started a petition to make the teacher apologize.
I'm uncomfortable.
Because I fought for equality when I was in school.
April's plague fetish.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, "You are the ultimate panhandler." Fucking right I am. I'm the best in the business at this shit.
That offering plate's getting close to done, by the way.
I'm very excited. Oh, by the way, the merch order came in, so we'll be sending those out this week.
Yep, that is my new job for today and tomorrow and stuff. It took a little longer this time. School was wrapping up.
Very exciting shit. Good morning, Not Sure. Looking forward to your ball busting, sir. I always appreciate it.
Good morning.
Hulkamasha Baby says that's definitely how they taught April in Litchfield. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
The pyramid with the AIDS and the gonorrhea and everybody gets it.
I had my cute little Mrs. Carlson, the NFL player's mother, actually, drawing me my little pyramid on the whiteboard.
So basically, your STD, you got the same STD education that the people on Mean Girls did. Don't have sex because you will get gonorrhea and you will die.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, who else said that the other day? Like some woman, I was a porn star on one of the Compound shows, was saying that as a child, like you're told, like if you have sex, you're gonna die or you're gonna get pregnant, and which one's worse, really, and all that stuff.
I found out that if I go to the gym and I do a full day at the gym and then I go to the sauna, that they were actually right in health class. If I have sex after that, I will die.
Is there something you'd like to get off
I
your
will
chest?
have a fucking heart attack. I will dehydrate and I will keel over and collapse and die.
So we need more sex after the gym.
We need more. No, wait. We need sex. No, we need more sex before the gym.
Oh.
After the gym, I turn into the Great Salt Lake.
This is off-putting, folks.
There's no water left.
See, now
it's
we're
just
never going to
pouring
hit this
salt.
goal, you pig.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Guys, we're on a roll and we're at 270. We're fucking killing it today. Great job, everybody. Awesome. You guys are doing great. Ignore me and my piggish tendencies.
Is there something you'd like to get off your chest?
No, I got it all off yesterday when I sweat onto your face.
You could donate for my well-being, you know.
Yeah, she has so much salt in her eye.
Not okay.
When we're done fucking, she has salt burns in her eyes. Her eyes, she actually has nothing but redness like a raccoon.
I actually have to lay in bed the remainder of the day with, I have to alternate cucumber slices and then those little like round ice packs they make for your eyes.
Because she has acidic, dehydrated sweat just burning her eyeballs.
We have to actually burn the bed sheets every single time and replace them with new ones because there's like acidic salt mines on there from you.
Darren Orson says, crank up the life insurance coverage and go to town, April.
I'm really going to start giving it to you after the gym. What, guys? We just
I'm
had
getting
sex a
my
lot.
brains fucked out whenever we get back from the gym. I don't understand it. I open a letter from State Farm. $2 million life insurance policy. You fucking bitch.
Your fucking throat area, your neck is just red and pulsating and veiny, and your face looks like a cherry.
I'm like the helicopter.
Oh, you look fine.
I'm like the helicopter captain in GoldenEye. I'm like, April, I can't breathe.
Gonna be fine, soldier.
You'll be all right. Just see that light, go towards it. It's kinky. Gary Crouch with $9.99 says for the salt pig in April. Happy Plague Doctor with $5 says for April's salt cave. See, it's a salt cave. And thank you, Mr. Tony Soprano. I can't do a fucking Tony Soprano. I'm not going to embarrass myself. Giving Larry Longballs a membership. If I can die happy today. I got Larry Longballs as a member. I don't need shit from anybody. 2:55 away from knocking it out. You guys are still on a roll this morning.
Ryan asked the right question. Did I say acidic or Hasidic?
Oh, it better not be Hasidic sweat.
Hasidic sweat.
I am fucking outski.
Can
if
you
it's acidic sweat or Hasidic sweat?
Can you imagine having sex with a Hasidic Jew and they've got like that hair that you got to look at?
It's getting really racist.
No, it's not that. It's just anyone with their hair like that is like.
Oh. See, I'm more worried.
It's like tickling you.
Yeah, I'm more worried about their claws.
Claws? What are you talking about?
Nothing. I'm being anti-Semitic.
Oh, see, I'm not that.
Am I Jewish enough, Hollywood? 2:45 away because Tigger next door with $15 says I was going to give some money, but I don't know if I want to anymore. This topic is disgusting. And Balls Deep gifting a sub to Brian Clowder. I don't think anybody's going to match Mr. Tony Soprano's gifted sub that ended up going to Larry Longballs, which I think is the greatest gifted sub of all time.
I have questions.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people do.
Why do your balls get longer?
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, hold on.
Gravity?
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on 1 second. What are you referring to specifically? Larry Longballs? Maybe he runs.
No, men in general.
No, honestly, which one are you talking about? Because I have a different answer for both.
Okay, start with Larry.
Larry Longballs just runs hot body temperature wise. Okay. So that's just a natural
I see.
thing.
They sag a little
Yeah,
bit.
if we get warm, I mean, our balls come down.
See, now, I understand the body does that to regulate their temperature, but you're also putting them in further danger because they could sway to and fro and get sloshed around or smacked or squished.
That's a biological pro and con that the body has weighed and has decided that cooling down is more important than staying out of danger.
You know what I don't agree with in that case, actually, is like, for reproductive purposes, you make new sperm all the time anyways, so what if you cook a batch?
Well, I mean, I understand your point.
Right.
But...
So you just blow a cooked batch once, a loaf, and then the next one's going to be better.
You know when men pinch a loaf, they're taking a shit, right? A load... I
didn't say pinch, I said blow.
A load would be cum. A loaf would be shit. These are very important distinctions.
Behave for 2 seconds?
Sometimes if you get a load in your ass, it'll produce a loaf. That is true. But that's a totally different story.
I can't do this with you.
That's neither here nor there. You decided to go down this road.
Okay,
but see, now we're teaching Hung Solo's child many important anatomy lessons.
Why is a man, like, when you get older, do they get longer? Is it just because of gravity?
Yeah, I think it's the same reason your tits are going to get saggier as you get older.
They just go,
yeah.
That's unfortunate because then
No,
somebody born with, like, big balls, they're really going to hang. Yeah. They're going to look like a fighting bull.
They're going to look like truck nuts by the time it's over.
Okay, well, I have to divorce that because I can't do those.
Ugly Fuckling says, jizz and feces talk is great for attracting viewers. Yeah, we are getting a little self-indulgent. I'm sorry, the audience put us on a roll, and now we're only 245 away from killing our goal today, and the shit goes wild. We were on a roll. Keep the roll going, and we'll get off the shitty topics. I got to go back to this Eric Adams thing because I do love what he's doing.
I forgot.
It is both an effort and hilarious because it's desperate. It reeks of him having no ideas, but it's also him at least trying to help. It's like watching Chevy Chase try to plug the Hoover Dam with his chewing gum.
Oh, sure.
You know,
it's never going to work.
Yeah, Eric Adams is like, we've got too many migrants here. I can't be a good liberal politician and just go, everything's fine. My city is burning down around me. I can't be Nero playing the fiddle while Rome burns. So we got to do something. Hey, you. You know how we're overpopulated here in New York City anyway? Can we jam a couple Mexicans into your basement? And they're like, do you know how bad that sounds, Mr. Mayor? Yes, but I have nothing else. This is my new Jam a Mexican in your basement program. We'll give you a check.
Where can you fit them?
Yeah. Excuse me, can I put a Guatemalan in your crawl space? Like, why? I'm desperate. I got nowhere to put these fucking people. Oh, no. So now his newest idea is he's going to put migrants in Gracie Mansion.
Just a big sleepover, really.
Yeah, apparently he doesn't really value his dishes and whatnot.
Excuse me? Why would you say that?
Look, if I was a fucking poor third world nothing, I'd be jacking the shit out of Gracie Mansion.
What if Gracie Mansion only has like that shitty Corningware fucking stuff?
Watch, just as the Mexicans are rolling in, there's like moving companies moving shit out, and all of a sudden they look in the china cabinets and everything, and there's nothing but Solo plates and Solo cups everywhere.
Shitty plastic picnicware. Yeah. None of that fine china here.
They've got an old yellow 70s beer fridge in this beautiful, luxurious kitchen. They're like, hey, where'd all the stainless steel shit go? Oh, we're moving that out.
Oh, they only have Keystones? This is bullshit.
Is it because of me? No. I don't know where you get that idea. This was something we planned a long time ago.
At least they're filling the fridge with Modelo.
Yes, exactly.
Shit's good.
We like Modelo. That would be very tasty. Well, why did you put the 70s beer fridge in here?
I miss that.
Why is there nothing but the Tostitos microwavable salsa cans? I do not understand.
There's just taquitos.
Did you think I was going to steal the silverware? No. We just thought you would like paper plates and plastic forks better. I don't like chewing plastic in my meals. Welcome to Gracie Mansion.
Poor migrants.
Why did you change all the rims on your state vehicles? I wasn't going to steal them. I don't even own a ratchet set. Or not ratchets. I didn't even own a socket set. Motherfucker.
What the hell?
Well, you need the ratchet set to put them on your El Camino and your low riding truck.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, I got it.
I'm a big believer in leading from the front, Adam said. You and Elliot Page, am I right? When asked by the Post if he would offer up his own stately, historic Upper East Side home as part of the city's new plan to pay to house migrants in private residences. If it doesn't go against legal protocols, there are protocols in place, so I can't use the building in any way I want. But I don't have a problem if I could put a migrant family in Gracie Mansion. Oh, you see what he's doing there, though? Kind of hedging his bets.
Yeah, he's leaning on either side just a little because, like, oh, well, there could be legal reasons I can't do this. But if I can.
It's that thing where people ask if they can donate a relative an organ or something like that. And they're like, oh, yeah. I mean, if it was okay for me to do, I would totally.
If I'm a match.
Yeah. You get stuck wanting to say no to something, but the no that you're giving sounds really insensitive.
Yeah.
So you try to phrase it as a yes and give yourself an out. I never understood that. It's like, hey, man, I understand why you wouldn't want to put migrants in your mansion. You don't have to think of a guilty reason why you wouldn't.
You go to your adult sibling and be like, oh, your nephew has bone cancer. Like, could you do a marrow transplant? You're a perfect match for him.
Right.
Well, I've heard that's really painful, and I just don't know if I could go through that too. We shouldn't both die.
Well, here's what I think. No, it would be more like, I know we're a perfect match. And as we get down the road, if a donor doesn't pop up, I mean, eventually, yes, I could be looked at as a solution. But I just like to wait it out and see if someone else maybe comes along.
But don't you know that if you would donate marrow to him now, that he could get better so much faster instead of potentially passing because he had to wait?
Quit pushing me. You're going to make me be a dick and say, no, I don't want to.
Why would you say no to family?
You know what is a perfectly reasonable a perfectly reasonable answer to that kind of question is
no.
No, it's very scary. I don't have the guts to do it.
I'm terrified.
Yeah. And then nobody should ever blame you for that. And no, I want both of my kidneys. I want them to function for the rest of my life. I can't do it. And you're talking to a guy whose godmother just passed away from a kidney disease. So I still have no problem with anyone being like, no, it sounds terrifying, and I don't know how I'm going to get by with just one kidney. I don't know.
How about a liver transplant? Doesn't that shit grow back?
Yeah, liver would be okay, because liver, they just take a quarter of it. You can't drink for a little while, and like a chameleon tail, it reforms. I imagine it making that sound that it makes in the movies when new things grow, just that.
And it's expanding like a chia pet.
Yeah, exactly. So the liver, I wouldn't mind. If you don't give a relative a liver, you're kind of a piece of shit.
Right. That's not untrue.
Yeah. You're garbage if you don't give your relative a liver.
I feel like donating blood and donating liver.
Yeah.
Both of those. You're shitty.
I get being like, dude, kidney? No, sorry. I'm not that. That's kind of a test of how selfless of a human you are. And I have no problem saying I'm not that selfless of a guy.
Part of a lung, I think, would be scary.
Yeah, you can't have my organs that make me breathe. I can't do breathing organs. That's
what if they needed a skin graft from you and you got a nice meaty piece of ass skin?
Now we're just talking about cosmetic surgery. This is getting very shallow.
What if your nephew got burned?
Stevie J says your guts resettle when you have a kidney removed. I don't care about my guts. I have one less kidney working, though.
Your guts resettle?
Laughing Lion says, I would donate a kidney to April, but Aaron might get angry at having another man inside her. You're goddamn right. You let my wife die.
Aaron would let me die because he's like, I can't have a man in you.
All right, we've got your new kidney. It's from a Lorenzo Robinson. No, we'll wait, doctor, I think. But, sir, she's only got 3 days to live. That's 72 hours, doc. I can count. I'll find somebody.
What if it was a Damar Hamlin? Because back then he would have passed instead of making it.
I would think you wouldn't want that one.
Yeah, right. But what if I'm unconscious on the bed?
It's not very reliable. Oh, Bob Flossie says, I wish April had an OnlyFans. Bob, stop being so fucking horny and calm down, buddy. Just take it easy. Take a cold shower.
Picture him with one.
I've been seeing you in the chat today. You gotta you got to put the thirst away, buddy. You're creeping everybody out a little bit.
I've never seen Bob Flossie before.
The Happy Plague Doctor says, my dad got a Mexican's kidney. Oh. And he's been... Never mind.
They actually take pretty good care of themselves, though, don't they? Like people in...
That's racist. Can't just
people
say that
in Mexico and stuff like that, they cook with a lot of spices, and that shit keeps you healthier. I don't know if you know that, but spices are good for your immune system.
Okay. But you also live in Mexico. I mean, there's a yin and yang to everything.
I guess.
So let's make a prediction. Is Mayor Adams going to put migrants in Gracie Mansion?
If there's some hot ones, yeah. You got to have at least a hot one in there.
You just have like a
Is he married?
like a Dominican stripper in Gracie Mansion, and she just comes in looking like a total hoe, and he brings him in. He goes, "You see, I'm housing immigrants in Gracie Mansion. I am helping." Like, where's the here?
I'm helping them assimilate.
Yeah, the here chick from next Friday. He just has this chick posed next to him.
Yeah.
He shows up with her.
That's the one.
Yeah, he shows up with her and he goes, yeah, as you can see, I am definitely pro-migrant and I support their plight and I have this wonderful piece of brown sugar. I mean, this lovely migrant here to keep my bed warm. I mean, liven things up here at Gracie Mansion. Yeah. To make sure that all the china's clean.
Think about it. He's thinking about moving a migrant family into Gracie Mansion. If the mom is hot, or the daughter's old enough, you know.
I don't know. I think this is probably the real Keanu Thompson. She says,
Yes.
I agree with Bob. I wish April had an OnlyFans. Oh, for God's sake, man.
Thanks, Kiki.
A Hobo Chili Recipe says, I want Aaron to have an OnlyFans where he's modeling pathetic Vikings jerseys.
But just the jersey, right?
Yeah.
Gotta have a little ass cheek hanging out.
And my wiener hangs down just over like the head of my cock. You can see it from the bottom of the jersey.
We have to make you model outside where it's scorching hot.
I made
Just everything's hanging.
I made $10,000 today because I wore a Dolman jersey. This was good.
We can get you in your OJ jersey.
My fucking Corey Fuller jersey didn't draw a dick, unfortunately. Let's revisit that comment, April. If the mom is hot, have you seen those people? Yeah, what were you trying to say? If the mom is hot, have you seen those people?
Those people?
Yeah, what did you mean by those people? You mean
Did I
migrants?
say that? I meant the family that he's considering moving into Gracie Mansion.
You're saying that all Mexicans are hot.
I guess. I don't know. I don't know what I meant to say. I guess. Now you guys are making me.
Have you ever seen Super Crazy? Not all Mexicans are hot. Hold on. I'll show you. I'll get you one.
I would wager that most Latinas are pretty hot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah? Here's a Latino.
I don't think Eric
That's super
Adams
crazy.
is into him.
Yeah, you know, well, I mean, come on. Hold on. Wait a minute. He's a Democratic politician. It's all on a spectrum.
Maybe somebody who looks more like a little more Selma Hayek-y.
That's not. Wait a minute. That's not Selma Hayek.
No, I don't. I hate to break it to you, but no.
Did you know something about Super Crazy though? I learned one thing back in the early 2000s.
He's not actually super crazy.
He is super. He is crazy. He is super crazy. See, April, how do you say super crazy in Spanish?
What is super?
Exactly.
I'm going to go with mucho.
Mucho, go ahead.
Mucho crazillo. I probably just said like a slur or something. I actually don't know what crazy is.
Loco.
Obviously loco.
Yeah.
Mucho loco.
Yeah, with the people she hung out with in college, April only knows 4 loco, unfortunately. So she's not really positive in how you say all those things. She thinks it's just a marketing word. All right, let's continue with New York. Currently, Steel Toe is 2:45 away from knocking it out today. We went on a super roll in the 6 o'clock hour. It was fucking awesome. Let's go on the same roll at 7 o'clock. 5-10 from everybody. 5 or 10. They get 5 or 10 from their friends. Let's fucking, what did I say? Let's pyramid scheme our way back into financial efficiency here on Steel Toe today.
You've told me you can't use that term here.
Oh, let's use multi-level marketing scams to get Steel Toe back to good,
Here.
as it were. So let's stay in New York City for our next story because I love this one too.
Okay.
New York City just found a new way to help people, a new way to assist their citizens with the problems they are having. Now, I say it's about time because New York City has been having a lot of issues, a lot of problems, whether it's drugs, whether it's crime, whether it's poverty, whether it's homelessness, and it doesn't seem that they're able to do anything about it whatsoever.
Nope.
So the fact that they are getting off their asses and they are doing something about it, and this time it's the drug problem. They're going to tackle the drug problem. It's nice to see New York City just taking something seriously, taking the bull by the horns, and going head on. And before we play this story for you, somebody is trying to kick off the next round of Steel Toe Scam. Aaron's secret cum jar with $4.99 says, here is my 5. Well, there you go. And then he brings 2, and then he brings 2, and it all goes back to good. 240 away from knocking it out. Thank you, Aaron's secret cum jar. And by the way, it's not a secret.
So you mean that's not mayonnaise?
Oh, no. Have you been putting that on sandwiches? I thought I was very clear about this.
I put it on the children's sandwich. I put it on my sandwich, on your sandwich. The dog licked the knife.
I mean, they are made of it, so... I mean...
okay.
Is that why that seafood salad tasted so good? It was my own essence.
Nothing tastes better than your own brand, right?
I got to tell you, you bottle that in a jar, you got something sweeter than you.
Better than Chick-fil-A sauce.
Absolutely right. All right, let's figure out how New York City is solving the drug problem. You guys get ready because this is something that, I mean, everybody's going to be copying.
Thank you so much for coming. On behalf of Services for the Underserved, I'm Rebecca Lynn Walton, and I'm so grateful and honored to have both the commissioner
Where's your brother,
here
John
and more
Boy?
importantly, to have partnered with the health department on this life-saving service. I want to keep it brief because much more interesting than me.
Life-saving service. I want you to remember that part.
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
This
is it
is
a
a-
Narcan?
This is a
machine?
life-saving service. You're on the right track.
Talking is we're going to do a presentation where we're going to do a demo of how to get these life-saving tools outside of the...
These are life-saving tools that they have in a vending machine for New Yorkers. Okay, ready? Let's read this row here. Safer sniffing kit for vending. Contents: straws, alcohol padding balm, sterile water. So you can snort your cocaine or snort your meth through a clean straw. I'm sorry, but did the health department in New York City skip the part in health class where they talked about drugs? Were they under the impression that the problems that were being caused by all of these drugs were from the dirt that was in the straws?
The dirty paraphernalia is what kills you.
Everyone knows that you have way less mental problems and freakouts when you snort heroin, coke, and meth through a clean straw.
You need it pure.
Yeah. Guys,
are we insane?
Yes, we've solved the drug problem here in New York City. They'll still be snorting the same amount of coke and smoking the same amount of crack, but they'll be doing it through clean utensils. You're welcome. Hey, they have a safer smoking kit that has crack pipes in it. I'm not making this up. Crack pipes and clean straws. And by the way, the stuff that these homeless people were snorting the drugs through also started out as clean crack pipes and clean straws.
Yeah, don't they know that? You don't just go buy a dirty pipe.
Yeah, I mean, these things started out clean. They made them dirty through the way they live.
Well, they didn't keep up on washing.
I just love this progressive idea that somehow you can throw money at financially irresponsible people and all of a sudden they'll become self-sufficient. Or you can throw clean crack pipes or clean straws at drug addicts and they'll all of a sudden go, oh, clean crack pipes, clean straws? This is fucking boring. I'm just going to have a yoo-hoo. I don't know where the logic is in any of this.
There is none, okay? I'm a little...
But these are health professionals. These are the people.
Not.
I don't like it when people come up with shittier ideas than I could come up with because I know I shouldn't be in charge of this shit. So the fact that the people in charge of this shit are coming up with worse ideas than my stupid brain is coming up with, that's alarming to me.
They are health officials in name only. This is troubling to me. This makes me semi-angry. It is no different than what was it San Francisco did? Handing out clean needles.
Yeah,
or whatever
needles.
the fuck. I mean, we are retarded as a country now. We're absolutely retarded.
San Francisco has been doing the clean needles thing for about 25, 30 years.
How's it going?
It doesn't seem to be nipping the problem in the bud.
Yeah, I don't think it's working, guys.
I will admit that the San Francisco clean needle thing does not seem to be making less zombies.
I will completely admit, sitting here right now, that I am angry about things like this, but I also know that my anger does nothing at this point. It does nothing. Nobody listens. Nobody sees how stupid this is, so I will keep it to myself.
That's why it gets funny. Just lose hope and it's funny.
How long, by the way... Do they think that just crack addicts and shit like that are just going to respectfully push the buttons on this machine and not just break all the glass and steal it all at once?
Right, that's a great point.
Are you kidding me?
And then sell them.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what's to stop them?
I got clean crack pipes here, $2.
And what if the junkies what if the homeless junkies in New York City, they get offered these clean crack pipes. I got my old trusty Red with me. She's never let me down in all these years. Maybe the homeless crackheads in New York are like Forrest Gump with his ping pong paddle. Remember when Sally Field said, "Oh, while you've been gone, we got so many visitors, Forrest. Just people dying for you to use their ping pong stuff. We even had one man offer you $250,000 to say that you only like playing ping pong with their paddle." And he shows this worn out, disgusting paddle. He goes, "But Mama, I only like playing with my own paddle." And it's like, that's how I imagine the crackheads are in New York City. They go, "Hey guys, we got a machine and it's got totally brand new clean crack pipes." And a homeless guy with fried out hair just pulls out this rusted, nasty copper tube.
Jagged.
And he goes, "I only like smoking crack with my own crack pipe."
And they like name their crack pipe.
Yeah.
Oh, no. But you could trade sexual favors for clean tools.
I took the $200,000 that I got from the city of New York to say, I just love smoking crack with my new New York City crack pipe, which everybody knows ain't true. Mama said just a little white lie, don't go hurt nobody.
Forrest named his crack pipe Jenny.
Yes.
I only smoke with Jenny.
I broke into a vending machine. I got like 12 Jennies.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is going to be a fucking disaster. You know what you're going to get for this? Broken glass all over city streets.
That's exactly it. Nobody's going to be respectful. And this, I don't know how.
Machine. And I just wanted to say that many of us come to this field because we know someone or we've had a loved one who's been impacted by substance use or mental illness. And
I really want to make sure I get the mentally ill drug addict more shit to do drugs with.
I've lost pride in my country. It's gone. I didn't know how much was left until you played this story for me. It's now gone. I don't have faith in our society.
Bam Margera's worth what? $5 million still?
He can afford his own Jennies.
Okay. If Bam Margera's worth $5 million and we can even grab him and throw him in a windowless van and lock him in a mental institution for 3 days, why can't we just take homeless people and just throw them in a jail basement somewhere and just leave them there forever? Like, who's going to give a shit?
You know what I'm starting to think?
What?
Because people get the factor around a homeless person and they don't want to deal with it. I'm starting to think that homeless people are so icky to officials that they don't care to throw them away because that would mean they'd have to touch them.
But I love that this woman goes, "Oh, we all know someone who's been affected by drug addiction and mental illness." Yes, we all know a mentally ill drug addict. And you know what I tend to do with those people? I tend to point them in the direction of more crack pipes.
Oh, yeah. The people that I've watched be affected by meth in my community, I definitely just bought them new pipes to smoke it from.
You know, there was a kid who came to our door the other day. I forgot to tell you this.
Oh.
And he said, I've been bullied a lot in school, and I really have a deep hatred for a lot of the kids at my school. In fact, I've got a list here of kids that I really, really fucking hate. And I just really have been going to the gun range a lot, but I just don't have weapons of my own. And I'm like, oh, well, for God's sake, here's a 45. Here's a couple of shotguns. Here's an AR-15.
Not my hunting rifle, though.
How about a Mac? Do you want a couple of Macs? How about that? There you go. I got some techs here. Yeah. That'll be good. There you go. Ooh, I got these illegally modified automatic weapons and some sawed-off shotguns. I'll put that all in a big duffel bag for you, and you best of luck to you. Because I figure, if you come to my house with these problems, this is clearly what you need.
You saved my Gatling gun, though, right?
Yeah, I kept the Gatling gun. I told him no.
It's my prized possession.
Yeah. And I also told him it's too bulky. It has to be transported by truck. Yeah. What are you going to do? Or horse-covered wagon. Well, not horse-covered wagon, horse-pulled. You wouldn't cover the wagon with horses. It wouldn't be able to go anywhere.
But why not?
Yeah, you can't have a horse-covered wagon. A horse-drawn wagon.
That is covered.
Yeah, if you cover a wagon with horses, you got yourself a broken wagon. Let's continue on with the fucking crackheads.
Sure that they have the life-saving tools they need on their way to recover. We see this as just your first stop on your way to hopefully getting care. And
I hate her.
Yeah, all these mentally ill crackheads, their first step to rehab is a fucking crack pipe machine.
I hate her. I mean, well, yeah, like she can't be this stupid, is she?
Yes, she can.
Somebody tell me she's not this stupid.
Yes, she can. Can I? May I?
I'm asking.
Elaborate. Do you mind if I take my misogyny for a walk this morning?
Absolutely, I hate her.
She is a woman. She is only capable of thinking like herself. She is not capable of thinking like a junkie. Guys have an ability to be very skeptical. Guys have an ability to be very distrusting of people and have an ability to go, you know what they're fucking thinking? That if they get that crack pipe, they're going to go get some crack and they're going to smoke the shit out of it. Or they're going to break into this vending machine. They're going to steal the Narcan. They're going to trade it for crack. And they're going to smoke crack with their new crack pipe. And then they're going to see dragons and zombies and shit. And they're going to go nuts and hurt somebody on the streets. Whereas women go, if I was addicted to crack, I wouldn't want to do it anymore. So if I got like clean crack pipes, that would get me to go to rehab. And you just go, you're not fucking fit to be a leader. Like
You're not, absolutely not. But what I don't like about this picture here, there's a man standing behind her too.
Yeah,
He's just as guilty.
The man should be taking his forearm, putting it over her two shoulders, pushing her backwards, and go, I got this. And do what Debo did in The Dark Knight, and go, I'm gonna do what you should have did a long time ago, and just smash the shit out of the vending machine with a sledgehammer, and then take that same sledgehammer, put a junky homeless person's back against a tree, put the sledgehammer to his throat, and go, if you don't fucking go to jail or clean up now, I will fucking end you. Do you understand me?
I've got some serious mental problems with my country going on right now. Don't worry. Tell me what there is to fight for when we are the type of people now that hands out clean drug paraphernalia and drugs, whatever. And we get upset when drag queens can't read to our children. That's our country now.
April, you don't understand. This is their first step to recovery.
It's not.
What? That's what
You're
this
an
lady,
enabler.
This woman's wearing college hangover glasses. She knows what she's talking about.
Housing and getting all you need from SUS or any other organization in New York City.
You're getting your shit from sus?
Oh, you sweet, sweet summer child.
Know that I'm here because I received 21 years ago life-saving services myself.
Was it a crack
because of
pipe?
a loving family and a community that got me into recovery. And I'm here today to say that it shouldn't be luck or privilege that gets you.
And guess what you're called? The minority.
I don't care. I hate her more now. I hate her more because she says she's a recovered drug addict, so she should know how bad that shit is, but yet she's enabling the rest of them.
Well, and it's also, better. Like I said, women think like themselves. They don't think like other people. This worked for me. Yeah, but the other 10 people who got the same thing you did went back to being on crack and being homeless.
So is she telling me that her first step to the recovery was that she had a clean crack pipe?
An addict saying that I got better because I got clean crack pipes and shit like that, not realizing that other people who had that same treatment just kept doing the same thing. That would be like the famous handless pitcher Jim Abbott. He was a famous pitcher. He had one hand and a stump. And he went, the only way we're going to get these kids to become professional pitchers is if we lop off their non-dominant hand. It's like, no, that is a bad idea, Jim. It worked for you. That doesn't mean it's going to work for everybody else. You know how we help these homeless drug addicts? We give them a crack pipe. No, that's like chopping off the little leaguer's hand so he'll go to the majors. It is going to be a serious impediment to their recovery.
Her pea-brain logic here is, well, maybe if they see the clean, sparkly crack pipe, they won't want to dirty it. They won't want to put drugs inside of it and the smoke residue and all that. They'll want to get help because that crack pipe is just so beautiful. They can't soil it.
I have an idea. How about we bring back the ball-busting NYPD? They shake down homeless people, smash their crack rocks, and break their fucking crack pipes in front of them, and then they don't get any more. And then they have a choice. You can die on the street, or you can go somewhere and get help.
I'm all for it.
That's how you motivate people. You don't motivate people by enabling them. You motivate people by going, all right, we're going to give you the ultimate back against the wall scenario. You can either go do what we're needing you to do, or you can rot and die in the street. And quite frankly, I don't care. We're getting rid of you one way or the other.
I don't think this woman could be any stupider unless she
went to Jupiter.
Unless she was handing out cash. Like she was handing out bankrolls because she said, well, the real reason that drug addicts can't get clean and can't get the help they need is they can't afford it. So why shouldn't we just hand them out some money so they can go get the help they need?
Services, it should be easily accessible to everyone we know and love in New York. So I just want to say thank you so much on behalf of Services for the Underserved. We work really closely with community
underserved
on the grounds of a supportive housing site, and we want to make sure that all New Yorkers have safe and respectful access to care and housing and services.
I hate to be a conspiracy theorist, but I would like to see who's donated to her campaign and if they take money from George Soros.
Right.
Because this just sounds like a plan put in place by someone. Like, she's not in charge of her own faculties. She's not in charge of what she does. Somebody's giving her the orders to do this, and it's to rot the city from the inside.
I agree with that. And whoever made these kits inside this vending machine, they're in on it too.
Yeah.
Easy to use. All one has to do is enter any zip code within New York. I'm just going to enter anything right now, and then I select any one of these selections, and the item will be dispatched.
So you don't even have to pay for it. It's just nice and free from the government. You have free crack pipes, free snorting kits.
Did you really think that they would make you pay for it? Are you kidding me, Imholt?
No, I mean, well, then at least you'd have to sell your dirty crack pipe to get a new one.
Okay, come here. I'm gonna press 1, 1, 2, 1, 3.
What did he get? What did he get?
Hopefully a crack pipe.
I want to see what he got.
Then I must select 106.
What's 106? What did he get? Did he get a crack pipe? Please tell me he got a crack pipe. Oh, that's probably Narcan. That's very responsible of him.
They're clapping.
Yeah, he got a crack pipe.
A well-known entity. They're a well-known device. People stop and look and see what's in there.
Right, because
yes, they need their drug shit. Are you kidding me?
Hey guys, how do you know this is going to work? Oh, people always go and they stare in it. Yeah, you know why they're staring in it? They're going, are those fucking crack pipes in there?
All I need now to get a crack pipe is a zip code. That's it. I don't even have to live in it. I just need to ask a fellow crack addict on the street, hey, what's our zip code?
Don't ask the crack addict. There's a good chance he might not know. Just ask, a shop owner. What's the zip code here? And then boom. Don't ask the crack addict.
Thanks, babe.
Because he'll tell you, Mordor.
At least around here, we have to buy our crack pipes.
That's right. We're hardworking people here in Minnesota. Here in the Midwest, we're hardworking. We get our own crack pipes.
Surprised to find that this is a public health vending machine. I think that's a great thing. It'll start conversations, hopefully get people talking about our overdose crisis and what they can do to engage. And most importantly, for people who want these tools, it allows them free access to these tools. All they have to do is punch in their zip code.
So let me ask you something. Did it seem to you that guy did not believe in what he was saying?
No, I think he fully believes in what he's saying. I'm going to have to disagree with you on that.
I sensed that guy was kind of doing a thing where he's like, yeah, this is fucking great. You guys are going to love this.
I know what you're saying.
So good.
I know what you're doing. You're trying to be optimistic.
No, because
they're actually that stupid.
He could not say that this works. He could not bring himself to say that it works.
Oh, because he was talking about New York City having an overdose problem. Meanwhile, they're handing out the crack pipes to get more of the overdoses. Are you kidding me? You know what that means?
I think this guy, I'm telling you, I think these people were bought off.
Well, that's obvious.
I think these people are doing the bidding of more nefarious people, and I think they're doing their best to put a PR spin on this because deep down they don't believe this is going to work.
But even if that's true, they'll still say it happily and not care if it's true or not.
I don't know. That guy seems shaky to me. I feel like he would fold. I don't know, Henry. I think you might fold under questioning. Aaron's Secret Cum Jar with another $4.99 says the Hulk Hogan figure in the jar should have been a dead giveaway. Continuing on.
Thank you.
God, the chat was busy during that story, of course. Dario says, this is insane. Cassius says, free, fresh tools and works. Always good to turn over a new stone and begin clean. Right, especially when it's a crack pipe.
Dude.
Bob Flossie, oh my God, you sweet summer child. He said, oh, it's condoms, I bet. That would have been wonderful.
When you become a crack addict, do you at least become infertile? At least.
That's a good question. I don't know.
I think that should be a side effect.
Does crack kill your ability to have kids? Well, no, judging by the amount of crack babies we had in the 80s, probably
Damn it,
not.
You got a good point.
Yeah. Or unless you get pregnant, you start smoking crack, because of the stress. Cockdiff says, man, those Trump years were horrible.
God, weren't they? I want people's heads to explode when they hear that. I do. And you know what it is? All I'm seeing now is like if New York can report that their overdose numbers are off the charts, they'll get more funding from somewhere to help the overdose problem.
Right. You get more
funding.
crack pipes.
Yeah. But crack pipes cost what to make? A couple dollars maybe, but they're going to get in millions from some organization somewhere.
I have an idea. Let's put cameras on these vending machines and see if we catch any like city councilmen or like
because
treasurers.
They'll have access to that shit before they put it in the machines.
Ah, that's true. They get them before they load in. Yeah, I hear you. You're sneakier than that.
Yeah.
Richard with $10 says helping the cause before us in PA choke on wildfire smoke from Canada. Well, stay inside and watch steel toe shit.
Yes, another problem New York is facing right now. Did you see E-Rock's posts on Instagram yesterday?
I did. I saw those.
New York City is covered in wildfire smoke.
Yep.
It's not good. We just had that over
What did I
here.
say? What did I say? They're facing the mummy plagues.
It's true. We had that here so bad a couple days ago. I had a sore throat just from stepping outside.
Chuck says, we visited NYC last year. Biggest shithole I have ever witnessed.
It's too bad because it's a beautiful city.
Johnny's cat says, I just stopped at a Quick Trip and the girl that checked me out had a large glasses on and all I could think about was shooting cum all over her face. Right? It's disgusting, but it's how we're made. We see big glasses and we go, I wonder what those would look like with my fucking cum on it.
Why is it always that, though?
I don't know, but it's just like you see women in big glasses and you just go, oh, can I jizz on your face? But if you ask them that out loud, you're going to get in trouble.
Like, if this means anything, I have 2 pairs of glasses that are larger, but not too large. And I've never thought, God, there's going to be cum on these someday when I buy them.
I've got bad news for you. Every time you wear one of those glasses, I get hard and I want to cum on them.
See, I do it for my seeing purposes.
I know you do,
so
but
I can
when
see
you
the cum shot.
When you put them on, especially if you like put your hair up when you're wearing those, I go, I just want to cum on my wife's face right now. I want to make those glasses stained. It's been a while.
Oh, but it gets
before I could come
gets
on
like
your
corners.
giant glasses now.
No.
David Lyons with 1999 says, we have poisonous substances rotting society from the ground level. We worship men's body parts in women's clothes. We are overextended militarily around the globe. It's literally the fall of the Roman Empire. Don't forget mass inflation.
I don't disagree with that guy.
And pending civil wars.
Yeah. I find it so hard. People like you ask why I marvel over like outside things like nature and stuff like that. It's the only fucking thing we have left. The only pure thing that we have left. Everything else is falling down around us.
King of all diffs says Muslims got one thing right. David Lyon says more drugs is always the first step to recovery.
Maybe
and 8-ball and I'm off to rehab, I promise.
Maybe if you overdose harder, you'll get into recovery.
Yes. She's forcing affectations. She's a liar. Yeah, I picked up a lot of verbal and nonverbal tics from both of those two that showed me that they're not confident in this.
But you know what? That doesn't change the fact that they're doing it for me. I don't care if they believe in it or not. They still did it. That doesn't make it better.
Kane J says all the vending machines are getting cleaned out overnight.
Every single one. Yeah. They're going to be broken. And will they report on it? No. They're going to be fucking trashed everywhere.
Yes. Toolman Mike says, I agree with April. I have depression due to watching my country die.
There is nothing to be proud of here.
That's
honestly.
why I'm telling you, be a Revenge of the Cis fan. Watch Royce and Mersch. They'll help black pill you, and you'll feel a lot better. Go to Dr. Royce and Nurse Mersch.
I'm like scared to head over to that like direction mentally, though. I'm scared to get to the black pilled point.
It's a lot more comfortable.
I'm sure, but I don't like accepting defeat.
Like slipping into a warm... It's not defeat.
I know that's like an angry, like a young, angry thing probably, but
it's like, not defeat. It's refusing to play the game. You just don't
do
play
understand that refusing to play the game doesn't help either, right?
Yeah, but at least you're not driving yourself nuts struggling. You just go, you people, you know what I'm doing? It's a spectator sport to me. I go, you guys fight it out amongst yourselves. Let me know how it turns out. I am rooting for one side over the other, but I'm not getting invested in the outcome of this game, just in case it doesn't go my way.
I just wish common sense was a thing in more than 10% of the population. I really do.
In fairness,
I don't know when we lost all of it.
We never had it. Stop it. Don't go down that road. Don't go.
You could start with little things like not having a drug vending machine.
In the 1950s, black people couldn't own a home or fucking vote. I mean,
yes, that was retarded.
They couldn't sit in a. They couldn't sit in a.
Retarded.
So you can't go back to the 50s and say we all had common sense because we didn't.
Okay, but can we just keep working on it at least? Like, you can sit there and say, and I'll agree to you that, like, okay, we've never had common sense, but could we work towards it instead of against it?
Here's what America does.
We're swimming upstream here.
America solves one problem, like race and shit like that. And
That's not fixed.
And then we move on. No, I mean like segregation and stuff like that. We solve that problem, and then we move on to the other problem that was budding under our feet, and that one pops up. Society in general, since the beginning of time, has been the largest game of whack-a-mole ever played. So don't get so excited that you go, oh, when did we lose this? When did we? We never had any of that. We just traded those problems for now's problems.
Okay, we're actively rooting against common sense, though. We're not striving for the unreachable thing, the unreachable good thing. We're fighting against it.
Are you saying we're not reaching for the stars?
We're not.
They're not bringing their best. They're rapists. They're murderers. I'm sure some of them are good people.
And I will argue you that people are trying to bring segregation back.
Some of them
ironically, it's the minority.
But you know what's nice about that? See, I'm like, I just don't want the government to do it kind of a guy. So the people who are trying to bring segregation back are private citizens.
Okay.
Go for it.
So as long as segregation is privatized.
Self-segregate if you want to. I don't give a shit. In fact, if you're going to be somebody who's going to be angry and pissy and cunty and violent all the time, if you have to be around Mexicans and black people, then I would prefer you kind of separated yourself.
I don't think it's white people asking for it this time.
I don't care who it is. Like, switch white with black and black with white and Mexican with Asian. I don't give a shit. As long as the government's not forcing people to do it, I don't really give a shit. Not my pig, not my farm. Delco Lou with $4.99 says a crackhead will go for the old pipe with possible resin in it to get high over the new crack pipe 100% of the time.
Yeah, that's not untrue. Oh, I see a little bit left in there.
You got a little crack I can still use.
It looks ashed, but it still does the job.
In that old pipe. Everyone thinks that new crack pipe is something nice. I take my old trusty crack pipe over that one.
It's like getting a new car that could have all sorts of problems, like with all the bells and whistles versus your old reliable beater.
Yeah. Neat Drift says, Aaron, you just have a glasses fetish, homie. No, I think a lot of guys see big glasses and they go, fucking shoot cum all over her face.
So do you just do that to random women in public too? Like, do you, like, if we're at a restaurant and the waitress comes up and she's got big glasses, do you just be like, I bet you look good with cum on your face?
No, I think about, actually, I'll be honest with you. I think about you in your big glasses and then I look at you across the table, and I just go, whenever you catch me looking at you like this, ready?
Yeah,
I want to come. I want to come in your face. See, like you'll take a facial expression of mine, and you'll go, "Oh, he's angry." I'm not angry. I want to come in your face.
Do you see
though,
like how that's not sexy anymore? Because every time you get sexually aroused, you look terrifying. I'm actually swearing off sex as of right now with all these people as my witness.
Don't be upset about that. I just want to shoot cum in your face and say I love you.
I can't look at somebody on top of me making that face.
Then you be on top. Problem solved. I don't really see what the issue is here.
Okay.
Kai says, wasn't the Roman Empire around a lot longer than the U.S. though? Yeah, but you know what? The best fires burn hot. You know. Mr. Approachable says, April, get those glasses and put them on quick. I bet the goal will be finished very quickly. How are they going to use their hands to contribute dollars to the show if they're jacking off? I ask you.
Didn't you yell at some guy earlier to calm the fuck down and look at you over there?
Everybody's well, I'm allowed to be excited. He's not.
But you're terrifying when you're excited. You're not.
I understand.
You're not a sexy man when you want to be sexy. You're like.
Nor am I trying to be. I'm trying to get cum on your glasses.
Make your face just one more time for all of us, just for old timey's sake.
Do you think you could come on my glasses calmly, Tom, for old time's sake? Thank you to Brian M. for gifting 10 Steel Toe memberships. We're only 185 away from this morning. Jack Schaff says, Jack Schaff got a membership. George Bonney, Stut Joe Depot, Matt Monty, Jesse, Nicole Magenta, Serial Killer, Aaron Strickland, DS, and Eric Kerouac, all getting memberships. Thank you, boys and girls.
Thank you.
185 away from nailing it today.
We can do that. We still got 25 minutes until 8. I bet we can knock out half that by then.
Oh, you want to get under 100 by 8 o'clock?
I think we can.
You heard her, boys and girls. She said under 100 by 8 o'clock. Here you go. D-Luke with $10 over on PayPal.
Nice.
And Scarface says, April, take the clown pill and sit back and laugh as it falls apart. It's the only way. There you go.
Do you understand now how, like, this shit hits deeper for me somehow? Like, I don't want to reproduce in this world because shit's going so bad. I don't want to put more of me out there to deal with more shit that's going to multiply by the time I'm dead.
Shano Banano says, thanks for making us laugh in this crap hole world.
You're welcome.
Brilliant. 165 away from nailing it, guys. You're doing great.
Thanks, guys.
Great. Better than those fucking evening show guys. Am I right? Mr. Approachable. I'm just kidding. Mr. Approachable says no glasses, no goal. Grank Nugger Butter says no joke. April's glasses increase her standing by at least a whole point. Just stunning. There you go.
Do I have to? Like, do you understand how I feel like a prized cow now at the state fair? Like, I'm just getting that pretty halter on. I've got that, like, my nice one. Like, I just feel like I have to do things for you now physically.
What did you think you were? You think you had the edge over me and Johnny because of your insightful commentary?
Yeah, I basically did because I heard I heard Alex Stein one time say, "I really like her as a broadcaster. I respect her broadcasting skills."
He would have never. He would have never said that. He would have never said that if you were fat.
Will you go fuck yourself?
No, Alex just really hates fat chicks.
I think Alex does hate me now. He's stopped. I try to thank him for those nice compliments. He doesn't like me anymore.
That's fine. He likes me. I'll just transfer the messages.
You'll translate.
Yeah. I'll translate. That's what happens when you have inflation, but you also identify as a woman. It's translation. Aww. Melissa Lynn says, have kids. You won't regret it. There you go.
I bet.
Your views will shift and soften. It's leveling up. Melissa's right. When you do that...
I have 3 stepkids right now, and I worry for them, too.
Oh, see, no.
Okay, in my humble opinion here, I don't need to put more out there. Like, I already took in yours, and I love them as my own, and I'm going to do my best to protect them. But I don't think I need to put more into this either.
Could you say IMHO next time?
No.
In my humble opinion.
I don't like that.
I think you could level it down.
I'm not much of an acronym person.
Oh, really?
No.
Well, that is WACK. Willingly absent of carnal knowledge. I brought my own show to a grinding halt. See, I told you I could do it.
That was bad.
April is America's stepmom. Love April, gorgeous and smart. Great show as always, guys. Thank you, Love My Charlie Faith. Sounds like a serial killer name. Watch yourself.
Thank you.
Kasia says April's very talented on the mic. Don't minimize her.
Down to glasses wearing or not.
Look, can't she wear glasses? And I get really horny when she wears glasses, and I can also say she's a good co-host.
What day of the week is it right now? It's a Wednesday, right? So we have one more evening show. If you guys can smoke this goal and pick up the slack from last night, I will wear my glasses this evening.
You're saying that they'll get 30 minutes of overtime for knocking out our current goal, but they'll also get glasses on the evening show if they knock out what was left of last night's goal.
You'll get a glasses allowance.
Can I tell you something? I've never been more proud of you for being such a giant piece of shit in my entire life. Again, people can criticize how we make money on this show, but there is nothing more honest than the way we fucking hammer away at that funding thing. There is no more honest show than this one. That was fucking beautiful.
I promise. I will throw them glasses on this evening.
Tom Fox with $4.99 says, ditch the prod and get Scorch as a co-host. Kingdom of Nakedness.
Yeah, he, much like Opie, he too fell off once O&A fell apart.
Yes. Scorch hosting a show with April would be better. Oh, fuck yes.
I wouldn't be talking about my children's macaroni necklace.
Yeah, macaroni's tasty.
My kids got me fun things for Mother's Day.
Yeah, what did your kids get you for Mother's Day? I just love. I can't wait. Now I can't wait to listen to Scorch today. I'm so excited. The audience is trying to groom April into OnlyFans, says Darren Orson. They've been trying to do that for 2.5 years, though.
Yeah, but now my work friends are getting involved. Keanu says she'd like me to have one.
Well,
and now I feel like I have to.
No, that's because Keanu gets a referral bonus.
Untoward of me to not have one.
Garrett says, how has the goal not been met by now? It's been 1 minute already. Garrett wants the glasses for tonight. The fuck is wrong with you people? Keanu says, come with us.
Come with us.
Keep your fucking hands off my lady, Thompson. I'm not East Coast Bisconti, all liberal-minded and open and shit.
What, you don't suck off cocks on your show?
I haven't sucked off a cock on the show. Not on the show.
I had never been more excited to watch an episode of In Hot Water until yesterday.
Keanu says, and I have never taken the referral bonus. Bullshit.
Aww.
Well, I don't like this.
You should get one. Every time you entice somebody else to start an OnlyFans, you should get a referral bonus.
Get a referral bonus, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Unless it's a fat girl, then you should be punished. Unless she's a chef, then it's okay.
I have a whole list of snacks I'm ready to buy for her when she comes to Minnesota in August, by the way.
You are a dork.
Why? I just want her to be happy.
Do you like my idea of Gino and I doing a 2-hour morning show that Friday and then you two doing a 2-hour morning show and Gino and I go and smoke cigars and golf?
No, I want us all involved. I don't want to be in charge. I don't want to think about you two off golfing and having fun and we're stuck here.
Does that get you horny like me with you and glasses?
No, like you are the anti-horny at this point. You're scary when you're worked up.
Goddamn right I am.
Like I'm starting to have like the emergency lines on my...
You're saying I'm like White Goodman in Dodgeball when I'm horny. It's not attractive. It's just like, oh my God, he's a...
I'm embarrassed you behave that way in public.
You're saying that when I'm horny, I'm like a moose with a brain parasite. I'm just kind of, I do too. Like when I get really horny, I do moose with brain parasite. I just go, I get moss hooked on my head and I get fucking look like Swamp Thing. It's ridiculous.
My friends are here. Could you fucking behave?
When people's friends are here, I act up.
Here's the thing. You're going to force my hand to like do something about this situation if you keep embarrassing me this way.
And you're going to force my hand into a fist. And let me mute the mics for a second. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that until you have to pull it back out and there's major fallout.
But I can't be known as the lady that sleeps with that. So
well, somebody's getting too big for their britches.
No, the face you make.
Oh, no, I don't really make those faces.
Yes, you do. You do, though. You know that's not true.
I don't really. That's an exaggeration of what it really is.
He grabs my tit and tries to rip it off my chest.
Only after you do it first. I don't like you pretending you're innocent in all this. You make those same goddamn faces.
I know.
And then you pinch my nipples and you try to grab my... It's demeaning.
Grab your what?
And it makes me horny.
Grab your what now?
You look at my sides.
Your side fat?
Nips and my... And you do this move. We're insane.
Who are you going to believe?
Ghostbusters. 50 in the 320 says, this was for my girls to go to Disney, but I love you guys more. Good choice, Craig Mouse. $20 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy.
I guess if you keep them out of Disney, there's less likelihood they'll end up on OnlyFans, right?
I just saved your kids from being molested by a trans person at the gift shop. You're welcome.
You don't need that.
140 away. Yeah, Katie Kidney says, did I hear April say, well, hold on. I got to get this notification out of here. Did I just hear April say earlier that she hasn't found the right man to make her want to reproduce? The fuck was that all about?
Did I say that this, like our society doesn't make me want to reproduce?
I thought you had said that you hadn't had a kid all this time because you hadn't found the right person. I took that to mean past tense, but now Katie Kidney stirring up some shit.
You guys and your fan fiction, included.
You just made right? April get reproduced. Keanu says, April and I will do 4 hours. Oh, cool. Gino and I will do 18 holes then.
Lucky holes. All men.
And every hole is a hole in one.
Oh, no.
God bless America.
Is Stancil coming with?
Oh, no, I don't.
I think Stancil could really even out your
we don't need a
stroke game over there.
We don't need a gay stunt boy. That's okay.
I heard he played lacrosse for a community college.
Like I said, gay stunt boy.
He's an All-American.
Yeah, gay stunt boy works out.
Have you seen them trunks he's got for legs?
Lab Glass says Aaron is definitely a pee on a glass table with him underneath type of guy. Loves the demeaning. Hey, wait a fucking minute. Now this conversation isn't fun anymore. I'm not enjoying myself.
You like being peed on?
No, not at all. If anybody pees on me, they're getting wherever that pee came from is getting cemented up.
With enough White Claws, I bet Gino might do the job for you.
Sean Rass, I just imagine Gino has really dehydrated yellow piss. I'm not interested. Sean Rass with $10 says, okay, can I have my kids back now? No, you gave them to me. 135 away from knocking it out today. Thank you guys very much for being so fun.
Thank you.
I've been waiting to get to this story for like a good, let's see, when did I start prepping the show? 4:00 yesterday. So a good 15 to 16 hours.
I can see why you were waiting.
I've been dying to do this story. So we've given Ukraine probably about $200 billion in weapons, in cash, and all of that stuff.
Well, I don't think Frazier needed that. Ukraine.
Oh. Owie. Anyway, it was for Martin's medical bills. That's what it was. And
total hip replacement.
And Daphne had to have an abortion because her and Niles were not working out. So, professional horny boy, I agree. Make her stop. That Frasier joke was that was too much. So anyway.
I'm not having sex today.
You think you're not. At any rate. Ukraine, we've given them about $200 billion of American taxpayer dollars. And for that, you'd think you'd get to make some requests, right?
Yes.
$200 billion in weaponry and aid. You get to ask them to do some certain things. One of the things we finally worked up the courage to ask the Ukrainian military to do is take the swastikas off their helmets. Lest the United States is accused of giving weapons of war to Nazi armies. Which, spoiler alert, I have something to tell you, April. We have been giving weapons to a Nazi army.
Oh, no, I've been aware.
Yes.
For a little while now.
The same journalists, this is from Not the Bee, so it's going to be a little skewed. The same journalists who would gladly call you a Nazi because you once voted for Donald Trump are here to explain how Ukrainians with swastikas on their helmets and other Nazi insignia aren't really Nazis. Right. So let me get this straight. If you believe taxes should be cut by 5% and that your kids shouldn't be made to hear someone read a book on how they can cut their cock off if they want, you're a Nazi. But if you wear a swastika on your helmet and shout white pride slogans while you fight the Russians, you're not a Nazi because we're giving you lots of money.
Hi, I'm the Azov Battalion, and I'm Nazi in uniform only.
That's the best part. The Azov Battalion would go, hi, we're the Azov Battalion. We're Nazis. And then the American press goes, could you say you're not? Let me try again.
You're not Z.
Hi, we're the Azov Battalion. Sieg Heil. No, guys, cut. You can't. We're giving you $200 billion. Yeah, it's really sweet. We love the weapons you've given us. It's super awesome.
They actually just buy better uniforms with it.
Yeah, we bought bigger swastikas.
It's crisper.
Yeah, it looks really nice. We bought Hugo Boss. Now we're the real deal. Sure, Trump was a Nazi because he used an eagle, the symbol of American freedom, on one of his promotional materials. But Ukrainians with swastikas are just cool dudes.
Is that a hot take?
Well, you can't ask them to stop being Nazis because they gave the Biden family millions and millions of dollars. So they kind of bought those swastikas in a weird way.
The Nazis are now bought and paid for by America.
Yeah, we fully support the Azov Battalion, which, by the way, all of us have been talking about this since the beginning of the Ukraine thing a year and a half ago. We've been like, you do know like a third of their military is legit neo-Nazis. Yeah. And this is the problem with throwing words around so frivolously is they lose their meaning. We've thrown the word Nazi around just to describe people we don't like politically, that now when the New York Times hears about actual Nazis, they go, oh, Nazi, you mean the thing that won't let drag queens read to kids? No, like Third Reich, Sieg Heil Nazi.
Hard in the paint Nazis.
Yeah, hard in the paint, Waka Flocka Nazis. These are
Waka Flocka Nazis sounds pretty cool, actually.
Dude, I would actually want to see what a Waka Flocka Nazi looks like. Flocka!
Were the Nazis okay with flockas?
No.
I don't think so.
No. So this is a tweet.
Man.
This is a tweet from the New York Times. The decision by some Ukrainian soldiers to wear patches with Nazi icons threatens to reinforce Russian propaganda used to justify the invasion. It also could give the symbols mainstream life after the West's decade-long efforts to eliminate them. Hey, you know what doesn't help your decades-long effort to eliminate them? Giving them $200 billion.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, look, Patton finally got his way 80 years after his death. We finally started giving the Nazis weapons to fight the Russians.
You know on Monday's evening show how I got really passionate about giving money to people that aren't American citizens, including Ukraine, and how we could probably use it here and spend it better and help people. But this morning, then you show me that we're putting drug vending machines.
That story
on the
made my
streets.
point.
Like, we're not going to spend it better. The Nazis might indeed use our money better than we would.
What you're saying is, look, my tax dollars can either arm Nazis to help them fight Russians or give homeless people crack pipes. And you're starting to go, why don't we give the Nazis some weapons?
At least we're fighting the Russians, right?
Stephen Weisfeld says, Patton was right. We fought the wrong enemy. I mean, do you really want to have that conversation? Because I will have that conversation. I agree with Patton. We should have reformed the German army after we defeated them in World War II. I believe this. And we should have marched on to fight the communists. And we should have flattened communism and destroyed it. China would have never become a communist country.
Do you think we could have, though?
Yes.
Okay.
With German engineering, if they would have given us those jet airplanes, you imagine the resources that the West had, especially the United States of America. And you combine that. I mean, we brought all those German engineers and shit over here anyway. All those Germans who designed jet airplanes and rockets and all that other shit, they came and worked for us no matter what.
NASA. Look at that shit. You're right. We could have done something.
So if we would have, they wouldn't have been Nazis. We would have taken off the swastikas. They just would have been the German army. And we would have reformed Germany as a nation of allied to us. And we would have pushed forward through Berlin, pushed into Russia, because you know what we had that the Russians didn't have and nobody else in the world had if we really had to fuck them up?
What's that?
Nukes. I'm not kidding.
I am not a fan of nukes.
I hate communism with a deep, hot passion. I want it eradicated from the world.
I agree.
And so if we could have retooled the Germans and said, give us some of those Tiger II tanks, give us those Messerschmitt 209s and those 262s, Give us those fucking jet airplanes that nobody else has. We have the pilots. Train us how to fly them. We have the resources to keep fuel in them. And if Russia gets too bucky and things get tough, we'll nuke the fuck out of Moscow.
What is it about weaponry that always sounds so sexy?
Because it's shaped like dicks and it's really hot because guys are secretly gay.
I just love hearing people like list off like, just all that shit for some reason.
Dario says, I'm actually in total agreement. Scarface says, Patton was a big fan of Rommel. Actually, most of the Western generals were big fans of Rommel. They really respected how good of a general he was. The problem with Rommel's whole thing was the reason he could be so respected by the West, he never joined the Nazi party. I know this because, and this is not going to help my reputation, I did a report on Erwin Rommel in 6th grade.
I'm sure you did.
I actually liked it.
Starting early.
No, Erwin Rommel tried to kill Hitler.
Then everything is fine.
He was not a Nazi. He was a patriotic German who loved his country and wanted to serve, and he was a brilliant commander. He never joined the Nazi party. He didn't agree with what they were trying to do to the Jews, and he did try to kill Hitler in 1944, and he had to kill himself.
But did he like the Jews?
Look, I'm going to be straight with you. Back then, not many people liked the Jews. My grandpa didn't like Jews, and he fought the Nazis. We just distrusted them less than the Germans did, basically. There was a healthy amount of anti-Semitism in the United States before the war.
You're saying the United States was more on the side of like, look, we don't have to like them, but that doesn't mean they should all go away.
Before World War II, the United States had the second largest Nazi party in the world, behind Germany.
I forget that.
Yeah. What was it? George Rockwell was the head of the American Nazi party?
Yeah.
Ross Dog's Broken Spirit with $9 says glasses, glasses, glasses. There you go. April said if we knock out
Thank you.
this morning and yesterday's goal, last evening's goal, she's going to do the big cum glasses on the evening show.
They're
She
not
doesn't
just
call
called cum glasses.
She doesn't call them cum glasses. I just think of cum on
They're
them.
sans cum. They're cum virgins. They have not had cum on them.
Might not be that way by the evening show tonight.
Okay.
Stephen Weisfeld says they killed Patton for a reason. I believe that. I believe they killed Patton because he was very popular. Anytime a general gets really popular, there's that worry about like the Roman Empire type of thing, a Julius Caesar type of deal where he becomes too popular and gets too much say. Mm-hmm. That's why I believe they had Patton killed, and that's why Truman cucked MacArthur during Korea.
Oh, I believe that shit to be true for most leaders that end up dead is either they were a terrible person and needed to go, or they were really good and the bad people were so scared of the good person gaining popularity, they've got to go too.
Gooch Grease, I love that name. We could have given Rommel, we could have made him an American general and given him a more marketable name. Rommel McDonald. Would have been great. Just change all the Nazis we brought over, give them a Bergstein or like precious metal last name, and then just don't talk about it.
And then actually, like, instead of arches, McDonald's has Star of Davids.
I was going to say swastikas.
Oh.
The golden swastikas. Oh, how history could have been different. I just would have liked to really crush the commies. That's all.
Well, if ifs and buts was candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
Tell them that. All right, 1:30 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. We're only halfway through the show, and we've only got $130 to go. Thank you, boys and girls, very, very much. So back to the Ukrainian thing after our audience engaged in some Nazi what-if porn. Let's go to the modern-day Nazis, the Azov Battalion that we're giving $200 billion to. The surprising Monday Times headline that Nazi symbols on Ukraine's front lines highlight thorny issues of history. Now, this isn't new. We all knew about this. So the fact that the New York Times is reporting on this now, it's kind of like who's the January 6th guy? Epps.
Yep.
Ray Epps.
Ray Epps.
Everybody knew about Ray Epps the day after January 6th. And they were like, this motherfucker's a Fed. He was clearly instigating and leading people up there. And then they never said anything about him. And then people started going, hey, what about Ray Epps? What about Ray Epps? What about Ray Epps? You've arrested everyone who was within a quarter mile of that place, and you've thrown them all in jail. Here's this guy who literally incited it, is on tape inciting it, has sent a text to his nephew that said he started the whole thing, and you guys haven't even so much as brought him up on a single charge.
Worse, you give him interviews.
Yeah, that looks a little fishy to me. And then 2 years later, then 60 Minutes goes, well, we're going to have Ray Epps on our program. Like, oh, this is good. So 60 Minutes is going to finally show us that this Ray Epps is a piece of shit. He's going to face charges for what he did on January 6th, the whole thing. Nope. 60 Minutes does a piece on Ray Epps basically saying, oh, this poor guy, he's being bullied online and people are saying he's an FBI informant. And like, this is literally the first person directly involved with January 6th that you've ever basically not called for a life sentence for.
Right.
Something's fishy here. It's one of those things. It's like I say about the internet all the time. You're better off just not addressing it.
Right, because now everything's in plain sight.
Right. I was sharing videos of Azov last year, says I'm using socialist media, and it was removed as misinformation. Yeah, now our media reports on it after we've been talking about it for 3 years. The surprising Monday Times headlines said that Nazi symbols on Ukraine's front lines highlight thorny issues of history. This acknowledgement comes after literally years of primarily indie journalists and geopolitical commentators pointing out that, yes, indeed, Ukraine's military and paramilitary groups, especially those operating in the East since at least 2014, you know, where they're fighting the Russians, have a serious Nazi ideology problem. You know, that's funny. When you say that we shouldn't be teaching drag and trans shit to little kids, they just call you a Nazi. When you wear swastikas and go to war and fight other countries as a Nazi army, it's just called a Nazi ideology problem.
They have completely taken away from the word Nazi and what it actually means. Like, when people overuse a word and use it incorrectly, it doesn't mean anything now.
This has been exhaustively documented, again, going back years. But the report, which merely tries to downplay it as a thorny issue of Ukraine's unique history, suggests that the real problem for Western PR is fundamentally that it's being displayed so openly. Ukrainian troops are being asked to cover those Nazi symbols, please, as Matt Taibbi sarcastically quipped in commenting on the report. Right. So the United States is not going, you know, this article basically admits we know we're arming Nazis and letting them fight the war. But we know about the whole Nazi thing, but we're not going, holy shit, we've got to stop giving billions of dollars in weaponry to Nazis. We're going, hey, could you guys cover up the physical evidence that you're Nazis? And which, by the way, the Azov Battalion is not doing. They're like, how about you go fuck yourself? We're wearing our swastikas.
Yeah.
Are you fighting the Russians, motherfucker?
We'd rather have secret Nazis. I said on Sunday's Simcast again, like, I'd rather have my Nazis and bad people out in plain sight where I can see them.
You're like Aldo the Apache. We like our Nazis, right? We like to identify our Nazis just like that, you know?
I would rather my Nazi have a big old swastika on their forehead so I can see them everywhere.
It's like when you're It's like when you're 17 or 18 and you're at a grad party and you're shit-faced and the adults go, hey, could you just chill out so people don't know we gave you booze? Like, could you just be cool?
Right. Don't be so drunk.
You can still get hammered, but could you not be so obvious about it? That's what we're doing with the Nazis in Ukraine. We're going, hey, we're totally cool with the fact that you guys are Nazis, but do you think you could tone it down and not let other people know that we're cool with you being Nazis? We could get in trouble for that.
See, when I was like 14 and it was Christmas at the Anderson household, and I got into the creme de menthe from the fucking dessert that we had.
As you do.
And I was so drunk, I passed out. I tried to disguise it as a nap in the middle of the living room floor.
Oh, shit.
You gotta hide that shit better.
Boys and girls, let's everybody take a break and hit the like button. Let's do good, wonderful things for the, the algorithm. Get us in more people's recommended, do all of that shit. That's just part of the thing you got to do when you're on YouTube. If you don't like it, don't be such an angry cuss. Hit the like button, hit the thumbs up. Let's get that into the 200-300s, whatever the hell. Hit the subscribe because we're only about 85 subs away from 10,000.
So close.
Which is great. So please, like button, subscribe, and we're only 130 away from today's goal. And if we knock out last night's goal, April's wearing the cum glasses on the evening show tonight that she claims have never had cum on them, which I'm taking as a personal challenge. Optic Nerve says, goose step that like button.
I'm starting to feel like an object to you people.
Oh, you're just starting to?
Yeah.
We've been trying to make you an object for a long, long time.
Oh, is that why everyone yells at me when I wear covered up sweaters?
It's funny.
How dare you?
If your tits are ever out, they go, oh, doing it for the tits, are you?
You whore, you filthy slut.
Then if you wear the sweatshirts, like, where's your fucking tits, whore?
I actually can't win.
Being a woman on the internet must be fun.
It's a great time. Yeah, I have heard all of it. Like, oh, you're such a slut, and all you do is wear low-cut shirts. And I wear a T-shirt one day that's up here, and the fuck?
What would you say your favorite part of being a woman on the internet is? Is it the objectification of your body or the grape threats? Like, which one's the best part?
Probably the grape threats.
Okay,
they really get me worked up.
Okay.
Not in a good way necessarily, but it gets my blood pumping.
It's wonderful. Lets you know you're alive.
Yeah.
You know?
I have something to live for.
Yeah, Cynically Insane says, I would like to take credit for starting all of this. Credit is yours, sir. Credit is yours. Actor Elliot Page. Get ready for this, boys and girls. You know, you would think that after the Jussie Smollet thing, celebrities would be like, oh, I'm not going to make up any crazy cockamamie stories. I'll be humiliated. People will wash their hands of me. I'll be looked at as a fucking lunatic. But it's almost like with these mentally ill Hollywood people that they see a Jussie Smollett and they don't see it the same way we do. They see it as like, oh my God, look at how much attention he's getting.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could get that much attention. Well, Elliot Page has a book coming out. I don't think that's mentioned in this story. Very interesting.
What's the book about? Oh my God.
Oh, probably about,
what's my wiener like now?
Cutting the tits off and
I have a thing.
Icky.
When you do that, when you get like top and bottom surgery, do they take the remains of your top surgery and make your bottom surgery out of it?
No. You know what they do? It's fucking gross.
I don't want to know then.
This is what I've heard.
Nope.
They take the arm skin.
No, why?
And they make you a dick.
If you've got supple tit skin that you're not using anymore,
because you're mentally ill and you're mutilating yourself. There's no boundaries to this game.
No, but if you regretted it ever in your future, you could still know that your tits are still with you. They're still right there.
You don't think that way because you're damaged. Again.
Do you keep your tits on like a shelf? Do you mount them?
No, you're ashamed of them. You want them thrown away and discarded.
These were, what was her name?
Your
before?
dirty pillars.
Her name, or his name is Elliot now. Was Ellen?
Ellen Page before.
Yeah, so this was Ellen's tits. That's not my tits. They were Ellen's tits.
Actor Elliot Page has shared he was verbally attacked and threatened by a crazed transphobic man. You know, when you go outside and, you see all these sweaty tooth. Where's all the he-she's? I'm going to get them. They're all over the place.
Have you watched SVU?
Yeah, I mean, they're just... By the way, we're on like season 5 of SVU, which was like 2004.
And you're so horny.
Oh, God, jacking off all the time. I'm dried out. They're just throwing around the tranny word all the time.
Yeah,
and he, she's. Yeah, all that stuff.
There's times where Aaron and I will be sitting on like separate couches watching this in the living room, and our necks will snap to go look at each other like, did you hear Captain Cragen just now?
And why are they on separate couches? Because like a couple of hogs at a trough were shoveling slop into our face, and we don't want to be snuggling while we're feeding.
Wow, that is an evolution of like our relationship, because we used to be that couple that, I always just want to be so close to that person and things. And so I'd make breakfast for after the show, and we'd sit. I have this big oversized like 2-person recliner, and we'd sit squeezed in together and eat. And now it's like, I just want to sprawl and I want to get out of here and get away from him. And, we can't sit in the same chair anymore.
You bitch. I think you put some of that on for the audience so you can seem a little more available.
It's called a show.
It's part of your low-cut shirt scheme to sucker in simps.
Fine. You know what you've done now? You get turtlenecks the rest of the week.
Oh, shit. Stevie J says, I love how every hate crime is an obvious hoax, but they're still counted in the statistics. Yeah, Bishop says Jesus said stop masturbating.
That is one thing I'll disagree with Jesus on.
But, Mr. Cool says her glasses are really getting it now. Yeah, she has no idea what she's done to herself.
I don't like, here's something, a hypocritical moment from you I don't like sometimes. Yeah. Because I will jest with you after the show, like, oh, so you really thought that bitch was hot, huh? Or I'm playing. And you're like, April, it's a show. We play shit up for the show. But as soon as I play anything up for the show and it's regarding you, I'm done with that bitch.
I'm in charge.
Stupid girl.
I'm in charge. You will fall in line or I
You're
will.
a bad person.
This is militia. This is not regular army. Every man here is free to come and go as they please. But while you're here, you will obey my orders or I will have you shot.
Act like I can't leave anytime I want.
Go ahead. Out the fucking door with you. Bye. I'll groom another one. Wait, what? Hold on a minute.
He's got Belle Delphine in here next week.
I'm like, holy shit, I've got 200,000 views. Fucking amazing.
April who?
I'm sitting next to someone who looks like a 14-year-old and I'm wildly uncomfortable, but such is the price.
But your boner's there.
Such is the price of success.
Table's lifted.
All right, so this Elliot Page thing. I got it. Speaking of hot chicks. The Elliot Page thing. She was...
I'm not recovering well.
That stopped me in my tracks because that made me really uncomfortable. Hold on a second.
Remember Juno? Do you remember the teen pregnancy?
How did we
of
not?
Elliot Page?
By the way, how did we not all see her self-hatred in Juno?
Oh, right.
How did we not see it?
Was
Azov Battalion.
Was it considered a bad movie, though? Or was it, I don't know. I can't decide if it was a good movie or not.
It's a very meh movie.
Yeah.
It's very
I feel
blah.
like I watched it 3 times when I was like 16 and I was like, okay, I've seen it.
Because you were like, haha, I didn't get pregnant.
Dude, I fucking had a celebratory drink when I beat teen pregnancy.
So you broke the law to celebrate your lack of teen pregnancy.
Oh.
It's really something.
Wow.
So anyway, Elliot Page claims that they were verbally attacked and threatened by a crazed transphobic man who shouted that he was the reason, quote, I need a gun in Los Angeles last year. Page, 36, was standing on a corner in West Hollywood on his way to the Pink Dot convenience store when the enraged and hateful stranger approached him, shouting obscenities, according to the New York Times. Again, I will take things that did not happen for 500. I'm sorry, I'm not E. I'm not extra. I don't, soft coat these things. You're fucking lying for attention.
And Elliot, if you're upset with our opinion on this, you can thank all the other people who have lied about a hate crime. Because now that's all we see.
They're saying what? Somebody just said, wait a minute.
Are you broken?
So this is what's foul mouth Yoda says. So this is what Chad's doing now. Oh no, Chad would have to cut off his tits if he wanted to be trans too.
What would her name be now? If Chad were a male to female trans.
Oh boy.
You can't do Chadley because that's still too manly.
Chloe
Zumach.
There you go. Chloe. Can somebody make that and tweet it out? Can we make trans Chad and make it Chloe Zumach? I think that would be a really, really good one. I think that would be good. Let's get on that.
I just saw a fat whale in one of your next stories. What was that?
Drunk on Cringe is really obsessed with him because Drunk on Cringe has a Twitter account where he only clips cringe shit that people do. Okay. And he was writing.
Really? That's what Drunk on Cringe means?
Drunk on Cringe was tweeted at me yesterday and he goes, holy fuck. If I would have found out about this guy earlier, I'd have been doing nothing but watching his show. He's a gold mine. And I was like, I fucking told you.
Now, does the whale man, the whaler, does he know about it?
There once was a ship that was put to sea and well, he doesn't handle criticism very well.
Right.
So he kind of ignores it. Corey always said about him, he goes, if he can't control the conversation, he doesn't engage in it because he gets way too uncomfortable and upset.
You know what? That's actually kind of self-aware of him.
That's very self-aware. Page, 36, was standing on a street corner in West Hollywood. And yeah, I mean, it's always with these Hollywood people and these trans people who are getting quote unquote attacked. They're always just standing there and minding their own business. And some crazy psychopath runs up to them and just starts shouting out trans shit because we all just look around at people who are standing on street corners and go, I bet that's a trans. I'm going to go yell at him.
I have an observation to make.
Yes.
If trans is done properly, there shouldn't be somebody walking around just pointing at you saying trans, right? Because they shouldn't know.
Done properly. I love that phrase.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love that phrase, though. If it's done properly.
If you transitioned fully and properly, like, and by the way, if you're going to transition, I think you should go all the way because that makes sense.
Okay.
But, like, there shouldn't be somebody just pointing at everyone saying, God, that's a trans person.
I will say this is where Elliot Page still has very womanly tendencies. This quote that they claim this crazed trans person made, I'm going to fucking gay bash you, gay F word. That's something that you would think of that someone would say to you if you wanted to make up an attack on yourself. That is a very feminine quality. We talked about it earlier. The inability to think like someone else. That it's such a generic thing. It's like saying, oh yeah, I was confronted by an evil guy yesterday and he said, I'm an evil guy and I'm here to do evil things to you. It's like, nobody does that.
I feel like that quote is inaccurate even if it did happen because, like, we're not calling trans people gay, are we? Because to me, they're two different things completely, entirely.
It's not even worth going over because, again, they're fucking lying. And the other part they're not putting in this story is that this week or next week, Elliot Page has a book coming out. And there's no better way in modern, especially LGBTQ culture, to get publicity than to be a victim. And if you can make yourself an extra victim, it'll get you in the news cycle. Oh, yeah, they also, Elliot Page also came out with a story like, yeah, I was lesbian fucking my co-star on Juno behind the scenes all the time. And I looked at that headline and I'm like, okay, so, like, being a lesbian is not edgy anymore. Like, every college chick is a lesbian.
Aaron
now.
has, like, publicly shamed me anytime I've mentioned, like,
yeah,
kissing a girl, although he makes me do it.
April's been a lesbian. April's been a lesbian 9,000 times, and it's, what do you do? No, being a lesbian is not a crazy, edgy thing anymore.
No, I feel like that's a thing girls do in college.
Yeah, that's just what college kids do. Employees at the Pink Dot escorted a terrified Page into the shop, but the man allegedly followed him and stood at the store's doorway. This is why I need a gun, the maniac reportedly yelled at Page through the glass door. I'm sorry, but if I could do the Mersh thing real quick, I don't believe you.
Right? The book thing is the most sus part to me. Like, oh, you've got something you want to promote.
Yeah. And then, did you know this? Elliot Page then tripped over an oil can.
Oh, and her eye got inflamed and pussy and
really terrible. Yeah, I mean, this is such a Jussie Smollett thing. It's embarrassing to read, and it's a little insulting to read because she actually thinks that we're going to believe this shit.
Did she then fall off her bike a couple months later?
Oh, and then went to the hospital and couldn't. Oh.
And before the oil can thing, did she get in a car accident with a mystery girl?
Now, when I'm in Los Angeles, I don't feel comfortable like I used to going for walks, Page said. The ordeal may have... No, you know what it is? That's you projecting your shit about your transition onto the rest of us. I can guarantee you the rest of us don't care. Your whole thing about your operation and all that stuff, it was supposed to make you comfortable in your own skin. You clearly aren't. This is what really bugs me about the trans community. I want you to lop your tits off, cut your dick off, take your hormones, do whatever you got to do, and just shut the fuck up and live your life. But I have to listen to you project all of your mental insecurities onto the rest of us and act like we think that way. We don't give a shit about you. That's our whole point. We don't think you're that important. We don't think you're special. We think you've got some mental problems that you're going through, and we want to leave you the fuck alone. And if you could grant us that same courtesy, we would really appreciate it, and we'd never talk about you again. Trans people, especially famous ones, have this way of fucking elbowing their way into the room and just going, excuse me, I'd like some notoriety and attention. And then when we go, hey, would you fuck off for a second? They go, I am being attacked for being a trans person, and it is frightening and violent. And I was like, you fucking elbow your way into the room. And then when people say, ho, chill, you go, I can't believe I'm being attacked like this. Ironically, for someone who's a trans man, it's a very feminine quality.
Wait, you get mad at me for a tiniest thing and you just came out as a trans man live here on our stream?
No, I'm saying Elliot Page. Elliot now, yeah.
I can also guarantee you that being trans is probably one of the least of your worries walking down the streets of LA. So,
from Oakland to Sacktown. the Bay Area and back down. Sorry. You just said through the streets of LA, and is
that what I said?
It triggers that song for me. Yeah, so I'm sorry, but this story about how, like...
Was she harmed?
No, wasn't physically harmed at all.
He.
Yeah, whatever. Wasn't harmed at all. Nothing. No issue, no police report, nothing like that. None of these employees that can come forward and go, oh yeah, that totally happened.
Because there's no other people around in LA ever.
Yeah. No, nobody else.
Never any witnesses. Never paparazzi.
No.
Never.
There was nobody.
Okay?
Yeah, and especially...
TMZ's not on every street corner.
Yeah, in Los Angeles? No, not at all. Elliot Page is also claiming that the evil man raped and murdered him, says Chuck. Oh my God, that's terrible. I'm glad they're okay.
Do you think Elliot ever watches back to his movies and ever feels like, oh, those are better days?
No.
You don't think people do that?
Grank Nutterbutter says, I hate you, Aaron, and Cali is where they put their Mac down. Yeah, give me love. Sorry, guys.
You are stunning.
This show has kind of become like Tombstone in a way. Let me welcome everybody to the Wild Wild West. State that's untouchable.
Still
like Elliot Ness. My advice would be pack a vest for your Jimmy in the city of sex.
You're iconic.
I
don't know what to do.
I should be an icon.
I pale in your shadow.
I am not nearly as beloved and understood as I should be. I'm a real Frank Zappa of podcasting. 1:30 away from knocking it out today. Let's make a shitload of money. Isn't that why we're all here anyway? To beg and can rattle and everything else. $130 away from the goal. You do 5, then they do 5, then they do 5, and they do 5, and we'll be done in no time. Marcus Chandler with $6.99 says the writer's strike really hurt the quality of this fake hate crime. Yeah, you know what? That's a big part of it.
Yep.
That you don't have a writer's strike, you can't write a really good a hate crime hoax anymore.
They all sound hack. Will you please scream for me? Elliot Page is a hack.
Elliot Page is a hack.
Clip it.
She doesn't even sell tits.
Wait. She could technically sell her old tits.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to. All right, everybody hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Keep that little $6.99 thing that Marcus Chandler started going, and let's nail it today. 125 away from hitting it. I found this on Our Cringe, and I just thought this would be good, a good little move on from all the topics and stories we've been discussing today.
Oh, God, I can't wait. I'm both scared and can't wait for this video.
There is nothing goofier to me than, like, Twitch girls who just IRL stream. Like, I don't understand how they gain an audience. I don't understand how people watch it.
Excuse me.
But even with the tits, it's remarkably boring.
Yeah.
They don't say anything. They don't do anything. They just stare at their phone, and then they have the text to speech, and they'll do that whole thing. I don't get it. Well, this girl, Kiara Kitties, was on Twitch. This was a couple years ago, but it just went up on Our Cringe yesterday. And I guess this simp guy, I mean, he looks like Friendzone. I mean, this guy reeks of Friendzone. This guy is hanging out with this Miss Kiara on her Twitch stream, and he's been hanging out with her, and he's like a brother to me, and he's just so nice and everything else. Watch this $5 chat that comes in, and I got this one specifically for you because I feel like every girl has been in this position and done this exact same thing.
Okay.
And as a guy, I have to tell you, this guy wants to put a shotgun in his mouth.
So what are you
at this point?
What are you hoping from me?
Nothing.
You're not
I want you to
anything?
watch this, and I
Okay.
want you to tell me your thoughts. Here we go.
Is gonna win.
Make the world and yourselves happier. Kiss him, Kiara. You have the longer neck and it's 2019. Make the move.
So that $5 chat is telling her, kiss this guy. Come on, make a move. And,
Right.
Just give him a smooch.
Kiss this creepazoid next to you. Look at him. He looks creepy.
Dude, this looks like it, but I'll tell you why this guy's hanging around. He's hanging around because you gals are too nice to say no. You're too nice to tell someone they can't hang out with you. And in a weird way, you like the attention you get from simps. And some of you bring them a little too close to you.
I don't know. I'm thinking of a couple specifically. This mostly happened to me like junior and senior year of high school with the simpy type guy that you totally see as a friend, but they don't, and you know that. That shit, no matter how nice it could feel for 2 seconds, does get creepy pretty fast.
It gets really
It's very
creepy.
uncomfortable.
Yeah. So here she, and I don't fault the guy. Now, as big of a weirdo as he looks like.
Right? He's got a bow tie on, for fuck's sake.
I missed that. That was camouflaged in the shirt. I didn't even see the bow tie last night when I watched this and jacked it. If I would have saw the bow tie, I would have come faster.
Oh, that was what was on your finger, not your zit.
No, it wasn't zit pus. So it was. It just wasn't from the cheek one. So anyway.
I'm going to throw up.
Like, as much as this guy's a total creep, I feel bad for him because if she's hanging out with him this much and being so flirty and nice with him, the only thing he can read out of that is that she's into him. So this is the problem women have. They're too nice to guys.
Okay.
Guys don't want to be friends with you. Guys don't think you're super cool or interesting to hang out with. That's what their friends are for. So this guy is hanging out with her because she's really nice to him. She treats him really well. She wants to hang out. He takes that as, okay, she's interested. You cannot blame a guy for getting creepy, getting a little weird when you've given him every sign in the world that you're interested in him.
I will acknowledge your point. I will say you are correct, but I have a rebuttal for your point. As a man, if you think this girl's into you, how long do you think it would take for her to show that she's into you? Before you kiss or before you sleep together or something of that nature. How long do you think that would take? Because in my humble opinion, if it's not happening the first few times you hang out, guess what? It's not happening.
It depends how old they are. Now, if they're in their early 20s, they don't know any better. If you're in your 30s and you're doing this kind of shit, it's over.
Well, yeah, that's my opinion. Like, dude, if you're not kissing or having sex, but you think she's into you, she's not into you.
Okay, so this is going to be the moment. This $5 chat just said, kiss him already, make a move. He's a down-ass bitch. Let's do it. Here we go. So he fires up the kiss me music. Here we go.
She looks like she's going to cry.
Here we go. Oh, and look at him. He's so ready.
This is so uncomfortable.
He's ready to get the smooch because the chatter told he's like, this is my moment.
He looks like Stephen Hawking right now.
The universe is ever expanding, and so is the front of my pants for my love for you.
But look at her. Like a second ago, she was making a pucker face like she was about to cry.
This is going to get worse.
I think it's a nice song.
Oh, no.
Nope, you got to play it one more time.
Imagine if you're a guy and you're waiting and you're like, am I going to finally get the kiss after being friend zoned for this long? And she looks at you and goes, I think this is a nice song. Ooh.
I feel nauseous.
I think it's a nice song. I can't wait to see your mom.
Oh, I can't wait to see your mom. Why don't you just kick him in the dick, call him the gay F word, and throw him out of the moving vehicle?
Oh, her eyes are doing that for him. Like, he somehow is still hopelessly staring at her lips. Like,
yes.
This is my moment.
Dude.
And she's looking at him like, no.
Save yourself some dignity and get the fuck out.
I feel sick because I know this moment. I've seen this moment. I've actually been in this moment. It's not cool for either person.
No.
And
she shouldn't be going to meet his mom.
I totally agree. I agree.
Oh,
I'm sick. I'm sick.
You have fun today.
Make it stop.
Did you see that little eyeball look he gave? That sad, depressed eyeball look?
Oh, he gave you one of those, like, you know, when you've got some kind of fun snack and I really want some of it and I start doing one of these.
Yeah, because you can't ask like a grown-up. Yeah.
He just did that to her, and it was heartbreaking.
I know. And she is so stiff-arming. She's so Heismaning the guy. But he's also doing this thing where he realizes he's on a stream, so he's like, you can't kill yourself here. You can't kill yourself here. You can't kill yourself here.
You know what else makes this like more uncomfortable though? It makes me hate her. Before you take this down, look at how they're sitting. Like their arms are intertwined. They're like touching each other. That to me, like if I was next to one of my guy friends, I know they don't exist, but my guy friends, and I didn't want them to make a move, but I know they did, I'm staying so far away from them.
You don't sit that close to someone.
Because if you let them hold your hand or if you let them touch you or brush your leg or something, they think that that is the beginning of their opening.
That's a sign.
That's a sign. Because guess what? If a guy I liked was ever next to me and he rubbed his leg against mine or he tried to touch me in any way, I'm like, I'm fucking in. That was absolutely how I thought.
See, that's why when I met April, I just humped her leg. And then she knew. There was no ambiguity about it. She just knew that I was interested.
Were you the only man that did that to me that night?
I don't know. There's no question as to who humped whose leg.
Do you have fun today?
Watch this. Watch the eyes.
He's puckering a little.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, that little eye roll at the end. Dude, it makes me want to hit my own head with a hammer. I want to throw myself out of this car for this guy.
Okay.
When I see that eye roll. I got one more time. I got to see the eye roll. Oh, no.
That takes something like away from my soul, watching him do that.
That's good because that's like a transformation that this young man needs to go through.
It's a hurt, but a necessary hurt.
A part of him that needed to died that day. And now he can grow and become
hate women.
He can hate women a little bit because you got to be a little bit of a misogynist to be any good at relationships. And then you've got to kill that part of you and let a callus form, and then you'll become better with girls. It's perfect. I mean, that, again, that guy needed that moment.
I wish women would learn that shit too, though, because women are almost worse than men because men will like be infatuated with some chick for like a short period of time. And if they're not getting their dick wet, they go away.
Yeah.
Women don't do that.
No.
Women will obsess and fall in love it's a one-sided love. They'll fall in love with some dude and they will stay that way for years. They will idolize that guy and that guy will never give you the time of day and you never know why you do it, but you don't learn. And then you'll do it again someday with another guy for years. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah?
No, I'm just saying, like, women in general.
Somebody, not me,
that.
but a girl I knew. She
right, a friend.
Do that, yeah. Her name was Gabriel.
Gabriel?
Yeah, she was a whore. That's why they called her Gabriel. Her name was actually Leanne.
Or was she gay?
Yeah. Pete Fletch says, you know that dude went to Walmart and bought a roll of nylon rope for use later when he Googled how to tie a noose. Yeah. Ooh, I just watched a part of that guy die, but in a good way. I'm just like, son, hang in there.
You're going to be okay.
You don't realize, but something really beautiful just happened in this car just now.
See, now that leads me to believe that could be personal for you. I was going to ask, have you been in his shoes before?
Dude, like every teenage boy, I was a total homo. And then
But that was a girl and a boy.
No, like homo with girls.
Oh.
Like, were you like, I think as a friend I could get in there. And I went to watch the fucking Oscars with a girl once at her house.
Oh.
Because I thought,
no, that's not a we're getting it on type of thing. That's
nothing ended up
you
happening.
You want to get an in with a chick, you watch scary movies all
I
night.
went to see Chicago with that chick.
That is so fucked. You have no
I know.
idea.
I was in...
If I invite you to Chicago, I'm not sleeping with you.
8th grade, 9th grade? I don't even think I was... Wait, was I driving? I might have been driving.
I'm telling you.
So it might have been 10th grade.
When you're in high school, the when you know you're in, it's a do you want to come over and watch scary movies night? Because you know what better reason there is to get close to each other is being scared.
That was an important formative moment in my life is where I went, okay, I know what this is. I'm not doing that again.
So you tried this several times with the same girl?
Twice.
Oh, that's really just too bad.
I think it was
feel
like
bad.
8th or 9th grade. I became a misogynist early on. Like I've been on the right path for a while. I killed the gross parts of me really, really early on. It's important.
You know, and Like, I sometimes look back at my past and I'm like, I could have saved myself a lot of heartbreak if you would have grown the fuck up and just said that guy doesn't like you.
Yes.
Why do girls do that? Like, oh, I love him. I'm going to marry him someday. They don't even look at you in the hallway. What is wrong with us? I don't know.
The minute you guys can answer that question for us, maybe misogyny will subside. But there's a fucking reason. Tanner Johnson says, and it's on video forever. Yep. Kyle says that man later joined the Ukrainian army. Right now he's actually in the Azov battalion. Hulkamazha Baby says, this is coming from a place of hurt, April.
No.
Union Jack. Yeah, we got a couple people saying that he joined the Azov battalion after this. There was one I just missed. Okay, Chevrolet JB says she's so right. Dated this chick from Owatonna. She drove 2 hours to stay with me. Didn't put out. Left her at the motel and never talked to her again. Atta boy. And now women need to let that piece of them die, lest they become that goofy face chick from the movie that you like.
Goofy face chick?
The chick with the weird circle face.
Oh, he's just not that into you?
Yes.
Gigi's character, whoever that
Jennifer
is.
Goodwin.
Yep, Goodwin.
Jennifer Goodwin.
That one. Jennifer. It's like with an I.
Yeah,
it's weird.
A fucked up name. She should
but
really be punished.
Chevrolet JB's got a point. Like, for me, I'm not going to drive a couple hours to go stay with a guy, like, as a friend. If I'm staying with a guy, even if I hadn't, like, said, oh, we'll sleep in the same bed type of deal, I'm assuming that I'm walking around that house being a tease to him.
Sure. But you didn't know it back then?
No, I was retarded.
Yeah, right. We're all retarded till we get hurt and massacred.
Look at you all hurt and shit.
Yeah, you have to be a fucking idiot. A fucking idiot.
I will say.
Until you get hurt enough, and then that part of you dies.
I mean, that sounded liquidy.
Carry on. No, my arm is fine.
Like, there should be moments in life where, like, girls do grow the fuck up and thank that guy that never gave them the time of day, but that's my only problem is we don't, whereas, like, you men, like you just said, you learned and you quit trying after two attempts with that girl.
We let that part of us die.
Girls are so stupid. Like, even after trying and trying and trying for years, if that guy ever gave you a second, like, look or, like, said, hey, let's go to a movie one night, you do it, no matter how many times you've been hurt by that same guy.
I know. They just keep doing the same shit. That's why I don't think you can be really successful with women until you have a slight hatred of them.
And women need to have a shred of self-awareness, though, too.
Because most women kind of hate themselves a little bit, so you almost bond over that hate. You trauma bond in a weird way.
Because you know what girls like my friend did is you always... You look at your friend and... Like, that friend is just sitting there wondering what is wrong with her. Why doesn't he look at me? I'm so good to him. Why doesn't he look at...
Wow, this is really bad. This is hard to watch. This is really hard to watch. I'll give you another embarrassing story from my middle school. This was
to make up for my friend.
This was 8th or 9th grade. Yeah. I gotta really bring the mood up because you're really making it's fucking sad. So one time I had a crush on a girl, Laura Krinky.
Stop putting people's names
not
out
her
here.
name anymore. So Laura was tall, no tits. It was 8th or 9th grade. What are you gonna do? So, but I really thought she was funny and quirky and weird.
Quirky's always a good one.
She asked if we could be together one day at school. I don't know how you do that when you were in 8th grade. It was however you do.
Do you want to
that.
go out?
Do you want to go out? 8th or 9th grade. And I was so happy. I was so happy.
Little 8th grade boner Aaron.
Turns out my fucking buddy put her up to it as a prank because he knew that she had a crush on him and he was fucking playing her ass just to be an asshole. And like, she's like, yeah, I'll do it because she thought that my friend would like her more if she did that. He was doing it just to play a really funny joke on his pal because we did that kind of disgusting shit to each other. I can't sit here and call him an asshole. We all did horrible shit to him. And he did horrible shit to other people, and we did horrible shit. It's terrible. I told you the story about how we got a fat eczema girl to be the Ice Age Queen finalist. I mean, just we did terrible shit. So that girl then the next day tells me, like, you know, hey, it was this and it was that, and I part of me died, and I hated that bitch forever, and I fucking played a little joke on my friend, and we got back to even and had a good time with it. It's funny, the guys will always blame the girl and not hold the other guy responsible for any of that type of shit.
I know a guy who had a guy friend who had a girlfriend, and he wanted to, like, the guy without the girlfriend really liked the girlfriend of his guy friend. So the guy helped the girlfriend cheat on her current boyfriend with some other friend of theirs, and then he ended up going out with the girl because that guy dumped her.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I did a thing where I liked a girl, but my problem was, like, and then I got with her. Like, this was 8th or 9th grade. I had a very busy late middle schooler. We weren't fucking yet. But hey, I like you. Oh, I like you too. You want to go out? Okay, sure.
Yeah.
It was those days. And then after school, we go to my buddy's house. We're hanging out. Now, like, that's the talk of the town. Like, fucking Aaron and this other girl are going out. And then one of my friends was like, dude, are you sure you want to do that? Because, like, she's gross, and, like, guys might think she's ugly, and, like, if they think your girlfriend's ugly, they're going to think you're weird and shit like that. And my buddy got me in a panic, and I actually broke up with the girl. I told her that I was drinking. I'd never had a drink in my life. I told her I was drunk when I told her I would go out with her. It's so mean.
It is remarkably mean.
I told her I was shit-faced. And then I found out that everyone thought the girl I was with was really, really cute. My buddy who said that just really had a crush on her. We were so mean to each other. I got the girl that he wanted, so he decided, you know what? I ain't giving up. I'm going to fucking sabotage this dude. And then he did, and he never got her anyway.
I was never mean to anybody that way. I was more mean to myself than anyone because, like, I'd have a crush on a guy, and, like, they were, like, in my circle of friends or something, so I was, like, a friend of theirs, but I had a crush on him, and whether he did or did not know that didn't matter, but he would come to me sometimes because I'm so friendly. He'd be like, I've really got a thing for this chick. Will you help me get her attention or whatever, or help me ask her out? And I'd fucking help my crush ask out another one of my girlfriends, and then I go home and cry about it.
Yeti Flyer says, kids are always Lord of the Flies mode no matter what. It is funny to think back on those stories and go, oh my God, we're fucking animals. We really are giant pieces of shit.
I feel like guys did a lot more mean shit to girls than vice versa. I think
guys
the meanest
the
meanest thing girls did was lead a guy on that they were never going to go out with. I think that's the meanest thing.
Oh no, you don't listen to us behind the scenes. We do way
girls.
more. Oh, girls.
I said
lead
the meanest
on.
thing
Okay.
girls do is lead.
Oh yeah, guys do like deep, like
you guys do like thought out processes.
Guys do.
I mean,
self-preservation shit. It's not that we intentionally hurt you. We just preserve our own shit at the cost of whatever fucking damage it does to you. And we just kind of walk away and don't care what kind of mess we leave behind us.
My friend was used so badly one time. Her senior year, she had this real bad crush on this guy since like 3rd grade or something. And that guy, I think, knew that she had a crush on him. And senior year, prom's coming, right? That guy asked my friends to go to prom with him. And that was like the best moment of her life, a total highlight of high school.
Oh, no. She's about to get destroyed.
And she found out like 2 weeks before prom that he was like keeping her as a placeholder until he could get the real girl's attention.
Can I guess? The real girl, he got her attention and went with her.
Yeah.
Yes!
Do you want to know what was worse about that?
Oh, wait. Were you the placeholder?
No.
Were you?
I wasn't the friend either.
Were you the placeholder, though?
No.
Why are you saying it like that? You were the placeholder. Oh, no.
What made it worse about the girl that he ended up going with was that she was a foreign exchange student. So she was like just that hot chick with an accent.
Wait a minute. So that's why you hate immigrants. You got dumped.
I said this was my friend.
Oh,
but
man.
That guy
horrible.
will never, ever understand how much he broke my friend's heart.
Oh, no.
It was really devastating. I had to do a lot of stuff to cheer her up.
I had to masturbate feverishly for days on end. Oh no.
I said it was a friend.
Was it your all-time dream crush that did that to you?
My friend's all-time dream crush.
You are but that's my thing. That's where your friend is a piece of shit. Because fuck you. That should be it. That's the meanest thing.
Right?
That's the meanest thing.
And the funny thing is that when my friend was in college in the next 2-3 years after that, 2 years, I think, every time she would tell me these stories, she would tell me that guy would message her from where he was at college and say how he really wished that she was there and, all those things.
Oh, yeah?
And I heard that she really ate it all up.
Oh, but, you fucking idiot, friend of April. You are the dumbest friend of April that's not April. The dumbest I have ever met in my life.
Look, I really tried to learn lessons from her. I tried to learn
friend.
that you shouldn't allow yourself to break your own heart that many times over the same guy.
You are stupid. After the prom thing, here's the thing with guys. Maybe we go overboard sometimes, but if a woman did something like that to us, she's dead. Not like we kill her, but she's dead to us.
She's just dead.
Not only are we never speaking to her again, but we hope nothing but terrible things happen to her the rest of her life. We hope she gets fat. We hope she gets bullied and tortured. We hope terrible things happen to her.
My friend always told me, she's like, look, I really don't know what's wrong with me between still being into him and on the other hand, why isn't he into me? What's my problem?
Oh, man, that is so stupid.
She was remarkably dumb.
The Fired Ginger with $5 says, I dumped a girl because my buddy thought she was fat and I wanted to be cool. She still hates me. Yeah, dude, it's amazing.
Oh, no.
How that happens. I had a girl that I legit had a crush on. I liked her. We got along. We made each other laugh. And we decided we would be boyfriend and girlfriend, and my buddy who had a crush on her was like, oh, people are going to think she's ugly.
I've had that moment before.
Yeah, and I dumped her.
I think it was my junior year of high school. I dated a couple guys, but only for a couple months at a time, because it usually started as your friends, but then you find out they're into you, so it's like a pity date. And I'm like, oh, God, it's just not working out, guys. But there was a couple of them where some of my friends would be like, oh, couldn't you go be with that guy? And probably not that one.
Ready for this heartbreak?
I never broke up with somebody because of that, though. I can say that.
There was, you remember?
I didn't let my friends sway me on that.
Do you remember my buddy from high school that we met at the Vikings game? He just happened to be there. My buddy Greg.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was cool. Very nice.
Very cool guy. He had a cousin. And she went to my middle school in 8th grade. And it was one of those things where you never saw them. You didn't know they went to your school. For some reason, you just didn't hang out in the same circles, whatever. She was kind of one of those diamond in the rough chicks where she was a really cute chick but didn't have popular friends. You're like, what the fuck is going on here? One day, we just end up hanging out on the last day of 8th grade together at Valley Fair. We went to Valley Fair for the last day of 8th grade.
Oh, and you get to hold hands because everything's
Dude,
scary.
We went on every ride. We hung out the whole day.
Yeah.
Charmed the pants off the broad, the whole deal.
Did you, though? At
the end of the day, as we got off the bus back to the school, this is 8th grade, remember, I got the smooch. On the last day of 8th grade.
That's
and I'm
a big moment.
I'm like, 9th grade is going to be fucking lit. We didn't say lit back then.
It's lit, fam.
It's going to be lit, fam. It's going to be fucking great. I get to school in 9th grade. I'm like, I'm going to have a girlfriend the first day in 9th grade. This is going to be wonderful.
And that's a status thing now.
I'm looking for her. I'm looking at her name on classes to see if she's there. I go to my buddy and I go, hey, man, what's the deal with your cousin coming to school? He goes, she really likes you, man. I'm like, yeah, I can't wait to see her. He goes, yeah, she moved to Tennessee over the summer. I'm like, oh, shit.
Okay.
Oh, right in the fucking...
Here's where I blame you for being a shitty boyfriend then. You had a thing with some chick and you didn't check on her all summer?
What did I say? A certain part of a man has to die for him to learn lessons and move forward.
All I thought about all summer was my crush and hoping I'd run into him somewhere.
Hobo chili recipe with after he went with the foreign chick.
That was my friend.
That guy, somebody said it in the chat.
Girl.
Some guy said it in the chat. JJ said he legit chose someone who couldn't communicate with him over you. I know that shit hurt. Yeah. Hobo chili recipe, $4.99. I used to prey on weak, broken women in the high school and in the army. I was the Idi Amin of my school. I should have been brought up on war crimes. Nah.
That's great.
Nah. You're fine.
War crimes.
April was 100% the bridge chick, says Yeti Flyer.
Can we stop with the fan fiction here? The friend.
This didn't happen. April is just describing Pretty in Pink. Oh, no, you're Molly Ringwald.
She was cute, though. Apparently I was. Or my friend wasn't.
Your friend, of course. Stevie J says, I can't relate to any of this. Haha, he was fucking cool, bro. Andrew Rice Cray says, April's friend later became Heather from the Iowa radio station. Yeah, that's why April was okay with me attacking her. Grinch Girl says, I had 2 dates for junior prom. Picked the hottest guy, dropped the other. Yeah, see, you bitches can be evil, too.
And that's what was super insulting to my friend, was that my friend thought that she was pretty enough for that guy to ask her to prom, you know, and then he goes for some German chick who was okay, but not, I think the most, like, flair about her was that she was foreign.
Yeti Flyer says, my ex cheated on me in high school, so I took Taco Bell diarrhea shit on her car in winter 15 years ago. Attaboy.
People that actually shit on cars.
I mean, where do you think those stories come from?
I guess that's true.
Coltrane says, I stole 2 girls from guys that I knew had crushes on the girls. LOL. See, we still think it's funny today. Both were buddies, not close friends, but more of closer acquaintances. LOL. Fuck them. P. Fletch says, I was so fucking jaded by high school. A random chick wanted to walk into prom with me. I was in a zoot suit. Nice. And I figured somebody was just pulling a prank. I got pissed off and kept walking. See, but I bet you P. Fletch is fine with girls now. I bet you he's good with women now because he had that attitude before it was cool. Have you ever thought, like, if I went into high school, if I was 18 now, but I took my same mentality with me, I would frighten the shit out of women and they wouldn't want to talk to me because they haven't learned the lessons yet. You know, you're too advanced in the game.
I've been hurt.
You've been hurt too many. You got too many scars. Yeah, you're like
I have battle scars.
You're like a guy who's been in the war for a year, and then the new blood comes, and they see all the scars on you, and they like don't even talk to you because they're fucking terrified.
Thanks.
Balls and Wieners says April.
Nope. I'd rather you not read that one.
Oh, why is that accurate?
I have no idea.
Oh, gross. You went to prom with El Kukui. Silverwolf says she only. Whoop. I lost it. Where'd it go? Silverwolf says she only smooched you because she liked your He-Man light-up shoes and G.I. Joe shirt. I will say in 8th grade, I had to, my buddy Tyler actually staged an intervention for me. He said, bro, you could get girls. You got to stop wearing wrestling shirts to school.
I figured that. I figured like you'd be that guy who's wearing Hulkster shirts.
I wore Goldberg shirts. I wore Stone Cold shirts.
Well, Goldberg's just hateable for multiple reasons.
Yeah. Andrew Rice Cray says, at least Erin didn't stalk her into her kitchen and ran away when her boyfriend arrived like Chad did. Oh, I forgot about that story. Chevrolet JB says, looking back now on some of the horrible things I've done to women, kind of feel like I should make some 12 steps phone calls, but fuck it.
I have a question.
Yeah. When I was alone for a while in my 20s, I actually did make some of those contacts. To women, like, hey, I'm sorry I did this.
Why? Do you realize how gay that is and now they think you want to be with them?
It was only to spark up a conversation to see if they'd fuck.
That's exactly it. And they know that. Like, I would never expect, like my friend that I've been referring to, I would never expect
I think I was 21.
That friend to get an apology and not, you know.
I think I was like 21 or 22. And I only used it as a way to open the door to see if they'd, you know. But nobody wanted to come up to Litchfield, believe it or not.
Interesting.
Nobody.
I had a
you
question.
were 13 at the time.
I had a question. It's very important.
Yeah.
So my friend that I've been referencing, and she was in love with this guy.
Yeah.
But like, since he asked her to prom and all that stuff, took her to a movie, made out one time, but then said he had to go pick up his drunk brother from ice fishing. So he had to get out of there.
No guy would get out of there if he was going to get fucked.
That guy knew that she was like in love with him, right?
Your
like
friend.
That my friend was in love with him. Did he know or did he not know?
Yeah, that's
is
why.
Is that her fault or is that his fault?
That's why he felt comfortable going to pick up his brother because he knew you were a sure thing the next time he needed it. If he thought
my friend,
the friend. If he thought your friend was a now or never kind of thing, he would have told his brother to go fuck himself.
So that's the only reason he was okay making out with her for hours.
And by the way, I bet he didn't go pick up his brother. He was probably going to make out with the German girl.
Well, that really sucks for her.
I'm telling you.
That really sucks
do you
for
see,
that
though,
friend of
where
mine.
that's probably the case? I mean, how many times in high school did someone go pick up their drunk brother from ice fishing?
I would have believed it
no.
knowing the brother, but I always felt like that was a fishy story, pun intended.
Yeah, maybe he did pick up his brother, but he went to go hang out with another girl after.
Yeah, because you would think that he could stay with my friend and just tell his parents or somebody else to go pick his brother up, right?
Yeah.
Or his brother can fucking wait.
Right. Because he's going to get some dirt on his hang down. And
Why I really do feel bad for her. So he knew the whole time. He knew she was a sure thing.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Got it.
Hulkamash Baby says, I played the long game. I asked my crush's friend to prom one year, and she didn't have a date, so she'd get jealous and get with me next. I like Hulkamash Baby. He's got that sinister fucking mind you need for that shit.
No kidding.
He has that sinister brain that you need. I fully endorse what he did. Darren Orson says, I was the placeholder guy for a girl at a sophomore homecoming. She got the guy she actually wanted, and I went stag. Shit felt bad, man. I married a hotter woman than her, so I guess shit works out. Yeah, but you kind of still hope she dies.
Yeah, I've really heard that being the bridge between two people really does hurt.
Yeah. It's not good. Your friend taught you that?
My friend really tried to warn me of those things so that I wouldn't do that.
Oof. Mr. Approachable says, a buddy of mine was getting with a girl that he knew I liked, so as revenge, I convinced her his dick doesn't work and she dumped him. Yeah, but there's a surefire way to... See, girls are dumb in high school.
Okay.
There's a surefire way to test that.
I did have a crush on a guy that you would know because you absolutely knew his grandfather, right? And
was this an affectionate grandfather?
Oh, very.
Okay.
I had kisses from that one.
Okay. Where? Show me on the... Here. Show me on
the doll.
Show me on Shaka where the elderly man kissed you.
I can't. This is not for a public eye. No, I had a crush on this boy, and he was in my grade and everything, and so it seemed attainable. I was in his circles all the time. And he was that guy who absolutely knew I had a crush on him, and I made it pretty clear I had a crush on him too. So I'm like, why aren't we going out? And basically the day after I spilled my guts to him, like, hey, we should really go out sometime. And things got a little interesting. He's going out with my best friend the next day.
That's awesome. That guy's a piece of shit.
He thought that was so funny. You know how I found out?
Yeah. How?
We were having a church lock-in, and I went upstairs in my church to like the hangout like couch room.
Sure, as you do.
Nobody else was up there. I was going up there for a cappuccino because that's where the cappuccino machine was. And they're fucking making out on the couch together. In the church, in my church.
How did your gut feel in that moment? Did it get...
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Wrung out.
Yeti Flyers, it'd be funny if you shit right in front of them. Like you just water diarrhea. You lost your bowels.
Is that just par for the course for that family name, though?
They like the girls. Yeah. Mr. Approachable says, April, stop saying your friend. You're not fooling anyone. You're only embarrassing yourself.
No,
I thought it was kind of part of the fun.
I thought it was very brave of my friend to share her experiences with me so that I didn't get hurt.
Red Fox Mad says, young Aaron and April were very funny. Oh, yeah, we've all got our stories.
I feel like we should do segments like this every now and then.
Every once in a while,
it's good. Get the herd out.
Yeah, get the herd out. Brittany Martini says, I married my high school crush. Sometimes the fantasy is better. Oh, shit.
So that sounded good at first, but now she's making it sound like it's not. Okay.
JJ said it was her friend May. Yeah, April has a friend May, and Jennifer says, April, do you know the boys? I guess it's in the chat. So Felt boys.
No, I knew a girl with that name, and I obviously know people with your last name.
She perhaps transitioned.
Maybe.
And now she's a Felt boy.
No, do you know what freaked me out about that? Is she, I thought, was either married to some guy. And I never heard about that breaking up. And then I found out that she was with a dude who tried to get with me from my grade. It was an older girl who actually went down to a younger boy.
God, with all these small towns, there's so many people to fuck. It's weird.
There is something about like small town relationships that like freak the fuck out of you.
You'd think you'd accidentally run into incest at some point.
Well, they have. We've covered that.
Oh, that's right. We talked about that. Yeah. Thank you very much to Timothy with $20. He says for Aaron's sex change. And Wildcard says lots of belly laughs. Great show today. Can't wait for the glasses. Well, We've got to knock
buddy.
out today's goal, and we got to get what was left. What did you say? What was left over of last night's goal? What we missed by last night?
Because we were abysmal, apparently.
Yes, and then you will wear the cum glasses this evening. $95 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. If we knock out today, if we knock out today, of course, we'll do overtime. If we knock out today and last night, we will do cum glasses Wednesday.
Do you know what was
on the evening show?
Do you know what was even worse about my friend and her crush situation? Was that my friend's crush's mom always really liked my friend, like a lot, and like used to talk about that.
That's the kiss of death.
It kind of was though, because then I bet the mom of her crush probably mentioned that to the crush all the time, and
yeah,
maybe then the crush was like, well, since she's such a sure thing, I don't really need to make it a thing.
I'm telling you right now, when you are really good with the parents in high school, it's over.
It is kind of over. I think you're right about that.
They don't want the ones that their parents like.
Thank you. That is so interesting because any of the guys, like there was, I think like
wait a minute. Why didn't your friend to get back at the guy just fuck his dad?
Did I think he was hot? Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Why didn't you just suck his dad's dick?
I had too much respect for the mom.
Well, do you want to win the game or do you want to make friends?
Because Game of Thrones we have going on.
Yeah, if you would have sucked your friend's dad's dick, then maybe he would have been like, hey, wait a minute. I don't want that girl sucking my dad's dick. I want her sucking my dick. But then you get like pregnant and then you got to wonder which one of theirs it is. Like, is it the dad or is it the kid?
Nobody wants that problem.
And there's no real way to know because their DNA is like 99% similar.
And then I find out it's the dad's and my dad now doesn't talk to me.
Right. But then you remind him that kid's dad is white and he's like, okay, well, I guess not all is lost.
And established.
Yeah,
and,
exactly. Makes good money.
Responsible.
Yeah, it should be fine.
No, that you got a really solid point there that I've never considered before.
Always fuck your crush's dad if he won't give you the attention you're looking for.
That's valid too, but about the parents liking you thing. Like any crush that I ever had on a guy and I found out my parents were like staunchly against it, like did not like that guy. I wanted that guy more for some reason. You know what I mean? You don't want the parents to like your crush. You're actually right about that.
Nope. That's why I like it that my parents never like mine. So you just go, hey.
That is true.
There's something to be said for consistency.
Look, before your parents did decide that I was indeed the devil.
Yes.
I had heard a lot about your history with devilish women that they also did not like.
It's kind of that saying like if you meet one asshole, you met an asshole.
Yeah.
But if everyone you meet is an asshole, you're an asshole. That's kind of like my parents have hated.
Who are you labeling what in this situation?
My parents have disliked every single woman I've dated. So I would tell them if every woman
Some of
that
them
dates,
I can understand.
But if every woman that dates your son is an asshole, you might be an asshole.
Yeah, because even like your early on girlfriends, I heard about on occasion from your parents.
Which is weird because I don't even remember all of them.
It was never an upward inflection.
No.
Not even once.
Greg Gurilmo says, April, I mean, my friend is sorry for doing that to you. I mean, your friend. It's very nice.
Wow.
It's the apology your friend was probably looking for.
I guess my friend was just retarded.
Melissa Lynn says, I got better in my 20s, then worse, then back around again. I'm okay now, though. Yeah, our dicks do magical things to your brains. They get in there like an egg beater.
There is something about that. Like, you can be looking at some guy and you can rationalize up here in your head that guy's a complete piece of shit. A dumpster fire of a man.
Yeah, and you still want him.
But you find out like, oh, he's kind of got a good dick though, and you don't leave.
And then you get back, and that is why we've been together as long as we have. But the thing is,
I get turned into a salt mine when we have sex.
The women get mad when men go, you girls are a little stupid. How dare you say that? And I think you guys get so mad because deep down you're kind of fucking dumb when it comes to that shit.
And you know what was interesting about my friend is like.
Oh wait, Ms. T. Shizzle said, did your friend also think his dad was hot? Oh, you let the mask slip there a little bit. Did your friend think, because you said you thought the guy's dad was hot. Did you? It's more important to know.
As an outsider looking in on my friend's situation, I thought her crush's dad was hot. Yeah.
Precisely. Turtlenecks and cum glasses. Okay, I'm in, says Poop is Lube. Well, Poop is Lube approves of what you're trying to do today.
Poop is Lube is one of the greatest names.
It really is.
Ever.
Professional Horny Boy says, my junior high crush is a fat cow now. I wouldn't fuck her with Hobo's dick and Aaron Pushing today. Aaron Pushing. Oh, I'm pushing your ass into the... It's a hell of a visual.
Oh, no.
Does April think a girl can get pregnant from giving a blowjob? I wasn't saying that she would just blow the dad. Clearly, she would fuck him too, but
Yeah,
I didn't think I needed to paint the picture for you boys.
I didn't say that. He just needed to paint me. Or my friend.
Your friend, of
One
course.
of us.
Brittany Martini says, my sister stopped dating white guys after 2000.
What the fuck?
Oh, boy. Credit score went from 792 to 440. Oh, my God. You never let him finance a fridge. So my dad was not a fan of her boyfriends after that. Man, April was the crush black. Is that what we need to know? It explains so much. It was Litchfield. There's no black
Yeah,
people
there's like
there.
two black people total in Litchfield.
Yeah, guys, that's...
It was not a black man.
Consider
not
the
that I'd have a
surroundings.
problem with that.
What?
I would have, if I met, like, let's say you weren't in the picture, if I met, like, the right guy, like, and for some reason he was just
No, April, he's black.
I see your point, but...
Thank you, that's all I wanted.
You know, not a fucking bigot. They're lovely. Very attractive.
Stevie J says her sister dated 2,000 white guys. That is funny. Yeah, she's like, my sister stopped dating white guys after 2,000. It's like, you shouldn't have fucked 2,000 guys. That's a lot.
However, if you fuck 2,000...
That's like 6 a day for a year.
If you have sex with 2,000 white guys and don't get pregnant, that's a skill.
Yeah, because us white guys are potent.
What did Blueface say about...
Blueface's advice on this whole thing.
Look, if you fuck 1,000 men, you're a whore.
All right, so if you fuck 2,000 men, what are you?
Super whore.
Super whore.
Power to the People says the best thing about this day and age is that the one that got away is available on OnlyFans for $6.99 a month. Attaboy. And that's where we're going to end that segment. And we're going to move on to something else. All right, big boys and big girls, $95 away from tonight's goal, or from this morning's goal. And of course, if we hit the morning goal and then we hit what we had left over last night, we are doing April's doing cum glasses tonight on the show.
If Aaron were to do cum glasses, his are just made of cum. That's all.
Crustified. Quetzalcoatl says 1,000 equals whore, 2,000 equals love goddess. Attaboy.
Right, you can turn it around after two.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and memberships, 95 away. Let's get it done. This is something your friend might need after sharing all these stories.
Yeah, hopefully my friend and her crush are not listeners of this show.
No, hopefully not. Okay, last one. Labglass says if April dated a black man, her dad would have had a hard time asking him to help on the farm. Woo! Yikes. So anyway, you know about Canada's MAID program, right?
I do.
Yeah.
Where they clean the country of the unsavory.
They cleanse the country of the undesirables, and then they call the rest of us Nazis. It's a really great gig they've got going on there in Canada.
I dig it.
Yeah, well, So the MAID program is this thing where it was supposed to be like what we all envision legalized euthanasia to be, which was if you get really sick and, it's like a Robin Williams thing, you got like a Lewy body dementia situation going on, and there's no hope, there's nothing you can do, we'll give you a chance to go out on top. Here you go, you're still healthy. MAID program.
On top of what, I ask you?
Well, the problem is that they started soliciting MAID program services. So it got kind of fucked up slowly and then just went way over the cliff of fucked up. So they would find out you got sick at the hospital because they have a nationalized healthcare system. Mm-hmm. So the government would know your health records. And they would go, oh, we saw that you got diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Here's some information on the MAID program. Want to off your... And then, just an awkward, barge in kind of a conversation to have.
That's fucked up. So Canada has no HIPAA laws.
I mean, I guess
you
technically...
can't if they all know.
Technically, but it's easy to find. Put it that way. So then there was this story of this Army veteran who couldn't use his legs because he was wounded in war, and he needed a chairlift. And so the Canadian government sent him a chairlift, And they also sent him a MAID brochure to see if he might want to just take the easy way out. And stories like this have been coming out in Canada for a long time since MAID took effect last year.
These are great.
Well, now a funeral home in Canada has found a clever way to make money. Oh, yeah. For the low price of $700, you can have yourself killed right inside the funeral home in one of the showrooms. You no longer have to have a doctor murder you in a cold, sterile hospital room. You can have yourself killed in the funeral home and save the hearse a trip.
Well, then you get to test out your coffin, too, and decide how comfortable it is and if you want to spend eternity in it.
If you would like to spend the night, that would be okay. The package, which is being described as turnkey, comes as a growing number of Quebec citizens are choosing medical assistance in death, or MAID, the country's term for legalized euthanasia and assisted suicide. The province saw 63 MAID deaths in 2015 and 2016 and a staggering 3,663 in 2021 to 2022. Hey, that pandemic didn't seem to affect anyone's mental health.
Oh, yeah. Shutdowns, they're fine.
We're a little cautious at the start because it may seem opportunistic for a funeral home. No. I mean, asking someone to come in and just... And by the way, they won't just do it for $700 out of the goodness of their heart. You've got to agree to use their funeral home for the services, too. You can't just be like, oh, $700, here you go. And
well,
then
what are you going to do?
I'm going to let my family shop around as to where... Nope.
You know who I truly feel bad for in this situation?
Who?
The hearse drivers.
I know, right?
What work are they doing now?
This is like when cab members found out that Lyft and Uber were coming to town. They're just like, well, what the fuck am I going to do? This is bullshit. I object to this MAID being in the funeral homes thing. And activists are like, yeah, right, because it's morally wrong. He's like, no, because it's detrimental to my business. I hate it. We were a little cautious at the start because it may seem opportunistic for a funeral home. But honestly, our approach to customers is always done in a state of benevolence, a company counselor said. Yeah, we're killing you for you. We're not doing it to be a dick.
I want their slogans to be, if you're going to die, do it here.
If you're going to die, die with us. I mean, it is. It does
die
seem
with
a little.
Daniel Funeral Home.
Yeah, it does. Die with Daniel. The Daniel Funeral Home.
It's just widespread in Canada now.
It's really a little on the nose. I mean, I wish the MAID program would back the fuck off for a second.
Oh, I got the Daniel package.
It's like the Canadian government listens to your home through your Alexa, and you're like, you start playing like Dido and sad songs on your Alexa, and then all of a sudden you get a thing in the mail like, hey, you sure you don't want the MAID program? You sound pretty sad. You're like, wait, what? No, I was trying to play Stan, and it accidentally played Thank You by Dido. It was very confusing. Association.
My heart hurts now.
Did you listen to a lot of Thank You when you were brokenhearted? Did your friend listen to a lot of Dido? Was that your song?
My friend, bless her heart, never listened to any depressing music when she got her heart broken.
And was Dido not one of them?
I've never heard of Dido.
Oh, really?
Nope.
Have you heard the song Stan?
Yeah.
By Eminem? Then you've heard Dido.
Oh.
That's her. And her hit song was called Thank You. Then again, that song came out in like 2001. So I'm fucking old.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've listened to Stan, obviously, many times. But
Association for Reformed Political Action, Canada Executive Director Mike Schouten told True North that he isn't surprised by the current trajectory. Oh, good. I mean, as long as you guys aren't surprised by it, I was more considering the moral rot of what you guys are doing. But as long as you're not concerned, then who am I to be? As long as you're not surprised, who am I to be concerned, I guess?
I hope Director Mike's middle name starts with a B.
Mike B. Schouten?
So it can be Mike B. Schouten.
As safeguards, excuse me. I wish his name was Dick. Dick B. Schouten. As safeguards continue to be relaxed and as euthanasia is offered as an easy and normalized solution to suffering, it is tragic but unsurprising that others desire to profit, including funeral homes. You know, this is kind of like if we allow gay marriage, what's next? This, that, and the other thing. And people were like, no, come on. You're being unreasonable. And then all of a sudden, all this other shit comes forward. I'm sure there's a lot of people who were against MAID And they were like, well, if you do this, people will try to turn a profit, getting people to off themselves and whatnot. And people are like, oh, come on, that's crazy, that's silly, that's just oh, thank you very much for your toe feet. Thank you very much, April.
My toe feet.
Your toe feet. Yeah, your toe fingers, I meant to say. Like, oh, come on, they're not going to start selling these MAID program things for profit. That's just you being a conspiracy theorist. And now a funeral home's like, bring us your dead. Bring us your dead. If they're not dead, we'll help them.
I have a prediction. You know how this shit gets worse eventually? Like you said, you start accepting things and then the ball keeps rolling. I believe that human taxidermy is next. Because it's like still having them around. You can just have them record a few of their hit lines throughout their life.
You're trying really hard to make something ridiculous, but I cannot laugh at it because I can't rule it out. I can't rule it out. Yeah, professional horny boy. Bring us your barely living. Ding, ding. Oh.
The ding, ding got me.
People are saying, Aaron, drop your pen again. April's got Uma Thurman feet.
That's not nice.
In only 7 years, Canada has secured one of the most expansive euthanasia and assisted regimes in the entire world, he said.
A regime?
Bro, that's not good. Oh, man, Canada's kicking ass. Dude, we're offing people in record numbers. It's incredible.
They're literally kicking ass and taking names.
Yes, and scratching those names off of a wall somewhere. Canadians must continue to advocate for helping others to live well rather than further normalizing assisted death. Okay, well, that's good. At least you're saying that part.
You know how there's a wall of, like, fallen soldiers names in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah.
Canada should have the wall of, like, the MAID program victims.
Canada is a fucked up place, man. It's just remarkably
especially
fucked up.
the elderly, where they had no choice in the matter. They had like a power of attorney over them, and they just decided
to kill their grandma.
Very much like taking your sick, cancer-laden cat to the vet, and there's like, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do for him. Okay.
You know who I feel bad for in all this? Dr. Kevorkian. Because here's a guy who spent time in jail. He died, being looked at as a terrible guy to some people. And all he was doing was being ahead of the curve. He would have made a fortune in Canada. So
yeah, I'm sure.
Poor Dr. Kevorkian is what I always say. All right, boys and girls, we are $95 away from whacking this morning's goal. And April has said that if we hit last night's 100, the horny ass cum glasses are coming out for the evening show. So here's the PayPal, the Streamlabs, the Venmo, and also super chats and memberships count as well. So if you want to drop in a couple of bucks, we could go on another run. We've had giant runs today. Wait,
Ew.
That didn't. Hold on. Wait.
Well, it did smell like it before the show.
Yeah. That's because I did have I had an episode, but we don't need to talk about it.
I bent my face over to get some toilet paper to blow my
that's a mistake.
And something just smelled sour and tangy.
Yeah, I'm
like, I have to get out of here.
You fed me seafood before bed. $95 away from this morning's goal. So there's the links. Let's all start a big run, a big train here, and we'll fuck this goal right in its pussy. What do you guys say? Let's do it. Would you like to hear from an Afghani refugee who owns a store in San Francisco about what he thinks is happening in that city? Would you like to get a foreigner's perspective?
I actually would, because I feel like an Afghani man might have some different standards than us here.
Yeah, like he might lower the standard. He might tell us, look, San Francisco's fine. You guys don't know what you're bitching about. I come from Kabul. It was a total shithole. It'd been bombed and wrecked for 30 years.
People will steal more than just your goods. They'll take your head, too.
Yeah, so, you guys got to calm down with your bitching and kvetching and whining about San Francisco. Let's check out this story from Fox 2. They'll talk to this Afghani refugee who owns a store, and he'll give us the good news about San Francisco, because, quite frankly, we could use some good news about San Francisco.
Absolutely.
Are you ready? Here you go.
cigarette store in San Francisco was broken into in the middle of the night.
As KTVU crime reporter.
In the middle of the night, the homeless shitting in the streets. There's a river of piss and a tent made of sheaths.
Sheaths?
We're all looking for heroin that we can put in our hand.
Vending machines.
And the vending machines have plenty of Narcan in the middle of the night. There you go.
When you're foaming at the mouth.
And I can get a new pipe for my crack. You ought to know by now.
You liked that too much. I'm over it.
Oh, man.
This
and if he can't smoke from some cleaner crack, at least he can go to the vendor. Well, it seems such a waste of time. If that's what it's all about.
Don't you change my favorite line of that whole song.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's the N-word. I forgot. All right, let's talk to
Let's go to Hottie and Hotter.
Let's get, and, I thought you were saying the Afghani guy's name, Hottie. No. My name is Hottie Abdul Hadallah, and I am here to tell you that San Francisco is just fine. It is my home away from home.
Henry Lee explains the owner says he was cleaned out.
Surveillance video shows 2 carloads of burglars breaking into a San Francisco smoke shop in the middle of the night. It happened at Cigarettes Cheaper at 17th and Geary.
Boy, this one's a little too on the nose. I don't know if I can do this without getting kicked off of YouTube.
My insides are squirming.
Hold on.
Right
Let
now.
me grab onto the underside of the table so I don't hurt myself.
I'll just grab my dick.
A bunch of robbers in the inner city of San Francisco. All piled into one car.
Wearing hoodies with their hoods up.
Wearing hoodies with their hoods up and clean white sneakers. They broke into a smoke shop. It was a discount smoke shop. Mute the mics.
Where they told their kids they were going to and would never return. I'm
in the
having
Richmond
trouble.
district at about 2:45 Wednesday morning.
Came inside. They were inside the store for almost 18 minutes.
Bashir Nadiri, a partner in the shop, did not want his face shown.
Garbage bags and a bunch of containers they had on their hand unloading all the cigarettes. And as you can see, 7 guys in 18 minutes, they pretty much walked.
Oh, and they're stealing cartons of cigarettes.
I better keep those mics muted. I don't trust myself right now.
I have no idea how the police are going to find these guys. Who are they going to be looking for?
Yeah, you can't really tell they're wearing all black, so.
They certainly are, even if they took off those clothes.
Well, then they'd expose their weapon.
Yes.
Of the whole store up. And they even ended up taking the safe too.
In this video, you can see one intruder carrying the safe away. Nadiri says, all told, the burglars made off.
Was that a ghost? Hold on a minute.
Store up. And they even ended up taking the safe too.
In this video, you can see one intruder carrying the safe away. Nadiri says, all told.
I've never heard of the word ghost, but I have heard of another word.
There's a spook carrying that case. No, I meant like a ghost, a spook, a CIA agent, or an apparition carrying that case. I don't know what these guys look like. They could be hillbillies from West Virginia for all I know. Isn't that what you call ghosts? Let me Google real quick.
I was thinking of ghoul.
Oh, a ghoul.
But you went there.
What is a... There we go.
I was totally thinking of ghoul.
Spook, a specter, ghost, any person suggestive of a specter or ghost as an eccentric or a secret agent. There you go.
Secret agent?
I was just trying to say.
What?
I was just trying to say, that there was a ghost. Did I not say?
Aisha's goodbye show.
Yeah. Did I not say that the safe was being controlled by a ghost? An apparition, a spook, whatever.
Sure.
God, I'm just trying to use words here, people. My God, you guys are being very
really
racist
spooked
today.
him off.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are, thinking anything other than that, you might want to check the way you think. All right, let's continue on with Ghost Safe.
The burglars made off with about 500 cartons of cigarettes and a safe with a total loss about $100,000.
Oh, my God.
These 4 literally went out for cigarettes.
Why is that funny, Aaron?
I don't know, because it's just kind of funny when
cigarettes are remarkably expensive.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
get it. No, I understand. It's just really
Dude,
funny.
You know what I found myself thinking of last night going to bed?
The crime rate?
Well,
oh.
No, you know how Lemmy called in and told me I need to smoke a pack and a half a day so I can get some more gravel in my throat?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, that is bad advice.
Not only is it bad advice, I was walking the dog thinking about this.
Okay.
I was like, how do you afford a pack and a half a day that's really going to eat into your grocery bill?
It's no different than having a Starbucks every day.
Yes, it is.
Oh, is it really?
If you just get a coffee at Starbucks, it's going to cost you at most $7. A pack of cigarettes is like up to $11, $12
Holy
a pack.
shit, really? I thought it was like $8.
Well, maybe if you buy shit.
Well, she said she does buy the cheapest.
Does she buy
cigarettes.
the cheapest? Then I don't know.
The thieves trashed the store and left the place in shambles. Crews spent much of the day cleaning up.
California, especially the Bay Area, is going down the hill. I mean, the police got to do something. The police doesn't show up. They don't do anything. So these guys know us. They know the protocol.
He had this message for the thieves.
You know, why us, man? Just like, minority, just like you guys. Like, go get a job. Go do something else.
Fucking based. You hear what he's saying? He goes,
Yeah, I'm a minority just like you guys.
I'm a minority just like you guys. Wait a minute. So is he saying that when these robberies happen, it's absolutely never a white person? I think.
Look, I don't know if he's saying that, but it did occur to him.
I do know that immigrants to this country do have a lot of them have a particular distaste for a certain culture.
Which is interesting
In this
because if
country.
Democrats are the ones who want them here to vote for them, that's really they're barking up the wrong
There's
tree.
going to be some infighting, I think.
Yeah.
This is all BS, man. You're not taking this from big corporation. This is not some big companies that you guys are robbing. We have a family to feed, man.
Anyone who recognizes these...
I have bad news, buddy. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, they don't feed their families. I'm just kidding. I mean, thieves. Thieves are typically only looking out for number one.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Cockdiff says the police need to do something. That's really good. It's very funny. Somebody says April starts smoking. Aaron, okay, guys, the goal is now $600 per morning to support my wife smoking. Right?
I go all the way and I've got Newports and you start questioning what I'm up to.
D. Gulag says whites are way more accepting than foreigners. That's true. That's absolutely true. So this store owner in San Francisco says in some ways San Francisco is worse than Afghanistan. This wasn't in the video story, but he did say at least in Afghanistan the Taliban will cut your hand off and people are afraid to commit such a crime.
Did you show that tweet?
He didn't say that.
Oh, he didn't say that.
No, he said that. He just didn't say it in the news story. So this guy is saying, look, you've got San Francisco is going to such shit that I'm looking to the Taliban in Afghanistan for solutions. I mean, that gives you an idea of how alone all these people feel and how hopeless they feel.
We're blowing people's heads off in Afghanistan.
Not anymore.
Well, someday.
The Taliban are, but we outsource that.
We're not. The royal we. Okay, somebody is.
Courtney says the last few shows, April's been extra funny.
Oh.
Congratulations on your extra funny.
Thanks.
Matt Joe says April would look hot smoke. Nobody looks hot smoking. We wouldn't have to. We could actually lower the goal if April was smoking because I would fire her.
I don't think anyone's looked hot smoking since like
Audrey Hepburn.
I was thinking like teenage Johnny Depp.
Even then, you just think of what they smell like. You're like, ugh.
I'm in a weird place on the smell of cigarettes because my grandma, who I loved very much, smoked cigarettes. Killed her.
Yeah.
But like the smell of cigarettes brings like a warm fuzzy feeling to my heart because it reminds me of my grandma. So like every time I visit like a county fair.
You understand that's like you loving the smell of cordite if your grandmother had her head blown off.
No, because cordite's not something that person would have done frequently.
No, you would have
the smell
smelled
of
it.
Cigarette smoke reminded me of
you
hugging
would have
my
smelled
grandma.
the cordite after the criminal blew your grandma's head off, and then you'd be like, "Oh man, I love that smell of cordite."
You've got it all wrong because
the
that
cigarettes
cordite instance
killed your grandmother.
But the cordite instance would have only happened the one time. For me, hugging my grandma or going to my grandmother's house smelled like sweet cigarettes, like the sweet smell of tobacco. Therefore, when I go to like a county fair or something and I smell cigarettes, I think of my grandma now. Not in a negative
That's
inflection.
fucked up
really.
that your grandma never didn't smell like cigarettes.
She did eventually. She just she quit too late. It was too late.
Well, it sounds like it.
She smoked for like 40 years, I think, and then she was like, about 10 years she'd quit, but she already had COPD, so it was kind of over.
This one's very funny. Andrew Rice Cray says, Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru looked really hot smoking. Oh, get it, when they were murdered by the Empire.
Ask Mark Hamill how he felt about that.
$95 away from today's goal. Let's get it. We got 25 minutes until we rattle the cans and try to knock out the rest. You guys have hammered the shit out of this goal today. You've done a great job. Let's go on one last run and knock out the rest of it. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. There's the link in the chat. Catch it while it's hot. While we do that, remember that Midland Armory in downtown Foley is your best place to go for firearms, accessories, magazines, lower receivers, knives, parts and gear, you name it, they've got it at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. That's midlandarmory.com. Of course, our friends at Midland Armory want you to use the promo code SteelToe so you get a great deal on your order. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or online for all of you at midlandarmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care. If you go in the ditch, if you get in an accident, if you're one of our OGs who lives in the central Minnesota area, nobody is faster, more professional, or better than All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And if somebody wants to put the link in the chat to the tickets to the anniversary show, the tickets are continuing to sell. In fact, I believe we have, depending on how many seats they're going to open up, 30 to 50 spots left for the comedy show. Now, the cornhole tournament, we got, I think, half the spots open. I think 16 of 32 are taken, but we will expand the tournament as more of you come in. Saturday, August 12th, the Steel Toe 9th anniversary party at Stoney's. Gino Bisconti, Keanu Thompson's going to be there. Johnny, myself, April. We're inviting Oz. I think Tom Chilstrom is coming. I'm not sure. It's the Steel Toe 9th anniversary party, Saturday, August 12th at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. One last thing for you guys before we get back into these stories and these topics. The whole bean option for Steel Toe coffee is now available. So you can get your whole bean coffee for Steel Toe coffee at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. The link is right there in the chat. Get your whole bean Steel Toe coffee today at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Red Fox Mad says, is Corey coming up for the comedy show? I mean, if he comes up on his own dime, yeah, he's more than invited. But yeah, I mean, he'd have to, I mean, that's a hell of a flight from Austin. That's for sure. But if he wants to, he's absolutely invited to come up for sure. But we went another route. We went with Gino and Keanu. We wanted to shake things up for the comedy show this year. Plus, Corey doesn't work for Steel Toe anymore. So what are you going to do? If he wants to come up, he can. Otherwise, leave it up to him. It's kind of like the co-hosting the show thing. When I sent him 2-3 offers and he told people, well, I didn't get any offers. Well, then I'll wait on him. He can let me know. We'll just, if he wants to do the show, he can let us know. Otherwise, if he's happy doing what he's doing, he doesn't need to do the show. That's fine too.
I do believe Oz plans on going.
Oz did say he plans on going, but with Oz, there's always, health stuff, and we'll see.
Hey.
Hopefully he shows up.
For after the show. I forgot about yesterday.
Oh, okay. I would love to discuss that.
Yeah.
All right. We have a story about lovely California. Senator Scott Wiener, and boy, is this a perfect name. Senator Scott Wiener.
Is he a wiener guy?
He is definitely a wiener guy. He is the state senator for San Francisco. He's one of the San Francisco state senators. He's a Democrat. He's really big into LGBT shit. Like, way too into it, to the point where he endorses some of the really more disgusting shit, like introducing a bill that would decriminalize pedophilia.
Okay.
He's that big.
Well, that guy is going to hell someday then.
He's that big of a whack job. Well, this guy decided to honor some trans drag group at the state capitol that's like super anti-Catholic and shits all over religious people and stuff like that. The caption on this tweet was, "This would have been a comedy skit a decade ago." I want to show you this. This is Senator Scott Wiener and him honoring Sister Roma, I think is the organization. They're like really fucking shitty, nasty people, but they identify as like LGBTQ friendly. So this guy thinks they're...
excuse it?
Yeah, this guy just thinks they're fucking great.
And this seems to me like this would be the least of California's problems.
Well, this is why they have those problems, because they choose to focus on stupid shit like this.
Okay.
So proud of Sister Roma and her work in the community, and I'm proud
it's all
of
part of
California for standing strong to support LGBTQ people as our community is under assault in the rest of the country.
Yeah, really under assault. You guys get free access to our children. You get to run rampant in schools. You get to come in and take over women's sports. And then the minute we tell you guys, hey, could you fucking hold off your advance on us? Could you stop the invasion and the attack a little bit? You guys go, why are you victimizing us? We're not. We've given you more leeway than literally every country in the entire world has ever given you. Fucking be happy with what you got and shut up.
Tell me any rights you don't have.
Right.
That we have.
Or, hey, tell me rights that you get that other people don't get. I don't get to go compete against women. I can't go in and play women's basketball unless I identify as a woman. So all you have to do, identify as a woman, you get to take your masculine body and beat women at sports.
Any other rights that they have excused on their behalf that I don't is going to get too in the weeds for this show.
Yeah.
Sister Roma went on to say it's an incredible honor to have been nominated. She says being recognized not only means a lot to her, but the LGBTQ community at large.
I'm sorry, LGBTQ community, but if these are the type of people that are your representatives, count me the fuck out. Sister Roma is one of the OG sisters in the anti-Catholic Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. And the work that she has done in the community is that for decades, he's dressed as a woman and paraded himself in public to desensitize the culture to sexual perversion. San Francisco Democrat Scott Wiener has a national spotlight for supporting all sorts of radical legislation, including a bill to decriminalize pedophilia. This week, he honored the sisters in the state capitol as part of the state's Pride festivities. I mean, look at this. It's a fucking joke.
We can't even be bothered to protect children from disgusting adults now.
It's not even that. There's a place for this.
Hell. It's hell.
No, look, take it easy. But there's a place for this. Fucking freak shows at a bar.
I'm more so referring to the fact that they want to decriminalize harming children.
But like, if you want to do your freak show shit at a bar and you want to do your drag shit, go ahead. But you want to jump in and you want to be part of everything. Your shtick isn't for everybody. All right? You know, this show is more appropriate for children than you are, and this show is in no way appropriate for children. Not even close. I wouldn't endorse that view in a million years.
If I had kids in California, I'd get the fuck out of there. Immediately.
I mean, unless you're one of the parents, you like this shit. You know?
I don't consider you a good parent if you like that shit.
They like that shit. They think it's really proud and progressive and moving the ball forward.
It's not about your appearance. It's not about dressing up or anything. I could give a fuck what somebody wears. It's about the decriminalizing pedophilia. It makes me want to puke.
Andrew Rice Cray says, what are you trying to say?
He's gonna puke!
Andrew Rice Cray says Wiener should be publicized more prominently. It will accelerate the inevitable reaction to this degeneracy. That's not a bad point. Laughing Lion says no one pays money at the circus to see the freaks anymore. They're free range now. Right. I mean, it's killing the freak shows, unfortunately. 95 away from hitting it today. Even steel toe, mild sauce packet ROTC is not kid friendly, says professional horny boy.
Mild sauce packet.
Oh man. $95 away. Let's hammer out the rest of that, guys. You're almost there. Let's do it without playing the music today. What do you say? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, best carnival barkers in the business. You get 2 friends, then they get 2 friends, then they get 2 friends. We multi-level marketing this shit. 95 away. That only means a few of you. Let's do it. Step up, start the rally. Let's hammer this thing out. Let's move on to the next thing before I physically break my own screen.
Right.
Did you see, I don't know if we cared about this very much, but did you see Logan Paul sparred with Israel Adesanya?
I did not see that.
Yeah. He, oh boy, I want to read this one too. UFC champion, he's a champion again, right? He won his title back. Logan Paul, who was a collegiate level wrestler, I believe, or an all-state wrestler, turned boxer, had a sparring session with Israel Adesanya, who's a mixed martial arts superstar. People were making fun of Logan Paul for this 16-second clip that came out. I will just say, this is 15 seconds better than I would have done. Let's watch Logan Paul wrestling with Israel Adesanya. This is just real quick, then we'll move on to the next thing.
Wow.
I mean, I don't really see what's to be made fun of there.
No.
He got on top of the middleweight champion of the world. He locked him in a chokehold with his legs, and he got him to tap out. That's pretty fucking cool, if you ask me.
That is pretty cool. Just even for the story, I think that's pretty cool.
All right, Justin Yindra is starting the rally with $5. He says only North Korea can fix California. All right, there you go, guys. There's the rally. It has begun. $5 at a time. Thank you very much, Justin. $90 away from hammering this thing out and doing overtime today. Thank you, guys. Music is coming in 15 minutes unless you can help it.
We can do it.
Unless you guys can do it before then, the music will be avoided today. Let's watch this young lady who looks like she got like a high school internship. Like, free report thing. Like she won a contest and she got to report from the hockey game.
Right.
This woman is reporting from the Stanley Cup playoffs. Or the Stanley Cup, I guess you could say. And she had a little trouble with some of the more intoxicated patrons of the game.
Oh, no.
Let's check it out.
Yeah, it's still a very loud crowd here at T-Mobile Arena. Obviously, Vegas fans enjoying the less than ideal night for the Panthers. And falling to the Knights.
I like her. I like that because a lot of people would just go, we're going to send it back to you. It's a little rowdy here. She's like, she saw him coming out of the peripheral and she's like, get the fuck out of here. Go fuck yourself.
Not today.
Get out of here. Be great if she brought like a hunting knife with her to her live shoots and just went, I'll turn your fucking neck into a smile. Do you understand me?
Oh, this poor girl.
He's like, okay, I just wanted to have some fun. I'm sorry.
Less than ideal night for the Panthers. Falling to the Knights. Oh my God, don't want to be. All right, let's get into the highlights here.
She never broke eye contact with the camera.
Completely recovered instantly.
She nailed that shit.
And we're calling her an intern.
She ain't no intern.
Seasoned.
She put that guy in a fucking chokehold and said, enough of your horse shit.
Right. She knows like a spot on the neck to like pinch or something.
She Vulcan nerve pinches the next guy and he just goes out.
She knows how to disable her enemies.
Yeah, it's still a very loud crowd here at T-Mobile Arena.
Oh, is this the same clip?
Enjoying the less than ideal night for the Panthers. Falling to the Knights. Right?
That's where you don't want to be. I like that. Just bring one big dude to all these live shots, you know?
Yeah, shouldn't there be some just big ass dude behind the camera guy?
Just one dude, and his job is to take people off camera and fuck him up. That's it.
That was just a fun clip, though. It's just some drunk dude happy.
I like her because usually those reporters, they don't do anything. They're just sit
stiffs.
there. Well, we're going to get that taken care of. And then she's like, nope, go fuck your mother.
I wish we had a dump button.
The only thing is,
for me,
like she probably got a talking to at work. They're like, we don't want you putting your hands on anyone in case they sue us. And we don't want any kind of legal ramifications. So just next time, just finish your report and continue.
Well, that'd be bullshit in fairness, though, because that guy looked like he grabbed her arm or her hand. What is she supposed to do?
He was trying to come in all shit-faced and yell something into the news camera, and she was not having it. Wayne Chambers with $10 says, come Glasses hype train, and ROC did the story first. Son of a dick!
Is there ever an instance where we can come first? Or
that's what I always say.
You know?
It's a common refrain in this home.
Story first.
Tell you what. That puts us at $85 away.
Thank you.
From hammering it out. 13 minutes until we play the music. Unless you guys go on a rally all together now at the same time, whether it's PayPal, Streamlabs, or Venmo. 85 away. We can do this thing as a team. Nicki Minaj sued for allegedly damaging borrowed jewelry. She denies it. I don't care about that one. I want to hear about what Justin Bieber's dad did. Apparently, Justin Bieber's dad, Jeremy, is getting a little bit of heat because he decided to post his own pride message.
Oh.
And I did not know this, but Justin Bieber's got a bass daddy.
Oh. I would not have seen that coming.
Yeah, bass daddy Bieber. Well, aren't they from Canada?
I have no idea.
So based Canadian dad Bieber. Justin Bieber's dad, Jeremy, is letting everybody know exactly how he feels about Pride Month, posting dismissive messages about the celebrations happening this June. Now, I have a question. Are we ever going to get back to not treating this like this guy committed a hate crime?
No.
Can't we just, if we see something happening, aren't we allowed to just comment on how stupid we think it is? Isn't that most of our culture now anyway, just calling shit stupid?
In the words of Jerry Lewis, no.
In the words of Will Sasso, or don't. But
I don't think you get to observe and report anymore unless the observation is, more rainbows.
When did a pride celebration become like Christ on the cross, where you couldn't go like, aha, look at that stupid fuck. You're dancing around in your underwear, flying rainbows all over the place with makeup all over your face and balls, and I'm not allowed to go, you look fucking ridiculous, without someone going, that is a hateful comment. No, it's not. He looks silly. Am I not allowed to say that? This is a ridiculous waste of time. You're all having a parade about butt fucking.
You know what's really fun is going home to shower after you've participated in a trans parade or something of that nature. You get to go home and you've got you know how on a tree, if you cut it this way, you can see the different rings and see how old they are?
Right.
You get to determine how many gentlemen were on your hang down based on the different lipsticks.
That's and how far each one, the different
how far they got.
Yeah, the different duty rings.
Much like in hot water last night.
Yes. Jeremy, who has 3 children with 3 different women, attaboy.
Yeah.
Justin Bieber is part black.
With 3 different women? That's a lot.
Took to Twitter Wednesday to post a meme of a pride flag and the message, "Don't forget to thank a straight person this month for your existence." It's just kind of catty and cunty. Gay people should understand that, and game should recognize game in that instance.
Well, no one's thanking Jeremy for giving us Justin.
I mean, I'm not saying they should, but
I'm not either. But
But as far as busting the balls of if he would have written something that was an outward threat towards the LGBT community, okay, all right, we got to give him some shit on that. We got to, that's not a nice thing to do. But the guy literally was just like, hey, you ought to thank a straight person, gay people. That's fine. There's literally nothing wrong with that. That's not even offensive. That's not dangerous. That's nothing. Enough with you guys crying wolf about everybody who just thinks you're a little goofy. That's allowed.
Stop saying things are harmful. They're always, that's big. Things are harmful when it's just... No, it was a catty comment. I kind of agree with you. If something's not an outward threat to somebody, let it go. Yeah. Don't read it. You read it one time, you're like, oh, that guy's shitty, and then you don't talk to him again.
Right. And how many of you are going to Justin Bieber's dad for your take on Pride Month? That's your problem.
Is he hot?
I don't. He looks like what you'd think. He's pretty white trashy.
Well, then no.
Yeah, so you'd love him. Let's go to this next one. I saw that one. I didn't prep that one for today's show. I just saw it in the little headlines there. I wanted to bring it up. I just wanted to see how not a big deal what he wrote was. And I was not disappointed. It was remarkably not a big deal. The thing that he wrote on Instagram.
Yeah, it is. While it might be a hacky thing to do, anyone walking around saying, oh, straight pride. That's not okay to say that, but...
You don't have to have pride in the way you fuck. It's not necessary.
I agree with you.
You have everything you need.
Nobody needs to walk around talking about it. You know who you need to talk to about how you fuck? Is the person you're going to be fucking.
The person you're going to be fucking, exactly. We have a little problem for the Republican House leader in Oregon. This is one of those times where, your kids can do shit to embarrass you. And that it can kind of affect you if they do it publicly.
Uh-huh.
And then you have to take your kid home and be like, you ever fucking do that again, I swear to God, I'm going to kill you. I think that's
skosh too far.
I think that discussion might have happened in one Oregon household. House Leader Vicky Breeze Iverson is facing calls to resign after a photo of her teenage son doing a Nazi salute next to a German fighter plane during a school field trip resulted in backlash across the state.
You know,
it's a little spicy.
Tiny bit.
It's a little spicy.
A little seasoning on that one.
Thank you to Johnny Chopsticks. There he is. $5 says for Gino Pride Month. All right, guys, he's got it to 80. What are you going to do?
Thank you.
He got it down to 80, and we're about 7 minutes away from the music. $80. You guys can do it. Everybody together now.
That's
you got Carnival Barking Can Rattler over here says money, 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 money.
$10 a minute. We got this.
Oh, $10 a minute. You guys are more than good for that. Republican House Leader faces resignation calls after son's Nazi salute photo. Do we have any audio of the actual hearing? Oh, no, it's just a music video story.
Gay.
So the photo taken at the Erickson Aircraft Collection in Madras, Oregon. In front of a replica of an FW-190 with a swastika painted on its tail. I love how they focus on that. It's like, yeah, asshole, it was a German World War II fighter plane. It's going to have a swastika on the tail. It would be weird if it didn't.
Right. If I go to look at old German aircraft and there's no swastikas, I'm upset and want my money back.
Yes. Usually if I go to any museum and there's no swastikas, I go, hey, what gives?
We're leaving out a big part of history
Come
here.
on, guys. Why aren't there more swastikas here? And they're like, sir, this is the Country Music Hall of Fame. And I go, exactly.
You're at the Ice Age, like Smithsonian Museum, and you're like, I don't see any swastikas in this ice here.
Why aren't there more swastikas in these cave paintings?
You know, these mammoths have them engraved in their tusks.
This is horse shit. Breeze Iverson, who represents the districts of Prineville and acts as the state's House Minority Leader, has apologized for her son Alex's photo, writing on Facebook that her son acted out of extremely poor judgment and without considering the impact this photo would have. Oh, are they going to take him to the Holocaust Museum? Are they going to make sure that he's really, really sorry about what he did?
I keep threatening to take Aaron there every time he gets a little spicy, but
yeah.
He doesn't buy it.
I always back it off, though, as soon as she threatens that. I'm like, oh, plane tickets.
He doesn't want to find a pair of shoes he likes.
Yeah, it's too expensive. $4.99 from Hobo Chili Recipe says a Pride Month Jerry Lewis quote would be wonderful. My asshole's big. There you go. I got one for you. Well, you got to service the clients. As
you do.
Yeah. But, I really find it to be disingenuous that they're asking this woman to resign from her political post because of a picture her son gave at a field trip. Like, cameras and phones are all over the place now. In 2000, when we went to different museums and shit, the kind of naughty shit we tried to get away with, if you would have caught that on camera, you would have been firing all of our parents.
My parents would have fired me.
Yeah, everybody.
From the household.
Everybody just turns everything political now and like, oh, our son took an embarrassing high school photo. Let's try to get a Republican fired from their job, or let's try to get a Democrat fired from this because a family member did something.
Yeah, they must be teaching their kids white supremacy.
Yeah. All this Republican has to do is go, hey, if Hunter Biden can do crack and fuck hookers on tape and Joe Biden gets to be president, I think my kid can do a fuck up at a field trip.
Do you know that, like, how many friends that kid probably had put him up to that?
All of his friends?
All of them.
Yes.
Every single one.
Every one of his friends.
They were all looking at each other like, okay, who's going to do it? Because somebody has to do it. And he's like, me.
Tigger next door said Aaron would probably get excited to go to the Holocaust Museum. It just seems like a bummer. Somebody says our fucking president's kid smokes crack, and he's like 50.
And now he can smoke crack from clean pipes in the streets of New York.
That's true. A 17-year-old kid at a World War II museum, you expect that kind of childish behavior out of him. Mm. How about a 50-year-old who smokes crack with Russian whores? Do we do nothing for that one? Oh, a kid did a Hitler salute at a thing. That's kind of what kids do, not because they're Nazis, but because it's to misbehave. It's to be...
They think it's edgy.
Yeah, to be edgy and shit.
Oh, I'm being naughty.
Is that what Hunter Biden was doing when he was sucking crack out of a pipe and blowing it into a Russian girl's pussy? Was he just going, oh, I'm just being edgy and wacky?
I mean, you can make that argument.
She doesn't have to be fired for that. She doesn't have to resign for that. She's fine.
I don't like...
Just go home, tell your kid you ever do that again, and I'm going to fucking kill you. I swear to God.
I'm conflicted sometimes because I'm like, well, on one hand, why should a parent be fired or shamed for something the kid did? Because kids do wacky things.
Right.
But on the other hand, you could make an argument like, well, kids learn from somewhere, and that does kind of make sense. But they could all... When they get to be school age, they also spend most of their time away from the parents.
Right.
So
they don't want to be around you.
Right.
They learn that from their pals hanging around. And like it's something like taboo and misbehaving that you can do. So they do it.
Giggle, giggle, scoff, scoff.
Jacob with $10 says, I cannot see the picture. They didn't put it in the story. They did not put that in the story. $4.99 from Scarface says, double Romans for La Raza. All right. 65 away from today's goal. 2 minutes until we fire up the music. What do you say? Fuck it. Let's just do it now. Guys, we'll do it live. We're going to hammer out the rest of this goal, and we're going to get to overtime early today. What do you say? We may not knock out the 100 that we're short for last night. You may not get cum glasses tonight on the evening show. You may not get our wacky morning zoo bit that we're doing, but we can hammer out the goal today and do 30 minutes of overtime. Let's fucking do it.
Let's fuck.
Let's fuck, everybody. $65 away. Let's hammer this thing out. If you do an extra 100 and make up for last evening, I'll give you the choice. Cum glasses tonight or an extra half hour on Friday. If you nail it.
Oh, geez.
Smokeout Prod says, is it really overtime if it's during regulation? Well, no, we'll still do the same, we'll still go till 10:30. I'm just saying, let's get the $65 out of the way now. A mere bag of shells for the listeners of this program.
Yeah.
And let's just do this thing right now. Get it out, get the e-begging out of the way and get right back to the show. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. All of it works. So all of you throw in a little bit
Teamwork.
And let's hammer this thing out teamwork style.
Little bit.
65 away from today's goal. You guys have got this. E-begging engaged. Carnival barking engaged. Showmanship engaged. Let's do this thing. I want to throw out a fuckload of thank yous. I want everybody to get thank yous, from Union Jack to that Zach to Smokeout Prods to Dub to Scarface to Chili. Everybody's getting thank yous today. And we're going to knock out this 65. Plus, I get way less obnoxious if you knock this thing out.
Tease them with overtime. What's for overtime?
I got a shitload of stuff. I got a teammate of Leah Thomas finally breaking her silence.
Ooh.
I've got, that little shithead who's been harassing bears at Yellowstone.
What?
Yeah, they want this kid arrested. I say just let him get too close.
Yeah.
I've got a bunch of witches eating a dead deer caught on trail cam. I got a lot of shit going on.
I have to see that one.
Dub with $10 says 07 and a gifted membership from Fauci's Pangolin. There you go. 55 away from today's goal. Let's do it, boys and girls. Carnival barking at its finest. Step right up and support the greatest morning show that ever was, the Steel Toe Morning Show. The Happy Plague Doctor with $5 says, if we do the extra 100, will you wear the H-Man mustache? Oh boy, I don't know about that. $50 away from knocking it out. Let's do it, boys and girls. Everybody, all hands on deck. 50 away from hammering this thing out. How about the PayPal? How about the Streamlabs? How about the Venmo? Marcus Chandler with $13.99 Canadian says, this is for Uncle Dave.
Thank you.
There you go. $40 away from hammering this thing out. Union Jack gifting a membership. Thank you, sir. Legend of Ned getting one. Zach O with $2 says, I'm poor this week. I don't give a shit. You just listen to the show and have a good time. And thank you for your generosity. 35 away from hammering it out. You guys have got this. We've got a couple of minutes left and you're only 35 away. Just finish it off, would you? You can do it. Your favorite e-beggar program says you've got this. I say you've got this. Crank Nutter Butter says, oh my God, Chaplain stash now, Aaron. I ain't doing shit. We missed by 100 last night. I'm feeling remarkably betrayed.
That's why I said we got to make it up for me to be making it.
Yeah, there's no way I can go with that stash with missing last night. Mr. Approachable with $5 says no internet drama for overtime. That I can donate to. Well, there you go.
Thank
Steve
you.
gifting a Steel Toe membership. Those help grow the show. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
$30 away. Smokeout Proud says, come on, guys. Let's come on those glasses. Let's come on those glasses, boys and girls.
I have fears now. I have thoughts.
As you should. Jared says, give me my kids back. I need to harvest their kidneys to buy the new Apple Vision Pro. $5. Thank you, pal.
Thanks.
All right, $25 away.
Knock her out, guys.
25 away from the goal. Let's do it. You guys can do this. A minute left to go. 25 away. Came up 100 short yesterday. If you make that up, we'll throw you a little something extra as well. 25. You guys have got it.
Oh, I'm getting nervous.
I believe in you. 30 minutes of overtime on the line. This is the fun part. This is the dramatic fun part. $3 from Laughing Lion says for my Zumach Patreon subscription. Thank you.
Thanks.
Diesel Cat with $9.99 says Chad's stolen credit card account.
A lot of Chad stuff.
$20 even.
Thank you.
Left to go. 20 even. You can do it.
Man.
20 seconds left on the clock. Trucker 18-wheeler with $2 says, I'll donate to the morning goal. Oh, fuck. I fucked that up.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
The morning.
The morning.
How much more
Here
morning do you get?
Wednesday morning. And now we're $10 away. Thanks to Legends of the Ned with $10. And there it is. Chevrolet JB knocking it out. Kill the music. We're $10 into that the night
Missed
before.
100.
So there we go. Here, we'll do this.
We have 90 to make up our losses.
Tuesday evening goal.
Thank you.
And then we'll go here. Glasses for the evening show. Oh, wait, that's too long.
I don't like being pimped out this way.
I don't either, April, but look, as the pimp says, we need to get paid.
Aren't you the pimp?
Yes, I am. Chevrolet JB, thank you for the 20. Thank you, Matthew Jenkins, for the 5. Knocking out tonight's goal.
Thank you.
And now 90 on the cum glasses goal, if you will. So $90 left in that. Let's do some overtime, shall we?
Yes.
Off we go. Yeah, Union Jack says you offered it up, April. That's true.
I did. Would it be shitty of me if I didn't believe that it would get achieved in that moment?
Oh, there you go, guys. She says the only reason she's offering it up is because she didn't think it would happen.
I mean, I'll make good on it if you guys make good on your end. So
Okay, there you go.
Another
teammate of Leah Thomas, the swimmer,
the swimmer.
Yes.
Yeah.
The swimmer with swimmers that swims with women. Leah Thomas shattered records. I mean, just an amazing season for Leah Thomas. It didn't hurt that she was a good foot taller and foot broader than all the other women in the pool. Leah Thomas was like a top 200 or 300 male swimmer.
And a top.
Yeah, and a top. And transitioned to female. And then after they transitioned to female,
yeah,
they ended up swimming with the women and kicking the living dog fuck out of them.
And surprising no one.
And really, and what's also surprising is that we never really heard from any of the other swimmers during all of this thing. What did they think of all this? They didn't really come out and endorse Leah Thomas and say that they're proud of her and they welcome her into swimming, but they also didn't criticize her either. Then the levees started to break. And Riley Gaines started speaking up about it. But she was someone who was beaten by Leah Thomas for the national championship. So you kind of looked at Riley Gaines as, oh, maybe this is a little sour grapes.
And she was hot, so clearly don't trust the hot girl.
Don't trust the hot girl. So then we had teammates of hers start to speak out. And the teammates of Leah Thomas are now starting to say, look, if we spoke out, we were going to get punished.
Yeah, you almost have to wait till you graduate.
So now one of her teammates sat down with Matt Walsh, because if you have a story that's going to kind of shit on anything trans related, you go to Matt Walsh and he'll slurp it up like jizz.
He'll get it out there.
Oh yeah, he'll lick the plate clean. Matt Walsh. He's like, oh, you don't like trans people? Oh yeah, fuck it. It tastes delicious. I love it.
What is this?
That's him licking the plate. I'm pantomiming. It's called an act out. In the biz.
What would be the motion that got the goo onto the plate?
Oh, I don't think I can do that one on YouTube.
Okay.
Not without hurting some feelings. So, a teammate of Leah Thomas, who's wishing to remain anonymous, said she's ready to come out and tell her story. Matt Walsh had a conversation with her. Here's a clip of that conversation.
Actually, one of the girls, very upset. She went crying to the athletic.
How can you be anonymous and
You're just not putting your name out there. It makes
Okay,
it
but-
harder because people have to actually look through the roster now.
I guess.
Department, and I don't know what they said to her, but she then was completely on board and thought Leah swimming was this magical, beautiful thing. Is there something wrong with me for thinking that this is wrong? It worked. The universe.
That is the weird mind fuck that they do. Remember, these are 20, 21-year-old people.
Mm-hmm.
These aren't well-adjusted, brain developed, have seen the world, hardened, battered 30 or 40 somethings, and they can see the tricks. There's a reason they're pushing this trans shit on people who are in middle school and elementary school. It's because if you try to push it on someone who knows the world, they're going to go, this is horseshit. You're embarrassing yourself. Stop it.
You need a malleable brain.
You need a malleable brain. So if they push this shit on these college swimmers, especially you notice they push it on female swimmers who are used to socially being insecure, not sure of themselves.
Very much so.
Not knowing if they should speak up.
But that's women in general.
Women in general.
Yeah.
So they go after them and say, hey, this trans person's going to be swimming on the team. Nobody has a problem with that, do they?
We're all looking around
Right. And the way women work is they're like, do I rock the... I don't like this. I don't think it's good. I think it's a bad thing. But boy, I sure don't want to upset anybody. There's a reason they don't pull this shit and ask guys their opinion. Especially 20-year-old guys full of testosterone and piss and cum.
Somebody will get hit.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh, yeah, by the way, we're going to do this with the girls team. Like, the fuck we are. No fucking way, coach. Not doing it. Not in a million years.
Right.
University wanted us to be quiet, and they did it in a very effective way. There was something going on in that athletic department that wanted to keep us quiet. And I was like, this is getting scary.
It's not even scary. It's what you should expect. We need to start teaching girls like this. Don't get scared when this shit happens. Expect it to happen and know how to counteract it.
That is, in fact, something that needs to be taught, because I am sitting here and as she was saying that's scary, I also was thinking, wow, that's really scary. People want you to keep quiet about something that's a huge red flag.
Right.
That's
but
terrifying.
It shouldn't be scary. Expect it, and then it won't be scary for you.
That is something that you've tried to teach me about most things in life, is you should just expect this from people. Don't ever be surprised by somebody like that just because you're not them.
But that's the difference. Again, it's the difference I keep harping on between men and women. Women think like women. Men think like everybody else.
I project how I would think or feel in a situation onto the other person, and I expect them to behave the same way.
I never do that. I always take my cues from David Letterman's producer, Bob Morton. And he said, his quote was, never assume these assholes have a plan. Never go in thinking you know what they're going to do. Just anticipate that they're going to do some dirty, underhanded, stupid shit and be ready to call it dirty, underhanded, stupid shit. Guilting these girls. If these girls would have been tough, they would have gotten a really good lawyer who probably would have taken the case pro bono because it would have gotten a lot of publicity and said, hey, fight for this not to happen. Could you fight for us to make sure we don't have to compete against this person who has clear physical advantages over us and was a guy until, a year ago?
Not only that, but help us feel safe and secure in our own locker room where we're naked.
Right, that part too.
We're naked, okay?
They didn't do that because the school administrators, the college administrators, basically strong-armed them and intimidated them, knowing that they're young girls and will follow the pack, and made them feel like they would be bad people or ostracized or feel guilty if they spoke out about this.
Which it works.
Yeah. Let's fast forward because this is a half-hour interview. Let's hear from her clip by clip.
So we were first announced that, and I kind of felt shocked. I felt a little uncomfortable, but everyone around me looked really happy and excited for this member of the men's team to be living their true self.
Were those looks genuine, or did they feel like they had to pretend that they were excited?
Honestly, I can't speak for everyone, but in my own experience, I think it was definitely just a lot of shock. I think that was the biggest thing is, you kind of like smile when you're uncomfortable. That's how I would have read it. But again, I can't speak for every single person.
No, I guarantee every woman in the room was doing that. They were looking around at everyone else going, oh, okay. Yeah, are you? Because women look to other people to say it first before they go, yeah, I agree. This is kind of bullshit. I don't think we should do this. So they're all nervously smiling and looking at each other. And when nobody speaks up, they just go, I guess we're doing this then.
And on occasion, there will be one or two women in a group that will be known as the bitch eventually that will say like, oh, that is so great. Like, guys, don't you just think that's great that this person's living their true self and their best life and all that? And then they'll
the other girls are afraid to speak out.
They'll posture and put themselves on a pedestal because now they've set that bar, and anyone who steps to it is in trouble.
On my team, but that's how I interpreted it, and it was just a situation where we're like, okay, well, we're gonna have to navigate this for the next year. At least we have a year to think about it.
And you said that Will Thomas, soon to be Leah Thomas, led this meeting where this was all explained to you?
It was interesting because actually the women and men's team at Penn it's a combined program. So most things we do is with the men's team. The women were called into the team room, and we had the meeting that I sat in on where our coach said, okay, everyone sit down. Okay, I'm gonna pass this over to Will. This is Will's meeting.
So this is when you...
Wait, that wasn't Leah? They didn't say Leah, they said Will. That's fucking weird.
You were first told...
Why does he have firewood in his studio? I just want to ask that question real quick. April, that is stacked firewood.
Probably like a cozy, rustic look.
I took it as like,
he's a conservative. Like I don't know. Coming from a farm, I don't hate it.
I took it as like we got to get in our bunker with our firewood.
No, he's got a fireplace and it's right in view.
Well, then fuck me. I just hate Matt Walsh and I look at him skeptically.
About this male who's going to be competing against you by the male himself. So there wasn't a meeting before this where you guys had a chance to ask questions without having the guy himself right there. You didn't have that opportunity.
No, this was just, it happened like it was September of 2019. It was the beginning of the season. Like we were still in preseason actually. I don't think the official season had even started yet. And it just announced to us and then it was really quick. It was less than 10 minutes. And then our coach said, okay, everybody get in the pool. Practice is starting now.
So that is really interesting, and we won't play much more of that because we get it, the Leah Thomas thing. It's just interesting to see people speak out once there's no consequences anymore.
Interestingly enough, I'd listen to that whole interview.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting is that this woman is saying, like, they never put us in a conversation with our other teammates with Leah Thomas not present where we could ask questions and we could be made to feel comfortable.
Raise concerns.
Yeah, it sounds like Penn just went, all right, listen, you bitches. This person's swimming with you now. Either like it or get the fuck out. Don't say a word. We're moving on.
They
Get
shoved
in the pool.
Will/Leah Thomas down their throat, essentially.
In a manner of speaking, yes. So that, again, I think the reason I don't need to watch this interview is I kind of know what happened, and I don't think she's going to tell me anything that's going to surprise me.
But the off chance that she might is what keeps me watching it.
What's she going to tell me that's going to shock me?
Here, maybe not shocking. Why I would continue watching that is because it brings me comfort of some weird nature to hear somebody talk the way I think I would have responded. Because nobody's allowed to do that anymore.
Yeah, but like her telling the stories of like, oh, the team just shoved it down our throat and this and that. I'm like, yeah, I believe that. That's totally what I think happened.
What I think is refreshing is that people don't come out and say that shit anymore. They just deal with the uncomfortableness until they don't have to be there anymore.
But this is the part that annoys the shit out of me. And look, I'm not saying I don't get it from her perspective. Great. You said something when it didn't matter.
Yeah, you do need to be saying it when it matters.
You need to stand up. Women need to get a little more spine and shit like it. Because, I mean, as a guy, they ain't coming for my sports. They can't take them. They don't have the ability or the skill level to take my sports away from me. So, like, if a girl transitions to a guy and comes to boxing practice, we're all going to feel really bad punching that person. Mm-hmm. Because we're going to be like, we have a physical advantage over this person that they just can't negate. So, they're not a threat to us. But they're a threat to women, and women are going to have to stand up for this. We can't do all their fighting for them. It's got to be those moments in the locker room where men aren't there, where girls decide to fight for their sports, because I'm sorry, but if 1 Leah Thomas comes to your team this year, it's going to push out one of you girl swimmers. 2 come in next year, it's going to push out 2 of you swimmers. And eventually more and more of you are going to get pushed out as the boys team realizes if I really suck ass at swimming, I'll take this step and I can go over and compete against the girls. So you're going to have to be a dick. I know it's out of your nature, but I know you'd rather talk behind the coach's back or behind the administration's back and gossip about it. You're going to have to stand up outwardly and be persistent and be an asshole about it. You're going to have to put your feet down, speak out, threaten to walk out. Going to Matt Walsh after the season's over does nothing.
I agree. And I do think that most women, myself in some situations included, are absolutely spineless because we're taught to be that way. I think it's a nature-nurture thing. I think women are taught that we are victims from a very young age and that you need to be aware of certain men like this and what could happen with certain men and all that. And I really think that we're taught to be that way and to be submissive.
And I don't think that this Matt Walsh is doing this because he thinks he's changing anything. I think Matt Walsh is so balls deep in this fucking topic that he's like the trans guy now. And he's just going to keep grabbing anything that can keep stoking that fire. She is his firewood for his agenda. Like all these people have their agendas. It's not about what's right. It's about what they want. And that's why I can't trust any of these people.
That in itself isn't like terrible in my opinion. I do think that she should have said something when she could have helped some girls in her own team. But like if somebody wants to come out and keep like if there is bad things within a group, which there's bad things in most groups, and you want to expose those things, whether it be during the thing happening or after, I still think that's good to get the bad shit out there.
Yeah, you got to do it during, because every time a guy like me, whenever I hear these people speaking out about a terrible thing, my brain always goes to, yeah, but you watched it happen and you went along with it, didn't you? Like, yeah. Well, we put Nazis to death for that. You know, in Nuremberg, a Nazi couldn't go up to the stage and go, well, I didn't want to say anything. I would have been put against the wall. They're like, yeah, we don't give a shit. You were still there. You're done. You're either in jail or we're hanging you by the neck.
I absolutely don't disagree with you there. I'm just saying also, though, if there's, while it's less effective, like I do believe that you should still be letting people know about the bad shit that happened.
Yeah, I just want to get to the point where these people are actually saying the shit and making people uncomfortable.
Maybe they will eventually.
Moment in.
Maybe more things coming out after the fact. It'll get closer and closer to the fact down the road, and it'll happen.
Don Lemonzade says he has firewood because conservatives are dumb and easy to pander to. Okay, you know what? I understand that one. And I think LM12 had a great point. LM12 says they can stop all this quickly, just refuse to compete with them. That's it.
You have to get all women to do that, though. And I think that's a really tall order, but I agree with you.
I think it's like shooting the intruders when they're trying to rob a store. I think 2 or 3 of them do it, and people are going to be less likely to try and pull that shit. I think if 2 or 3 college sports walk out.
But it's just like going on strike. I mean, if you've got the writer strike going on, we've got a strike going on locally here and shit. And if there's people that walk past your picket lines and decide to go do the thing anyways, what does that do for morale? It doesn't help.
Union Jack says Matt Walsh is still a voice. Yeah, I get it. Like, I understand that. I just don't trust him. He seems from one carnival barker to another, he seems like a carnival barker.
Sure.
And I don't mind that as long as you're I am a carnival barker. I'm, I do my song and dance. I do my little thing. I hold my hat out. I go, get your fucking coins in there. Come on, let's keep that. I got to go to the next town. This show's got to stay on the road. I don't like these guys who are doing the same thing, but then act like they're moral crusaders. It bugs me.
What if
it seems like a setup for hypocrisy?
What if they really believe what they're saying?
I don't doubt his sincerity.
I don't either. Not at all.
I think that he believes what he's saying. I just find the way he makes his arguments to be very dishonest.
I think you can doubt some broadcasters' sincerity.
Not
I don't doubt his.
SH says if the girls are on athletic scholarships, I can see why they don't speak up during the school year. They've got, look, man. But that's what's got us here in the first place, is people going, well, I got something to lose, so I'll sit back. And then they move a little more forward and a little. So I don't want to hear those types of people bitch. I don't want to hear it.
I think that's human nature to look out for number one first.
Then I don't want to hear it.
I think that's most people. And I don't think that means it's good, but I do think that's what most people do.
Only brave people change the world. And if you're going to sit there and bitch about that's why I don't, now I'm starting to not like her. Because I don't want someone like this speaking out after the season's over and then finding out that she was complicit in this happening, which she was. So either you're a brave, tough guy, or you're a timid, meek little mouse. I don't want her speaking to Matt Walsh. Stay a timid, meek little mouse. Your time to speak is over. Your time to make a stand and do something is fucking over. You had your chance. You're done. I don't want to see you try to make grifter points and make your point after nothing can change.
My line of sight.
It's going to take some bad bitches to stand up and walk the fuck out, or nothing's going to change.
But you know what? From my point of view, we have covered why women don't feel that they can speak out in the moment. I'm going to hold out hope that the more women that feel that they can at least come out and talk to shit, I will maintain it'll get closer to when the shit is happening someday. And it'll encourage women to be able to be a bad bitch in your eyes and say like, hey, no, I'm not doing this.
That's all I ever hear from these people.
I need to have some kind of hope that someday women will feel more comfortable just saying it when it's happening. That goes for anything.
Hold on. Tick, 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 tick.
You can't deny that women are taught to not do that.
Well, then you can't be bad bitches. Like I said, the only way
I don't think she thinks she's a bad bitch.
The only way that change happens is you're brave in the moment. If you're not going to be brave in the moment, then shut the fuck up and stop complaining. I'm tired of it. I really am. Now our balls are to the bandsaw. You're talking about a guy who has zero hope that this is going to turn around. So you better turn your fucking shit around now, or I don't want to hear you complain anymore. I'm tired of these people who are complicit in this shit, who sit there while it happens and just watch it and have a chance to say something, but they don't because they don't want to be called a name. Well, then you know what
happened to her?
Get the fuck out of the way.
Do you know what would have happened to this chick with Matt Walsh if she had done that, if she just walked off the team, quit the school and everything? She's ran through the fucking media and the news as a fucking transphobe, a bigot. Right. Her life's over now. Who's hiring her?
That's the cost. That's
Who's
the cost.
hiring her?
That's the price. Are you willing to pay it? If the answer's no, then they win. It's their culture. Stop bitching. Are you willing to pay the price? If you're not willing to pay the price, then I don't want to hear from you. Yes, then I don't want to hear from you.
Well, then it's not for you.
No. This affects everybody.
I agree that it does. It's just that there needs to be hopefully a quick process, but there needs to be a process where people feel like they can speak up, because right now we're very much in a country where nobody feels that they can stick up for anything.
This is how men built the modern world. You don't get to a point where you feel comfortable saying something.
Nobody can speak out against anything right now. No, you cannot.
Absolutely can.
Your life's over in a lot of situations.
Then you'd better lay on the fucking barbed wire. It's called a sacrifice play. The whole world's speaking German and Japanese right now if guys go, well, I can't because my life is over.
I'm not saying that it's good. I'm saying that's the truth.
And no,
Look at what happens to fucking Chrissy Mayer for saying a really throwaway chicken line. She's going to be fine.
She's fine.
But people will put somebody through the news as a racist because they made a chicken joke.
That is
That is minor. Now picture somebody walking off because there's a trans person on their swim team.
You're going to be surprised when they do it and then they find out nothing happened, and they're all going to find out, oh, we could have done this a long time ago.
Except she's going to have a really hard time moving forward with her life because nobody wants to let her move forward with her life.
This is why I get black-pilled and clown-pilled, and I just go, then you know what? I'm going to leave you guys to it because I gave you the playbook. I told you how to do it. And you're too scared to do anything.
I've never disagreed with you that it's not a good way to handle things.
If you're too scared to do it, and we're going to give these people excuses, and we're going to enable their excuses, then just be comfortable with the fact that your civilization is over. It rotted on your watch. There was something you could have done, but the time has passed.
I really hope then that when she does walk off the team next time, whoever she is next, like whoever is in her shoes next when they walk off, I hope that people fucking support her, because when she just walks off and she said, I'm not doing this, and she has no support, she's done nothing.
No, the whole team.
She's done nothing but ruin her whole life.
The whole team has to walk. Yes, you're all going to have to ruin your lives together because you're doing this for the next team. You're going to have to sacrifice.
I agree, but that's what I'm saying. If she had done that, I guarantee you she doesn't have support today.
I mean, well, yesterday was D-Day, right?
Yes.
All those guys stormed that beach because they thought it was important. They didn't have any illusions that they would make it out alive. They were doing it for whoever came next.
Very different time. Very different time.
Okay, then if it's a very different time, then it's over. All right? Then I want everybody.
That's what you keep telling us?
But then I want everyone to shut the fuck up and stop bothering me.
I don't think she was bothering you.
If it's over, it's over. Don't sit here and have it both ways.
All I'm saying is if you expect people to start walking out of things when something's not right, which is correct, that's the correct opinion, somebody needs to support that person, and it needs to be in droves. Otherwise, that person has thrown their shit away for nothing.
Everyone will support them. Most people are on their side.
Who, people like us doing a show that nobody
and also
is going to broadcast out there?
You don't do it for popularity points and to get people on your side. You do it to make a stand.
It's not about that at all.
Yeah. See, I think America is too soft. I think America is...
Well, that's a fact.
It's too far gone. But no, I'm saying your attitude towards this is part of the...
I don't have very much of a different attitude than you do. I'm saying if she gets no support for the stand she just made... then what good was it?
I mean, look at this. Matt Walsh, Daily Wire, Fox News, every conservative outlet would support this person. You'd have a GoFundMe that would have $1 million. I mean, look what they did for Rittenhouse. Look what they did for Rittenhouse. Look at what they're doing for Daniel Penny. Look at what they're doing for all these people.
I want you to be right.
It's all excuses.
But I don't see it happening.
No, but that's because we give them these excuses. We give them outs. Well, we understand why you didn't do it because you would have been called bad names. Ugh. All right, then fuck it. It's over. All right?
People are being taught today that you can't speak your mind about shit.
At some point...
You get everything taken from you.
That's that Nazi shit again. At some point, you have to have faculty over yourself and be responsible for yourself. There will come a time where you are not allowed to say, but I was conditioned. Do you have a fucking working brain in your head? Then you could have made a stand. Don Lemonade says you can't be bad bitches, but then blame being taught to be submissive when you get chucked out of your sport. Right?
I think most women don't go around thinking they're bad bitches, for the record. That's a very small percentage of women.
But this woman coming out and speaking now, that's like saying, oh, well, I'm speaking out now.
I bet she doesn't think that either. I bet she got an invitation from somebody with a big name and she's like, yeah, I'll go talk.
John Miller says they're not as powerful as they make it out. By the way, they're a bunch of chancers. I don't know what chancers means.
I don't either.
Griddle Gorilla says Aaron playing devil's advocate, but cancel culture and shame bullying are real. You have you have to pay that price. That's the fucking price.
If she pays it alone, it was worth nothing.
Do it. Inspire the next person.
You need support in that situation.
Then it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. People are scared.
Too scared. No respect.
People are so scared for that shit.
All right. It's nut cutting time. You're either part of the solution or part of the problem. Lead, follow, or get the fuck out of the way. And these swimmers that aren't going to walk out, you're part of the problem. You're just as guilty as Leah Thomas.
I've agreed with you every step of the way on that.
So then what you need to do then is stop making excuses for these people. Stop giving them excuses.
It's not an excuse. I'm acknowledging reality as to why I know why she did that.
Yeah. Don Lemonades raises a great point. He says, actually, if she was the first to walk out, she could have pandered to conservatives and grifted them out of millions of dollars. For sure. She would have made a shitload of money.
How's Riley Gaines doing?
Great. She's making more money than she ever would have made with her fucking major. Yes. Speaking fees alone, she's doing well. She's going to write a book.
I hope so, because I haven't heard about her since she was put through the ringer for the media.
She's going to write a book.
Haven't heard about her since then.
She's going to write a book. She's made lots of money. Riley Gaines is doing just fine, believe me.
I would like to see the receipts for that.
Aaron is right on this one. Bravery is sacrificial, and it's only powerful in the moment. Yeah, I mean, again.
I said that very same sentence. I said the very same thing. I said I agree with you. It's only important when it's happening. But I hope that every single woman who talks about it after the fact, I hope they get closer and closer to during the fact every time. I hope so.
I hope they walk out.
I said the same thing as you, step for step.
I hope they walk out, and I hope they don't lean on, but I don't know if anyone will support me. Who gives a fuck? That's not what it's about. Who gives a shit? I don't care if nobody supports you. You fucking do it because it's right. Or you shut the fuck up and admit that it's over. One of the two. One of the two. Don Lemonade says, April, the we can't speak up feeling is because because generations of women before you were weak, spineless.
I said that. I said nature and nurture, like women are taught to be victims. I've said that.
And what bothers me about us men is that us men can fix this.
Women are frequently taught to fear men, for the record.
Put me in the fucking game, coach. Let us fix it. When I say lead, follow, or get out of the way, if the people in swimming want to go, well, I don't know. People might be mean to me if I speak out. Okay, get the fuck out of the way. I'll come in, I'll run the thing, and I'll tell you how it's going to go. If you want men to come in and save your swimming, we will, but it's going to be a very dictatorial process, and you're going to call us toxic. So it's that old saying.
Well, then
right now, it's your call, but there's coming a day quick where it ain't going to be your call.
Did you just hear what you just said? Like you just said, oh, men could fix it too, but then you're called toxic. Is that not what I just got done saying?
But I have no problem being toxic. And men in general don't have a problem being quote unquote toxic.
I'm just saying, you said there's consequences for doing shit. That's all I said. And I think the consequences scare people off from doing it.
And I say those people are cowards.
And I've maintained the entire time that I don't think that's right, and I hope it changes.
And what I'm saying is, I don't give those people any quarter for saying that. They're cowards. And they deserve what they get. That's where we're disagreeing. I say they're cowards and they fucking deserve it. Watch your sports go away. Bye-bye.
Hey, no way. Next time you put something like that in the chat, I'm banning you, for the record. I'm not a juvenile. I've got I have the same take Aaron does. I'm trying to explain why people do things a certain way. You're out next time.
He meant the rapper.
No, he's out next time.
He meant you were doing.
He doesn't
back
like
that
this
asshole.
show anyways.
Oh, just ignore him. Crank Nutterbutter says, yes, Aaron, that's that god dang Nazi shit again. Punch her in the tits. What, did I say a Nazi thing again? Damn
yes,
it.
you did.
JJ says, in this instance, though, it's more than bad names and slander. It's a couple $100,000 in scholarships and probably a degree. Okay, but
it's a huge consequence
guys,
for your entire life.
Okay, guys, but I've said this. Then admit defeat and it's fucking over.
You say that all the time. You say everything is over all the time.
I don't want to fucking hear it then. I don't want to see this bitch on Matt Walsh's show. I don't want to hear any of these people come in after the fact trying to grift off the anti-trans sports shit. You failed when it mattered. It doesn't matter anymore. They're doing everything but take the consequences that you were talking about. They're going to get all the money, all the attention, all the fame. Great. I hope it was worth it. You accomplished nothing. So yes, bad name, slander, lose your scholarships. I thought it was worth it to you. I thought it was making a stand. The whole point of making a stand is you're going to lose a comfy life because of it. If you're not willing to do it, sit down, shut the fuck up, and don't let me hear your fucking excuses.
It really is. For a lot of people, it's all about what did it cost you? Everything.
Okay.
It was everything.
And nothing at the same time. Because if you win for the people who come after you.
I don't think any of that shit is good. I don't think people should be losing their life over taking a stand against a trans person on their swim team.
Then I don't want to.
But it's the truth.
But like I said, then I don't want to hear it after the fact. That's what I'm sick of. That's what this whole thing started about, is the timing.
I think you just stay away from shows like Matt Walsh then.
That's why I don't.
Because a lot of people like to hear that shit.
Don Lemonade says Riley Gaines is getting $25K plus per speaking engagement. Yeah, she's doing great. Her net worth is $300K and $1 million. Okay, so she's somewhere between $300K and $1 million. Not a lot of kids fresh out of college worth $300K and $1 million, by the way.
Well, good for her. You all pretend like I'm like sitting here saying like I hope that shit doesn't happen. No, I said I hope people like her happen. I hope people like her do well. I hope people like her get support. So anyone sitting out here like no way saying oh she's a juvenile, she doesn't get it. You're wrong. You're all wrong.
Garrett Johnson says what Aaron is talking about is called integrity. Exactly. And I'm getting tired of fighting for it because it doesn't exist. That's why I hate coming out of this fucking gopher hole. Every time I come out of my gopher hole and say, I know what can be done, I just feel like a naive dick afterwards because I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. The world is filled with perpetual cowards and grifters.
Yes, there are. That's why it's so hard to have integrity. You're right.
Yeah, Paul Polito says this is the realist versus idealist debate in a nutshell. Yeah, I can't come out of my hole because I'll be an idealist. And April has more the realist vibe about, yeah, this is what it is. People are fucking chicken shit.
Yes,
and they're not going to do it.
That is the truth.
The only difference between her position and my position is that I give it no quarter. I don't make, that's not valid to me. Wrestling Fat Fox.
Admitting something's valid versus like admitting like that's just how shit is now. That doesn't mean I think it's good. I really am getting sick of like being talked down to like I'm sitting here saying it's a good thing.
I didn't say you think it's good. I said I
don't think it's good.
I said it's bullshit. And I think it doesn't, that's not a fair response to why didn't you stand up.
That they're providing for their fucking families for standing up for shit.
D-Day doesn't happen with that attitude. Again, the Germans win with that attitude. Like we fought to save a country that doesn't exist anymore. That's what happened. It's, if you would have taken this attitude to Normandy, if the Germans held France right now and we had our attitude that we're talking about to Normandy, we're negotiating an armistice.
I've seen your point this whole time. I have acknowledged your point. I've said your point is correct. You are right. You are 100% on the money. I'm saying we live in a shitty, different time where that shit isn't cool anymore. It's not cool to have integrity and stand up for anything.
It's not. But just make sure that, and this goes to everybody, just make sure that you're not excusing that. Because it's not okay.
No, it's an acknowledgement. It's not an excuse. It's acknowledgement.
Edward says...
You always talk. You always tell me you got to think like the other people do. I'm thinking like they are. I can see what they're doing.
Oh, no. I clearly can think like the other people do, and I'm confronting them on it. I'm calling them on it.
Well, I hope it does something.
I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear you speak out. I don't. Unless you're going to do it. Don't do it when I can hear. Do it when I can't hear. Because that's how change gets made. Like I said, then
you just got to stay away from shit like that.
You know what Rosa Parks should have done? Just sat down. And then when they came, oh no, that was what she did.
That's not what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that's our attitude now today.
That is in fact how today is.
She should have just moved. She should have just gone along.
Yes, you should be compliant. That is today. Be compliant. Be compliant or get out of the way.
Somebody could have hurt her if she would have gotten up and if she wouldn't have moved. By the way, I do have to thank, who was it? Patrick for $35 over on PayPal says, go buy yourself a Coke.
Thank you.
It's a hell of a Coke I'm getting, my brother. Thank you, Patrick.
Maybe he meant Coke.
Oh, my God. This was
didn't need
It's a fucking solid overtime that we did today. Thank you, guys. Thank you, April, for the fire and passion and the spirit. I'm going to say this, though. This is why I hate giving a shit. Because every time I come out,
nobody should give a shit.
Every time I come out to give a shit, I go, hey, guys, this is what you need to do. And they go, but this. And I go, oh, fuck it. That's right. I'm going to go back in my hole. I can't deal with you people. CJ with $5 says, Erin devalues the ripple effect. She should have stepped up in the moment, but still deserves credit. Normies see it and will feel safer walking out.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm going to call bullshit on that. I'll believe it when I see it. Again,
you need people like this Riley Gaines chick and like this other chick who, despite the fact it was too late, you need to see more people coming out and saying these things for anyone to feel like they can come out and say the thing when it's happening. You need it. Right. I absolutely want those people to keep talking.
And when that influence shows itself to be working, I'll be happy. And until that day, I will be skeptical. It is my nature.
Well, that's human nature to be skeptical of anything until it happens, isn't it?
Yeah, and then I don't trust guys like Matt Walsh with that message. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to I'd rather see these girls put all of their rocks in their own bucket than hand that bucket to Matt Walsh, because I don't see him as a guy who's motivated. Like, you want to talk about the argument you're making about all the shit they have to lose? That's how I feel about guys like Matt Walsh. I feel like that guy ain't going to be your hero because that guy likes the paycheck he's cashing. Like a college swimmer doesn't have as much to lose as a Matt Walsh. And that college swimmer, if they lose their scholarship, they'll get a scholarship from another school, probably a Christian school.
Matt Walsh, though, already has planted like his roots as that guy. When you're just a fucking nobody on a college swim team, I don't really, and you've got your whole life ahead of you, like they have no roots. They've got nothing. They're working towards everything. They don't have anything yet.
Dr. Till says, it's Matt's well-kept beard. You can trust a beard that well-kept. It's a good point. That's true. $50 away from last night's goal. So you're not doing cum glasses tonight. No cum glasses. They are out the door.
I can wear a turtleneck though. That's fine.
And plus, $50 away. That would have got us overtime last night. So technically, we're right in there. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Make sure you hit like. Make sure you hit subscribe. There was so much fire in that last half hour that had to raise the sub count. I shouldn't look. I always go, oh man, but it didn't. We're about 85. And it did. We're 80 subs away from hitting 10,000. Thank you, boys and girls. Thank you very, very much. All right.
Thank you.
Here's what I'm promising for the evening show. Oh shit.
I keep forgetting it's Wednesday. I'm not supposed to be here.
I'm not even supposed to be here today. Chris Licht out as CEO of CNN. The guy who fired all the people and what's his name? The gay guy? Don Lemon.
Oh.
And the guy who, wanted to do the Trump town hall and everything else, they got him the fuck out of there. They're done with that guy. Chris Licht is gone.
Can't imagine they'd want him gone when they got rid of their bitchy one.
Yeah, I can tell you this. Whoever comes in next, I think you're coming in. I think it's a good job to have because that's had to have bottomed out by now.
What do you mean?
CNN. Like you can't go any lower. So it's like
Donald Trump's back in the circles. They're going to be fine.
NHJ with $2 says, now I'm on April's side if it means the Germans win. Hey, wait a minute.
I didn't have a side that was different than Aaron's. I acknowledge something that impacts Aaron's
She's talking
statement
about the way people think.
So again, if any of you think that I was against Aaron's opinion, you're wrong.
She's talking about the way people think. Like somebody nailed it perfectly. It was an idealist versus a realist message. April's attitude is like my attitude of why I'm clown-pilled and black-pilled is because deep down I believe April. I agree with April. I agree that people are too scared. They're chicken shit. They've got no fucking balls. And they got 9 million excuses as to why they shouldn't say anything. And that's why I choose to just go underground and go, I don't care.
But what the people in chat like to think is that I think that's a good thing, which I've never said.
No, ironically, April was being more black-pilled than I was. I was having some kind of hope.
I'm acknowledging that we're shitty now and we have nothing to stand for. We don't care.
And she doesn't think that these little bitches in the swimsuits are going to say anything.
I'm just jealous I wasn't on a college swim team.
Is that what this is really all about?
Yep.
Is you were hoping they would all walk out so you could get a spot?
That's true, and they all got the man I wanted.
Motherfucker. JJ's, oh God, I forgot about that conversation. Oh, okay. I just thought about that part of today's show, and I went, oh, I'm more bummed than I was during the swimming conversation. JJ says, you're married because you could get in a heated debate while agreeing on the topic. I do that a lot with a lot of people. I'm a very agreeable guy in a very angry way. Yes, I'm actually Muslim. I forgot to tell you.
I want to be in on that.
You do. I got to. I
want multiple husbands.
I got to tell you something. The Muslim thing works really great for me. Spoiler alert.
No, I got it.
Terrible for you.
Thanks.
Terrible.
I'll get my clit
lopped off. Yeah.
Lopped off.
I get to fuck camels and have camel beauty. I don't know if that's really a perk though. I'm not really into fucking camels, so I don't know. I guess I got to back off of that.
Somebody could clip him saying he gets to fuck camels.
I get to. I'm allowed to, I should say. I'd rather not. It's not something you're forced to do. All right, everybody. I'm leaving. April's leaving. That's because Aaron wants sex after the show. Fuck yeah.
I just want food.
Food first. I got to fuel my body.
Food.
I got to put.
Sounds okay.
I got to put fuel in the tank. I got to put fuel in the fuck tank.
I think I'm going to go grill my breakfast.
Yeah. All right, everybody. We will talk to you tonight at 7 o'clock. April will be wearing a burqa, and she will be standing up for trans swimmers.
I should show up in a fucking box. I should take that merch box that's out in my truck right now, cut holes for my eyes out.
You should dress like the cell phone thief in Florida, where you put the cardboard box.
Would you allow that?
I'd allow anything. I'm all for shock jockery. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your day. April, thank you very much for working on your morning off.
Could have been fishing. Could have got your merch sooner.
We will talk to you guys tonight at 7 o'clock. Subscribe, like, and all that.